Salam alaikum mala. Ya kwana. Assalamu alaikum. Ok, zan haɗa ki da wadda za ta siyo. Zan turo miki lambarta sai ku ci gaba da magana. Zan gaya mata so that sai ku yi finalizing saboda ita za ta ji ni kuma ina kan class yau. Ok, thank you. Na fahimta dai wannan silban ita ce tafi ba wai wannan kalolin ba ko? Da ni ma dai wannan silban ita na sani, amma suna nuna ga wasu kaloli da ake kuma siyarwa. Yauwa ki ba da amsa. Wannan kuɗin ma yi magana. Kuɗin ma yi magana dai a zaɓa tukuna. Sannan ina tunanin ina samu idan na ga da kuɗi a gurina enough zan siyo guda biyu. Ɗaya tamu ta gida, ɗaya kuma ta Hafsat sai in bayar a taho da ita. Ni ba zan iya ɗauko su amma sai a sa a mota sai ki ba da amsa. Hello. Hello.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So today's lecture is going to be on Islamic banking and economics. And I'm going to introduce our lecturer for the day, inshallah. Yeah, over there, please. So our lecturer, who responds to the name Dr. Aliu Dahiru Muhammad, is an associate professor and former deputy director, training and linkage at the International Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, Dahiru University. Okay, Prof, before I proceed, I think there's an oversight. I would like someone to give us the opening dua first before. Subur, you did that already? You did opening dua? Oh, okay. No problem. Okay. Yeah. So our lecturer responds to the name Dr. Aliu Dahiru Muhammad. He is an associate professor and former deputy director, training and linkage at the International Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, Bayero University, Kano, Nigeria. He is also an assistant to the regional coordinator, IIIT West Africa. Dr. Ali Dahiru Muhammad received his master's and PhD in economics from the International Islamic University, Malaysia. His areas of interest include Islamic economics and finance, zakat, waqf, microfinance, and poverty reduction. He received the Faculty of Economics Best Student Award for Doctor of Economics in November 2013. His model on waqf-based microfinance has since been implemented in Malaysia. He received a gold medal at the IIUM Research, Invention and Innovation Exhibition 2013 for his thesis entitled Challenges of Microfinance and the Prospects of Developing and Introducing an Islamic Micro-Investment Model in Nigeria. Currently, Dr. Aliu lectures and researches at the International Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, as well as the Department of Economics, BUK, Nigeria. He published over 20 articles in reputable national and international journals and presented papers on Islamic finance and economics in many countries. He contributed in authoring the popular Islamic Social Finance Report 2015, published by the Islamic Research and Training Institute of Development Bank, Jeddah, where he also served as a visiting scholar in 2016. Doctor, the floor is yours, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا مولانا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. My dear brothers and sisters in Islam, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to stand before you and present and share with you some little knowledge about Islamic economics, about Islamic banking and finance. But before we go proper, into the presentation, let me congratulate you for being part and parcel of this 5th Triple IT Winter School. And let me further extend the message of the regional coordinator, Professor Bashir Shehu Galadanchi, for expressing his happiness and commitment he has seen in you, and also the level of organization and active participation from the school. To me also, since I have experienced other schools, all other schools are doing their best, but Ghana seems to be special. Mashallah. Yes, that even though I'm coordinating other schools, but of course other schools, about 4 schools, but really there are a lot of things that we can, learn from Ghana so that all other schools will be improved, inshallah, including the sports. Yes, even today there was discussion. Everybody was happy about, in the group, because we shared some pictures in the group, our resource persons group. And some people say we're jealous. Why is now? Why when they left? And things like that. And for me, since I was part of you yesterday, and I enjoyed what I enjoyed, alhamdulillah, after 2 or 3 years without playing, yesterday it was, and you can see how they, alhamdulillah, that is integration. Now, the second thing is to, can you open are we proper into, they have done the presentation for, okay. So please, like you can see, it is on Islamic economics, banking and finance. This is a contemporary issue. It's an area which is emerging, which is growing fast. In fact, it is an area which has enjoyed the most of the advantages, or is at par, at higher level, or in advanced stage compared to other disciplines, such as psychology, sociology, and even political science. Economics, yes, thank you. So economics, or Islamic economics, is actually one of the most important examples that we cite when it comes to integration of knowledge. It has moved from theory to application. That is why you can see the presentation, Islamic economics and banking and finance. Well, Islamic economics is the foundation providing the theoretical component, of course with some applications. Islamic banking is more into application. So that is inshallah what we are going to learn today in the next couple of hours. And I hope the presentation is going to be interactive, inshallah. Now, the coverage of the presentation include Islamic worldview, Islamic economics that include concepts, nature, scope, and economic problems, evolution of Islamic economic thought, methodology of Islamic economics. How does Islamic economics made it? What are the methods they employ in developing models? For instance, you need to integrate. What are the processes of integration? How do you integrate? You have Quran, you have Sunnah, and then you have conventional knowledge. What is the approach taken by economists or Islamic economists? And then Islamic banking and finance, as well as contemporary issues. Based on my experience, that contemporary issues is becoming more of interest to many participants in the last 2 schools I have covered. Because this is where you learn about all these modern businesses, investment, right? Modern investment, digital currency, cryptocurrency, Pi. I don't know whether you know Pi in Ghana. You know it? You subscribe to it? you join the network, you would only download, but you have not joined the the Pi group, right? So we shall, inshallah, learn some of the Sharia views. We may not issue fatwa altogether, but we will dissect, analyze, and see where we can stand, at least for the time being. Because these things are emerging, and they are taking different dimensions. If you say you accept, on what ground you are accepting something which perhaps there might be some element of gharar. We know gharar? Uncertainty. It's one of the prohibited elements in Islamic finance. When there is uncertainty about a particular phenomena, let's say about the pricing or about the description, what are you buying? What are you selling? So once you don't know, once there is jahala, then there is gharar. You don't know about also, what is the product you are buying. You just put money and then waiting for additional money on it. Is it not interest? And interest is prohibited. So we shall also look into that, inshallah, towards the end. Hopefully you will enjoy all part of the presentation. We are spending a lot of time trying to lay the foundation. Because without the foundation, if you are just jumping to reach to the contemporary issues, you are just hurry to get the fatwa, then you will miss a lot of things. But once you get the principles, that look, these are the majors, these are the principles that scholars use against any issue to find whether it's halal or haram. So if you understand it well, since this is Islamic business, Islamic economics module, then try to learn those principles so that next time you can stand and talk about this based on these principles. Because the thing will keep on metamorphosing, will keep on evolving, changing pattern dimensions. So if you are just following that new things, you may miss the point. But if you are sticking to the principles, these are the principles. Riba is prohibited. Gharar is prohibited. Gambling is prohibited. Speculation is prohibited. So now, anything that comes your way, and you will first and foremost try to measure it, try to assess it based on what? Based on these principles. Then you can find your way. Even if you are not going to issue fatwa for anybody, but you yourself, because it is your responsibility. وَلَا يَحِلُّ لَهُ أَنْ يَفْعَلَ شَيْئًا إِلَّا يَعْلَمُ حُكْمَ اللَّهِ فِيهِ. Right? You should do anything that you will do based on knowledge, not just based on what I see others are doing. Now, you see, these are the same thing actually, nothing much. Introduction, Islamic worldview, nature and principles of Islamic economics, Islamic economic thought, Islamic economic methodology. That is why you will see the integration, like I said, then Islamic banking and contemporary issue, then hopefully conclusion. Now, as we all know, Islam is a complete way of life, right? It's a what? Complete way of life. So for Muslims, they may not need anything. But of course, that doesn't mean they will not interact with other civilizations or other people. No, it's part of their religion to even interact with others. Because we are taught how the Prophet ﷺ lived with non-believers, how he related with them, the Sahaba, So we have everything. So it's a complete way of life. We are told how to do everything in this life, including going to the toilets, going to the market, marriage, trade, and everything. So we have full guidance. That is Islam for you. Now, it also means organizing the individual and social life according to the will of Allah. That is Islam. It It is not a compendium of moral and spiritual teachings, but a full-fledged social system. So Islam is a full-fledged social system, which has various aspects to respond to any need, any societal need. Islam has answered to it, be it social, economic, political, educational. It is based on the foundation of Iman, as we all know, the 6 fundamentals: unity of Allah, prophethood, angels, books, resurrection, and destiny. This implies willful surrender of man's liberty to Allah. It is Allah that creates you, so in terms of what you do, you surrender to Him to tell you what you should do. It is derived from primary sources, is the pointer working? No? You want me to point there? Maybe it's not pointing. Okay, I understand. So it is derived from the primary sources and then the secondary sources of the Sharia. The code of conduct to be observed by Muslims individually and collectively is called Sharia. So this is the code of conduct. So whatever we do, we try to ensure it is based on Sharia. Sharia doesn't mean there is misconception and misunderstanding about Sharia to mean hudud, right? The legal aspect. No. Most of the discussion or content of Sharia, perhaps 95%, is not about hudud. It is about akhlaq, relations, how we deal with one another, transactions, marriage. So those, we have to do it based on the Sharia. The objective of Sharia, therefore, according to Imam Al-Ghazali, is to preserve the 5 essential aspects of mankind in this world that include faith, life, progeny, mind, and wealth, which I believe Dr. Abdullahi Lamido has done justice to this aspect. Scholars such as Professor Umar Chapra has tried to contribute to this part also, that it's not only protecting the mind or the life or the religion, but also advancing it. Do you understand? Yes. So because it's not enough just to protect the akal from abusing, let's say drugs abuse, that will pollute the mind. It's not enough. But rather, it's good also to educate the mind, to provide a way of developing the mind, critical thinking, and other educational services. Islam stands for promotion of justice and benevolence in the society, al-adl wal-ihsan. That is what Islam stands for. And underlines the word al-adl wal-ihsan because throughout our presentation we'll be making reference to adl wal-ihsan. They form the fundamental principles in Islamic economics. And there are, of course, other principles which we shall learn later. Adl means keeping a balance and equilibrium in all affairs. Thank you. Keeping equilibrium. How many of us know about equilibrium in economics? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Equilibrium. Equilibrium is a position. What is equilibrium? Any, Usman? Quick one.
I'm thinking from the economic perspective.
Yes.
When supply means demand.
Yeah, when supply
Means demand at a
quantity
certain
supply
price.
and quantity demand are equal.
Equal.
But even more economically speaking, it's a situation whereby the suppliers and demanders reach a position that everybody doesn't want to move, that you are satisfied. The consumer doesn't want to change or want to buy additional quantity. The supplier also, he's okay. He doesn't need to supply more. They are okay with the price and the quantity available. So that is equilibrium. In other words, it looks like a balanced position. But actually, in real sense, it is very difficult to arrive at equilibrium in economics. But in Islamic economics, these it's okay, I'll leave this maybe later. This equilibrium, we use the word adl, justice. That once you establish justice, then everything will go correctly. So we are looking for justice rather than equilibrium per se. Because if I tell you the conditions of equilibrium, yourself you know it's probably it's not achievable. There must be free flow of information. Before you buy anything, you know the price in all markets. You compare, you calculate, you examine the cost and benefit, and then you buy. Is it possible? It's very difficult. And the suppliers are free to enter into any market to supply more commodities, which is not also because of regulation. Before you start producing maybe certain commodities, you have to get license or approval from the authority. So therefore, it's not free entry and free exit. So these conditions, since it is not, you cannot fulfill it, then the result may not be obtainable easily. The obligations of Islamic society are to establish 5 pillars of Islam and eradicate any act or practice that is inimical to the fundamental beliefs. This is maqasid at societal level. Establish prayer and, of course, zakah. Provide equal chance to all to earn a living through permissible means and protect their lives against killing. So you can see protection of nafs. Devise an effective educational system and abandon any activities that corrupt the mind. Another maqasid, promote legal marriage and eradicate prostitution to safeguard future generations against moral decay. Facilitate and encourage legitimate business and investment to generate wealth and income and avoid wastage and destructive engagements such as riba and monopoly. So you can see the last one, we are very much interested in it. Legitimate investment, business and investment that will generate wealth and income and avoid waste, okay, and destructive engagements such as riba. Riba is outrightly prohibited. Monopoly, it depends, right? It depends because some certain monopoly are natural, but some are artificial. They are created, and the monopolists themselves, they exploit the consumers. So in that case, that is where scholars say it is prohibited. But if you just find yourself as the only supplier of certain commodity in Ghana, for instance, I mean, that's an opportunity, right? Provided you don't cheat, you don't exploit, you don't take too much advantage, I would say, then it's okay. Islam's viewpoint of wealth is that resources ultimately belongs to Allah. So this is the entry point. The resources you see belongs to Allah. All resources. The ultimate owner of resources is Allah. So human beings is given as a trustee only to manage the resources, and we shall see more about this. Allah has endowed man with physical and mental capabilities to explore, develop, and utilize the means of livelihood. However, distribution of material and non-material among individuals and nations are not equal so as to test human beings. Allah is the ultimate owner of resources, and He distributed the resources not equally. He gives more to some and less to others. And this itself is a test, like you find in Surah Al-Mulk. Find this in Surah Al-Mulk. So it's a test. The whole life is a test. The systems, Islam, however, emphasizes to provide equal chance for all to thrive. So what is required upon you as a manager, as a caliph, is to provide equal chance. And then once you provide equal chance, then you can see people are different. Some are excelling. Some are getting more than others. So once they get more than others, you are not to be blamed. It is Allah that gives them. But you provided equal chance. So that is the foundation of justice. The system stands to promote a just distribution of wealth and its wider circulation in the society. Islamic economic system. It wants to promote a just distribution of resources and wider circulation of those resources. Like Allah says, "Kaila yakuna dulatan bainal agniyai minkum." That resources should not be circulated among few of you, like in capitalism, right? Whereby you can see that you take wealth and the society as a pyramid. The top 5% in the population controls 80% of the resources in the society, leaving the 95% population with only how much? 20%. And these are consequences of riba-based system. Because riba tends to accumulate wealth in favor of rich at the expense of the poor. While zakah shared resources from rich to the poor. So it's like top-bottom and bottom-top approach in the two systems. And that is why in one of the verses of the Quran, Allah says, يَمْحَقُ اللَّهُ riba وَيُرْبِي الصَّدَقَاتِ. يَمْحَقُ اللَّهُ riba وَيُرْبِي الصَّدَقَاتِ. He took out all blessings from riba, but he blesses sadaqah. So that is why anytime, anywhere you see compounding interest, all this interest in the system, there is a problem. And the problem will continue until when people realize the need for interest-free system. Every year you hear that we are going into recession. What is recession? Yes, sister.
Recession is a situation where the economy the progress of the economy starts to drop.
To drop.
Yes.
Right, start to drop or decline. It's a going down of the fundamentals of economies, such as, profit level going down, employment going down, interest, so all these things. So you can hear every year, year in, year out, we are going, just 2 days ago, I was in Ghana here, when I heard that 1/3 of the global economy is falling into recession. And this is revealed by IMF, International Monetary Fund. 1/3 of the globe. When are we are just coming out from another recession, isn't it? The debt overburden in most of our countries, be it Nigeria, Ghana, all these countries, including the so-called developed countries. So that is the problem of interest, debt with interest. It will not allow you to stabilize. But Islamic economics, if you implement it, you can see the resources are being widely circulated. And I used to give analogy that the role of wealth in the society is just like the role of blood in the human body. Is it clear? If the blood circulates in the body, what will happen to the body? It will function properly. But what about if the blood does not circulate fully to one part? There will be what? Paralysis. It will be paralyzed. The body will be paralyzed. Then the body is not coming this side or that side because it's not circulating. So the same thing with the wealth. If wealth is circulating in the society, then you can see everybody is happy. They are having a good life, right? Not miserable life. But if the wealth is circulating among just few of you, then there's a big problem. Even if it is Muslim society, whereby the wealth, even if you are to give zakah, you give zakah. If I'm rich, you are rich, you give zakah to my wife, I give to your wife. Subhanallah. What is the essence? Zakah is there is to spread the wealth to other people, to the poor, to alleviate poverty. So what more of a society whereby there is no zakah, you only have taxation, you have interest. So that the economy will be stagnated. So in order to achieve the objective and to have the good economic system that Islam wants to see, there are two major instruments we use. That is what is called positive measure and prohibitive measure. Positive measure and what? Prohibitive measure. Later I will be making reference to them. What is example of positive measure? Like seeking for halal income is a positive measure. So you have to go and work, get your halal income. It's better than you asking people to give you. That is one strong measure. It's under positive measure. Another positive measure is giving sadaqah, zakah, endowment, or waqf. These are all part of positive measures. Prohibitive measure include prohibition of interest. Interest is prohibited because it will make wealth to grow to the rich only. It will never trickle down, as they claim. So also prohibited monopolies or hoarding. Hoarding is prohibited in Islam and Islamic economies because it will create artificial scarcity, it will create inflation and disturb the societal welfare. So these are just an example I want to give. Now, having said that, the background, now we move to Islamic worldview. I'm sure you have covered Islamic worldview in, is it integration? Right? Or at least 2 times. So I'll try to be quick on this, inshallah. Of course, no human endeavor is value-free, and that is the essence of Islamic worldview. You cannot tell me to follow everything without critically assessing it with my mind. So there are therefore different alternative worldviews, which different economists therefore are not possible but legitimate. Since there are different worldviews, then there are possibly different economists. They are not only possible but legitimate. To get the evidence of Islamic worldview, you read this chapter. Men who celebrate the praises of Allah, standing, sitting, and lying. Which verse is this? الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك وقنا عذاب النار. So therefore, this is the foundation. ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا. That you create all these things with a purpose. So this is the foundation of Islamic worldview. Not like Western worldview, where they don't even recognize Allah. And we shall see in economics discussion, the whole discussion of economics, you are talking about scarcity, that nature does not provide enough for human being to survive. Nature is stingy. Isn't what we are taught? The scarcity, absolute, relative, all these things. In the whole discussion, there is no recognition of Allah, who is Ar-Razzaq. If you are facing scarcity, in addition to putting your effort of going to the market, going to the factories, working, providing your labor, you should also ask Ar-Razzaq. Because he is the one who gives بغير hisab, isn't it? He is the one who gives بغير hisab. You can see someone working very hard, going to the market, going to wherever he will earn incomes. But he's getting little. Every time he goes, he gets little. And somebody is just making some little effort, little connections, you see him having money in abundance. So you should appreciate there is something behind that. Why the difference? Why you don't earn according to your effort? Who can tell me? Oh, Sheikh. Morrison, Ishaq.
I will say this in the point of Quran. ذَلِكَ فَضْلُ اللَّهِ يُؤْتِيهِ مَنْ يَشَاءُ وَاللَّهُ ذُو فَضْلٍ عَظِيمٍ.
Yes.
It doesn't matter about how strong you are. Allah does what He wants in His own will.
Excellent. ذَلِكَ فَضْلُ اللَّهِ يُؤْتِيهِ مَنْ يَشَاءُ. But that does not discount your effort to go to the market or discount the effort of anybody to go to the market. Because you don't know when actually the rizq will come. There is no appointed time that you have been informed or pre-informed. So it is when you are going, you are pursuing, only you will come across that rizq. Sometimes Allah will answer your prayer, but the result will not be immediate that you want to see. Soon you will meet it on the way. Before I traveled to Ghana, I went to one market which I used to go during my undergraduates. I was going to the market where we sell some items. So my brother was still where my brothers were still there. Are still there. So we were discussing, and then one brother came to me. Brother Aliu, how are you? Salam. A long time. I used to see you on Facebook, blah blah, writing on this and that. So after he left, his name is Sabiu. After he left, my brother told me that Sabi Ufa is now a rich man. Say, is that? But when I knew him, he was behind us, so to say. You know? So this is the life. It is Allah that gives, and He gives at the appropriate time. So a worldview is the ultimate foundation of all human conduct, including scientific, philosophical, and technological activities. So we have to think about our own part. Naqib al-Atas defined worldview as this long definition, which I will leave it to you to read and digest. But take the summary there. A worldview is that vision of reality and truth, which as an architectonic mental unity acts as non-observable foundation of all human conduct. It is something, you see a person behaving in a different way. There are some non-observable foundations that is making him to behave in that way. For instance, Muslims, they believe there is Allah. So whatever they do, behind it, they know Allah is watching them, isn't it? So that is an example, a typical example. But somebody who doesn't believe in Allah, he will behave differently when it's come to some certain issues. So that is an example of worldview. Of course, there is revealed worldview, there is man-made worldview, a kind of classification you could make. There is a scientific worldview. You know, in the West, they want us to believe that it is scientific worldview that matters. And that scientific worldview, it claims that if something is not real, it's not rational, or not verifiable through the physical sense, then it is not real. We shall soon see that science replaces religion in the West. That if you are looking for authority, just focus on science, not religious doctrines. And that is why we will have problem with this approach, especially in integration of knowledge. Hence, empirical observation, experimentation, rationalism, and scientific skepticism are the principles of scientific worldviews. Now, this McFarlane made an important statement. He says, most of us, are sophisticated enough to know that science never provides us with the final theory of reality. And that our ideas about the world can be mistaken sometimes. But we normally attribute those errors to minor problems with our theory and believe that our theories are getting closer and closer to truth. So he is acknowledging, admitting the limitation in scientific theory or scientific approach. That whatever science cannot explain, they will say is margin error. Ko? You are all students of, one research method or another. Scientific, what is called margin error. Whatever model you develop scientifically, at the end, you will have a caption that you say plus error term. Isn't it? If you are a student of economics, you should know this very well because we do a lot of this. And even if you are in core science, you should even know this better. So this margin error, and that is why in science, let's say in pure science, in medicine, when they are making experimentation, all right, the margin error, the tolerable margin error they take is what? 1%. Sometimes 0.1%. Do you know why? Okay, let me give example of science, social science. In social science, how much do we take, Usman? 5%, 10% in social science, in economics. The margin error we accommodate that our theory is likely to be wrong. So the margin error of it being wrong is 5%. But in core science, let's say in medicine, they will establish our theory is 99% right. The margin error we take is what? 1%. So now who can tell me the reason? Yes. Karim. Excellent. Lives are involved. Lives of human beings, even lives of animals. You don't want to develop a theory and say this theory is correct, and then this theory is being used to test on human beings. And then you say 5%, if you have 900% participant in it, 5% was going to die. That you accommodate, you accept. Do you want that? And that is what it means. So they say, okay, fine. 99% will survive, but 1% will what? Die. Still nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to be in that 1%. Anybody? No. You don't want. So it will now still be perfected further that, okay, 0.01% are likely to have problem. So that is what it means. And that is what we are doing. And whether in science, let's say technology, all this advancement in science and technology, that you fly 5% error. Oh, that is big. 5% margin error for aircraft. Astaghfirullah. Nobody wants to fly. So, but now, the point is that there is a limitation in the science. Even if it is 1%, it's a limitation. And that limitation can be overcome through integration of knowledge. Of course, nothing will be perfect 100% because Allah says, وَمَا أُوتِيتُم مِّنَ الْعِلْمِ إِلَّا قَلِيلٌ. Whatever you have seen or you are given is small thing. But all this that is making possible, it is with the will of Allah. It is with the will of Allah that we are able to fly. It is with the will of Allah that we are able to, operate people successfully. About to die, but then, alhamdulillah, now they are okay. So these are all from Allah, but there are some areas where it needs to be amended, recognizing that it's Allah. He is the one who gives you the knowledge. That alone is something that cannot be ignored. Now, for any discussion on worldview, you must be able to talk about God, nature, man, purpose of life. All right? Religion also. Now let us begin to see. What is the perception of religion in the West? According to what? 1979. He says in the West, I hope you are seeing. Thank you. In the West, religion is a way of spending an hour also in the church on Sundays. In practices which gives him some support and strength in dealing with the problems of daily life, and which encourages him to be friendly towards other persons and to maintain the standards of sexual propriety, and it has little or nothing to do with religion, or commerce, or economics, or politics, or industrial relations, or may even look on religion as an opiate developed by exploiters of the common people in order to keep them in subjection. Is it understood? That just spend 1 hour every week and to have some reconciliation, right? And to get some strength, to get some friends, to chat, and that's all. But when you go to your market, in commerce, in business, in politics, forget about religion. So that is the Western perspective. And this perspective is actually, it is based on their experience of European civilization, as we shall soon see, inshallah. So to them, in the West, religion is reduced to private matter between an individual and his God, no role to play in determining public affairs. Science replaces religion as authority. Religion is for infantile man, while science is for modern man. You see? This person, how do you pronounce his name? Nietzsche, proclaims God is dead, subhanallah. These are among those who agree that God, maybe created and then, subhanallah.
Look.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Koopmans observed that, has said that, observe an economist, scratch him, and you will find a moralist underneath. That's somebody who believes in God. That is what he said. Therefore, while theoretically and conventional economics adopt a secular and value-neutral orientation of the Enlightenment worldview and fail to recognize the role of value judgments and good governance in the efficient and equitable allocation and distribution of resources, in practice, this did not take place fully. The dichotomy between religious and remainder of human life is a Western product and concern, not other society. It's a Western product and concern, this dichotomy. Others, everything was integrated. Now, this distinction between the sacred and profane, between religion and other aspects of human endeavor, is a result of this process of secularization that has been the experience of Western civilization, especially in the 17th century. So it is their own experience. And we all know through colonialism, they impose many things on many countries, Muslim and non-Muslim countries, because to them, there is not even much difference. Because the experience of Europe, what is that experience? There were two powerful religious groups, Catholic and what? Protestant in Europe during Enlightenment period. Now, Catholic were very religious. They follow the doctrine, they follow God, they believe in him and do many things. Protestant, they came and say, you people, you are wasting a lot of time. So please let us save time. Let us imbibe the culture of creating money, saving time. Let us be efficient. And what have you. So therefore, these characteristics brought by Protestant, they are now called Protestant ethics. You can Google it later on. Protestant ethics. And these Protestant ethics, they became the foundation of capitalism. That is why in economics, if you ask an economist, what is number one thing that you want to attain? He will tell you what? Efficiency. Do you understand? And what is efficiency? Yes, challenge to Usman and
Efficiency in economics for a company certain has to do with making efficient use of the resources you have. So if you were used to producing 100, you try to make sure you bring in factors that will make you produce 80 or 90 with the same resources that you have.
So saving resources,
Now,
right? And increasing the production.
yes, please.
Okay, Zubair.
Zuhair.
Zuhail, thank you.
Using little resources to achieve a higher output
Using
in a limited time.
Excellent. Using limited quantity of resources to achieve what? Higher quantity of output. So using limited and to get the best result. So, but in the course of doing so, actually a lot of things are happening. Exploitation. You as a manager of the company, you say you want to maximize resource, what do you call output. You are paying your workers small amount, very little amount. Why? Because you want to minimize cost. And those workers, you are charging them to produce, no coming late, the break time is 30 minutes. You know what happened during the COVID-19? There were some people, workers of some factories in my state, in Kano. During COVID-19, some company managers, they locked them in the company, in the factory. It's a factory, industrial areas. So they lock them because there is no movement. So you have to sleep there. So they were there for almost 2-3 months. Even to go and pray sometimes is a problem. What is it? So they become what? They want to make them to become their servants. While they are servants of Allah, not servants of human beings. So that is the issue about efficiency, whether you learn it before or you don't. So this is the truth of the matter. But in Islamic economy, we don't have problem with efficiency, but it has to be with equity. So balance it with the word equity, efficiency with equity. That you try to reduce the cost, reduce the waste. Anywhere you see waste, leakages, block it, but then ensure equitable distribution as well. So once you do so, then you are achieving the objective of Sharia, of Islamic economies. Now, according to Al-Atas, to understand secularization, which is the Western conception, you have to understand these three terminologies: secular, secularization, and secularism. Secular means something for this world, which we say there is no problem in dealing with this world. وَابْتَغِ فِي مَا آتَاكَ اللَّهُ الدَّارَ الْآخِرَةَ وَلَا تَنْسَ نَصِيبَكَ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا وَأَحْسِنْ كَمَا أَحْسَنَ اللَّهُ إِلَيْكَ. So we have no problem in dealing with this world. We are asked to pursue it. But in fact, you can see the verse. It says, what you are pursuing, number one is what? Akhirah. وَابْتَغِ فِي مَا آتَاكَ اللَّهُ الدَّارَ الْآخِرَةَ. But in your pursuance, please don't forget you are a portion in this world. In your pursuance of akhirah. So don't come and say, like you know the companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when they came to the Prophet, 3 of them, one of them said what? He's not going to marry woman because marrying woman will disturb him. He cannot sleep at night. he will be sleeping, right? And then he will not pray at night. He will not pray at night. So another one says he's going to fast every day. Because, if he's eating, it's making him far from Allah or ibadah. Another one says what? Yeah, he will going to pray all the nights. He's not going to sleep again. So these three companions, the Prophet ﷺ counseled them that, look, I'm your leader. I do pray, and also I sleep at night. So he prays the Prophet ﷺ, and he also sleep at night. And then he now says he marries women as a prophet of Allah, as a messenger of Allah. He also marries women. So who are you? You haven't reached his level. Yet, he does the ibadah and he marries women. And then he also says he fasts and he breaks his fast. And then the Prophet ﷺ told that person that the best form of fasting is the fasting of Prophet Dawood. He fasts and breaks his fast. So the Prophet ended this nasiha by saying, "Man ragiba an sunnati, laysa minni." So this is the thing. It's not about surrendering this world, abandoning it for the hereafter. No, you pursue this world. In fact, wabtagi fima ataka Allahu. So it is Allah that has even given you. What did He give you? He gives you a lot. He gives you health. He gives you wealth. He gives you means of sustenance. This is ma ataka Allahu. And then since He gives you, then pursue from what He gives you, the Yawm al-Akhirah. But in your pursuance, again, don't forget you are pushing in this world to marry, to go and enjoy yourself in a legitimate manner. So that is the secular. We have no problem, but we will have problem with secularism, which is an ideology that says only this world matters. Hereafter, it doesn't matter. And the third ideology is secularization, which is an agenda, a gradual decline of religion and its authority in man's life. So we'll have bigger problem with this word. Because it's a process that sees a gradual decline of religion and its authority over life, as occurred in the Western civilization and in the Age of Enlightenment era, as elaborated by Cox 1965 and Al-Attas 1978. Naqib Al-Attas is a friend to Al-Faruqi, Ismail Al-Faruqi, whom I believe you know him by now. Rahimahullah. Now, two of them, they were even discussion about whose idea is about integration of knowledge. So both of them were contributing to the course. So he now says, for you to understand secularization, you need to understand these three concepts: disenchantment of nature, desacralization of politics, and the consecration of values. Disenchantment of nature is that utilizing what nature has provided without appreciating Allah, without acknowledging Him. In fact, exploiting, not utilizing, exploiting, conquering the earth by man. Just like the verse says, ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر بما كسبت أيدي الناس. Right, till the end of the verse. So that is disenchantment of nature. Then the sacralization of politics, that is separating religion from politics. That is a second agenda, to separate religion from politics. Right? It has been the experience of the Western civilization. Then next is the consecration of values. That is making values to be flexible as possible. Now, all your values, they want you to make it flexible. What are the values? Example.
Justice.
Justice, good. Honesty. Morality.
Opposite gender relation. Opposite gender relation.
Opposite?
Gender relation.
Gender relation. Okay. Marriage. I would rather prefer you say marriage institution. Marriage, that is Islamic way of doing what? Or conducting marriage. Offspring are given birth through marriage. So if now somebody tells you that abandon your values in marriage, you can get children from other means, you know, then he is telling you to follow the last idea, the consecration of values. And that is what is happening nowadays. All these issues of same-sex marriage is abandoning the original values that even not only Muslims, even non-Muslims have. Even non-Muslims, they have the values in marriage, how they do between male and female. These are universal things, we all know. But then now, this idea of making values flexible is going around Muslim and non-Muslim countries. And other form of living abandoning values. So therefore, the last one is even more dangerous. Because sometimes here you may not, if you don't have power in the second one, you may not be able to bring religion into politics. In the disenchantment of nature, if you don't have the science and technology knowledge where you can compete, where you can show the best practice, you can also not be able to do anything. In the last one, you are targeted now. You are now a target that, look, abandon your values. So therefore, it's even more dangerous than the rest. I have quoted this verse. The religion of Islam is the willing and conscious submission to God to pay back our debt for our existence. Islam teaches the concept of Tawheed. Now God, the position of God from Islamic viewpoint. God is the one who creates. He creates mankind. A Muslim becomes Muslim after a determined testimony through kalimat shahada. Allah has sifat and names. Asma'ullahi wa sifatihi. One of his names, or some of his names, include Ar-Razzaq, because we are relating it to economics. So we have Ar-Razzaq among the names of Allah. We have Al-Muqsit, the equitable. So if we are looking for an ideal Islamic economic system, we must make sure these features are reflected in that system. Equity, that is why I say we will not have problem with what? Efficiency, but provided there is what? Equity in it. Because one of the names of Allah is equitable. The provider, Malik al-Mulk, the eternal owner of sovereignty, and the many other al-Wahhab. You are looking for rizq or marriage. You ask him with his name, one of his beautiful names is Al-Wahhab. Yes. You yeah, Wahhab. So may Allah provide us with what we want, what will make us good in this world and good in the hereafter. So these are things which when we talk about Islamic economics, we must put them at the forefront before any other theory. We are going to develop the theory now later on based on them. That now if we want to establish the objective of Islamic economic system, we must remember the name of Allah, Al-Muqsit, the equitable. So that society that will operate Islamic economic system will make sure that it achieves equitable distribution of wealth and income. Is it clear? Thank you. Now man. Man is from al-insan. Some scholars say the one who forgets a lot. He is endowed with spiritual and physical components to enable him discharge his responsibilities, including economic functions. Allah has given him wisdom and physical ability so that he can manage the affairs of this world. He is being trusted or entrusted as a Khalifatullahi fil ard. We shall see also this later. And here it is where Allah says he's going to create man, and when he creates him, let the angels prostrate for him. He was given akal, like I mentioned. He was taught the names of all things. وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا. He is created in the best form of molds. Right? Man is created in the best form of molds. So you look a man as beautiful as he is, and you say he comes from nature, or he comes from Big Bang. What is Big Bang? Ya Akhi, please find your... Remember yesterday when we went to the museum? What was the comment, the remark? I noted it, that we all know, it's not possible, isn't it? Ha! Ya Akhi wa shahida shahidun min ahliha. There must be creator of human being. We cannot come by incidence or coincidence. No any Big Bang that will just come out and then you see man as beautiful. This thing, somebody must have what? Created it. And this, as ugly as it is, you cannot say nobody has done it. And you look at human being as beautiful as he is, and yet you don't recognize and you don't acknowledge his creator. Subhanallah. Sometimes if you are reading these verses and then you remember some of the theories, you just can't understand. And the problem, what is happening because of the impact we have in our educational system, you can see a person who has Hafizul Quran, his mind is actually divided into two parts. On one part, on the right part, he holds the Quran, he holds the Hadith, and many Islamic literature. On the other hand, he has a lot of theories of conventional sciences. Maybe he studied geography, or he studied biology. He has that theory. And if you ask him in Islamic schools, what is the position of man? What can you say about man? He will tell you the correct answer from Islamic viewpoint. And if he goes to the conventional school, you ask him to describe man. What is man? Who is man? What will he tell you? Do you think he will bring the Islamic perspective? That is the problem. And then now we say there is duality in our educational system. One person thinking differently. So what we want is to end the duality. Let us, integration, bring the two knowledge together. We appreciate all the scientific findings and discoveries about the features and qualities of man, but we also must appreciate the creator, how beautiful he made the man, and what are the roles he asks man to do for him to succeed in this world and in the hereafter. So man is nothing but a vicegerent of Allah on us, Khalifatullah fil ard. But to be a Khalifa, like Abdul Nasser has said in his book, and I think Understanding Islam, there is no more dangerous creature on earth than a man or a Caliph who no longer considers himself as a servant of Allah. It's very dangerous. In other words, a man should always remember he is Abdullah first and foremost, and then he is Khalifatullah. If he is Abdullah, then he will be willing to surrender. He will be willing to be subservient and follow the path of Allah, his guidance. Then to do what? To be the Khalifatullah. That is the second role. Now, the deen the nature concept, the concept of nature, like I used to say, anytime in the conventional senses, people cannot elaborate anything. They will say is nature, it's natural. When the weather has changed and there is no explanation, or when there is things like flooding or typhoon or whatever, it will just be attributed to nature. And now I ask, what is that nature, please? Can you further elaborate? No answer. No answer. So nature are things that Allah has caused it to happen. We know in this Surah Al-Hud, or one of the chapters with name after one of the prophets, Allah was telling us how He destroyed other nations. Some with winds, some with rivers or water, and things like that. So we must appreciate Allah, that He is the one behind all things that you see happening. Nothing that will happen just by coincidence. In Surah Al-An'am, Allah has described some things which are considered as natural, such as vegetations, fruits, night, day, heavens, and earth. So these natures, what is considered as nature, are actually nothing more than signs of Allah. Sign, S-I-G-N. When you look at the moon, so you should just know, okay, this is a sign of Allah. When you look at the sun, this is a sign of Allah. When you look at the Fatir al-Samawat, when you look at the heaven, the sky, you look left, right, and center, you don't find any pillar supporting it. You should know this is a sign of Allah's existence. Do you understand? Now, the purpose of life is actually to fulfill, to ensure ibadah. وَمَا خَلَقَتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ مَا أُرِيدُ مِنْهُمْ مِنْ رِزْقٍ وَمَا أُرِيدُ أَنْ يُطِعِمُونَ. So look at how beautiful Allah is describing our relations. He is the one who provides, actually. He provides to you and to your children. وَلَا تَقْتُلُوا أَوْلَادَكُمْ خَشْيَةَ إِمْلَاقٍ نَحْنُ نَرْزُقُكُمْ وَإِيَّاهُمْ. In another verse, نَحْنُ نَرْزُقُهُمْ وَإِيَّاكُمْ. Now, it is the goal of purpose of life is to achieve ibadah, to achieve falah, which you also underline the word falah. Because in economics, we are trying to understand what do we want to achieve, maximum profit maximization, or what? In Islamic economics, it is falah, which means success in this world and success in the hereafter. However, also we are to develop the earth to achieve God's pleasure, which requires these qualities: al-nafsiyya, al-jismiyya, al-kharijiyya, and al-tawfiqiyya. Iman, character, health, strength, wealth, influence, and at the end, divine grace, acceptance, overall stamp from Allah, that what you have done is finally blessed by Allah. Knowledge, we know the sources is not only from our senses, but also from revelation. That is the point I want to make here. Now, concept of action, good action is ibadah. Good economic action is ibadah. Good action requires correct intention, correct knowledge, and observance of all Sharia requirements. In other words, we want to show that Islamic economics, or we can make economics to be part of ibadah. It is actually part of ibadah. But it requires three things. It requires, number one, intention. When you are doing any economic activities, try to have the intention. Why am I doing this? Once you get the correct intention, and then you can now get the knowledge how to do it. So it's not enough to have the intention, and with the intention you do with ignorance. No, you have to have the knowledge. And then after knowledge, you can now act. So don't stop at knowledge level. You have to take it, pursue it to action level, whereby you implement the knowledge which has good intention. So once these three are fulfilled, then economics is actually part of Ibadah. So I think I will stop here if there is any, I don't know what is there. Now, at the end, we say Islamic worldview is not the same as secular worldview. They are different. They have different foundations as described in the previous presentation. The next is we are going to discuss about economics, nature, and concept. Yes, Abdul, any announcement?
We have 13 minutes more. So if there are any questions, contributions, or whatever, so we'll do that for the next 13 minutes. Then we take a 5-minute break, after which we come back and continue. Any question?
Okay. No.
Okay, Zuhair, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. So my question is about the efficiency we're talking about. Looking at the kind of workspace we have now, managers would always want to make or, I don't know, use their staff. And at the end of the day, they targeting making more money or more profit. But from the Islamic point of view, how do you measure, to what level are you going to say, okay, for this person, I'm going to pay him this amount? For what quantity of work would you consider to pay this amount? What quantity of work would you consider to pay that amount? Yes, so that's my...
Yeah, Zuhair is trying to understand what will be that a just wage that should be compensated to the worker. So that is why we introduce the concept of al-adil wal-ihsan. You as the manager, principally you take this as your operational principles. That anybody that you will employ, you will try to offer him something that fits him, that is based on justice. Sometimes even justice is not enough. You have to complement it with what? Ihsan. Are you following? Sometimes if you are just stop at justice level, you can see somebody still cannot meet up with what he needs. So you have to complement with ihsan. So you need to know, determine what would that be justice from what you can afford, from the available resources. Those who have more, they should give more. Those who have less, that is what they can afford. Do you understand? So there is no one framework, single way approach to give that answer, but it depends on the capability of the company and the people and what they can, the resources available at the... Remember, if somebody works for you, what is the teaching? Immediately before his sweat dries up, you what? Pay him. So these are some of the teachings that many people do not even know or they don't apply. I hope I have... yes. So you have second part.
Follow-up question.
All right.
So let's say we work on a site, a building construction site. Of course, the one who would be the supervisor and the mason will not be paid the same way. But largely, the supervisors don't, in quotes, don't really do anything. If you want to consider the extent of work that the masons or those carrying the blocks and all those things are doing. Yeah.
So,
yes.
So you have forgotten one principle I mentioned. ذَلِكَ فَضْلُ اللَّهِ يُؤْتِيهِ مَنْ يَشَاءُ. At entry level, when you are being employed, sometimes you have the same qualification with someone. But at entry level, perhaps during interview, you are assessed to be at higher level compared to someone with equal qualification with you, who is considered as middle level. So when you enter, you will do a lot of hard work, a lot of work on you, and he will do a lot of supervision. And I think that is the nature of organizations. So there is nothing to worry about that. And that approach is socialist approach, whereby everybody must be equalized, which is not even practical. You know? Yes. Now, Usman.
Assalamu alaikum, Doc.
Alaikum assalam.
I want to add something to what he said. With regard to compensation, mostly companies have what we call the market quota. So for a certain role, there's an amount they pay universally. And like you said, depending on the kind of work you do, your experience, you may have the same qualification with someone, but because of experience and performance, the person may take a better salary than you. And sometimes, if the company wants to actually be just and fair, if they are efficient and they are getting more money, then they have to also compensate the employees by giving them more money or giving them part of the profit. So if you are bringing Islam here, it means that if they are efficient and they are getting more money, then they should also consider what? Adding allowance or whatever it is to the employees, and everything will be fine. But if they don't give it out, that is when we say that they are not being fair to them. Now.
Exactly. This is rather a comment than a question. He's talking about like bonus. That in a situation whereby you are getting more from the effort of someone, from overall effort of the organization, then you should consider, instead of just the salaries, then you have more like bonuses. And that is also can be considered as ihsan, or even motivation. Because in work, in organization, I'm sure Professor Nail has talked about organizational behavior, did he? The kind of how you manage human resources and what have you. So these are motivations you can give, which is not against Islam. Actually, it is encouraged, right? So, yes, Sister Aisha.
Salaam alaikum. Please, I want to ask with regards to trade. When you mention hoarding, it's not it's not really hoarding. Like some traders, they are selling something. Their things are still in their stores, and then they will hear that they've increased the price of that product, and then they will increase. But if you complain, they will say that because if they finish selling, they have to use another money to buy that product that they've increased. So it's better for them to increase now and sell and then get the same money. I don't know whether they are.
Yeah, so it's asking about the behavior of some shop owners or commodity sellers that now currently they have items. They don't want to bring it out and sell all of it at certain price. They will now rather prefer to keep it, most of it, and until when the price increases, if I get you right, or even increase the price now compared to what they bought it. Because if they sold it at the old price, they will now go to the market and buy at higher price. So there are a lot of things that you have to consider in this case. You know, number one, that item belongs to them. It is their own. And if genuinely they are going to end up losing, they should consider maybe adding a little price compared to the just, because why they take the risk of buying and keeping, it's because they are looking for profit. Now it's time they may want to increase that price. But putting it high or as high as what they will buy in the market or even higher, I think it's not recommended. Do you understand? So it's trying to find a middle course, balancing the two positions between selling it at lowest price and selling it as highest price. They should rather consider adding price but not so high, at least so that people can be able to buy. Aisha, still you have follow-up question.
If they are going to increase the price a little bit, so can they like consider their profit, like the previous time that they bought, the profit that they thought they would get, so and then the market price now, so that they will add a little amount that will lead to their market price, but the profit will still be the same as their previous when they bought it the previous time, and then
the profit?
Yes.
You want to maintain the same profit
yes,
rate?
Yes.
It's a suggestion anyway.
Okay.
To maintain the same profit rate, you are trying to make a good determination of how much increase they will make, right? But if they can make it cheaper for people, it's better, always. Because la yarhamullahu man la yarhamun nas. It's better if they can, because it's market situation. Even if you go and buy at higher price and come back, you have justification to sell at higher price. But holding or keeping and increasing the price so high, I think there are some question marks on this. Unless, like I mentioned, a little part of it to just compensate your feeling and what have you. Sister Fatima.
Alaikum. Please, with regards to the concept of not paying your employee or someone you have entrusted to work for you before their sweat dries. So sometimes there could be, how do you reconcile these two situations, like this concept, and when you are going to pay someone who has come to work for you, for instance, at home, and you're supposed to leave out of home, and you don't have money, you have to do transfer for them, and there's network issue, the person has already finished working, or maybe with regards to one or two things, two circumstances or factors, you can't
able to fulfill
exactly
that
at
immediate
exactly
requirement.
Exactly.
Yes, so you see, these are guidance that are given. So depending on situation and circumstances, you cannot like say you must literally done, and then some payment are based on monthly, some are weekly. So it's not that immediate. Do you understand? But what is taught principally is that as soon as one completes, so do not delay in paying him or her. If you come across network challenge or transfer issue which will take time, then these are beyond your control. Do you understand? We are human beings. So I think there is no issue about that. We just factor in the realities we are in. Yes, any other question or no? We can, Mauricio, yes?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Prof, alhamdulillah, we are much grateful for what the knowledge you have given us. Precisely, me, I'm a small business man. I sell fabrics.
No.
And then those that normally I do sell for them, they do pay it at the end of the month. If the person buy it today, maybe at the end of the month, if the government pays him, then the person pay. So if I sell to the person 100 Ghana cedis, maybe at the end of the month, he will pay 100 Ghana cedis, but the person will tell you that I don't have money. So maybe if at the end of the month, instead of him to pay 100 Ghana cedis, then he will add something. I do normally tell them that my religion is against this type of business. But actually, I don't have any knowledge about it. Some of my colleagues who are also into that business do that. They will sell it to you at this, but if you have to pay it instantly, you pay that 100 cedis. But if you have to pay it maybe at the end of the month, the person will say add 20 cedis to it. Please, is it Islamically, is it allowed to do? Yeah. Right? Yes, please.
All right, thank you. You have a follow-up question, Umar?
Saying, I just wanted to add some small, so that you can answer it for us. As my brother is saying, there are some people that we used to explain these things to them. On my point of view, what I learned according to Sharia law is riba nasi'a and the riba al-fadl. I know you will explain that to us. Sometimes a fellow Muslim, when you tell him that this is what the Sharia says, he will stand on his feet telling you that he knows nothing about that. What he knows is that if you are going to pay the money now, this is the amount that you are going to pay. Then if you are going to pay the installment, maybe 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, then I will add 20 CD or 50 CD on that. So I want you to clarify that for us.
Yeah, so it's the same question anyway. Let me say that this thing actually is halal. It's permissible. But the way it is done is making it look riba. You understand? Riba enters if there is no commodity in the transaction, in the exchange. If it's money with money. Like you give him 100 CDs and you are requesting him at the end of the month to give you 110 CDs. This is riba. No any teacher or scholar will give you fatwa that is halal. You can tell because I'm sacrificing my money, time value of money, all this things. You are the one who knows, but just know that this is prohibited. And if he wants to more, let's say 2 months, you can say 115. So a 15 CDs addition. This is riba also. But if it is commodity, let's say mobile phone. How much was mobile phone ordinarily? Around 50 CDs? I'm having to come to the term of CDs yet.
It
600?
depends on the kind of
600.
phone. It depends.
It depends.
So let's say 600.
So 6,000? Let's say 5,000. 600, 500? 600. Let's say 500 CDs. So you are selling phone, 500 CDs, to some workers that you want to collect on installment basis. You can say, okay, the price is now 500. You want to pay cash, please pay. Or he's saying that, okay, I will pay end of the month. You say it's 520. So you are actually selling him. You are bargaining on the price of the commodity. What is a commodity? The mobile phone is a commodity. So, and the conditions of trade is agreement between buyer and what? Seller. So this condition is being fulfilled. And there is item, which is called al-sil'a, commodity, which is permitted in Islam. So there is no haram in it. But the way people are putting it is that they now forget about the item. They will now focus on the money. 500, that's what you pay me. Okay, I will pay you 2 months later. No, you have to pay me 520. Forgetting about the price. Now, rather, tell him it is the price. Now, I can only sell this because you have the right to give him free, isn't it? You can say, okay, take it. You want to pay now, or you want to take it now, it's free. Or take it later, it's free. I don't take money from you. This is still exchange. Or you can say, I bought it 400. I'm selling it 300. Do you have the right? It's your own. It's your own. Who knows you are looking for Jannah with a balance? You know Allah will reward you. He comes. He told you he doesn't have enough to pay. Only he has 300. And you yourself, you bought it 400. You say, okay, give me. And you give it. So Allah will reward you for that. So also you can sell it at 500 for him, the same amount you bought in the market. Okay, maybe you are not making 400, the same amount you bought. Or 500, you are making 100. Or 520. So the point is that it is permissible. But many people are confused about this trading, that if I'm paying now or later, it's riba. It's not riba. Because once there is commodity in it, riba hardly enters. And maybe with Imam, we will have, maybe online, I can volunteer one time to have a session on Islamic business ethics. Inshallah, we can organize with their collaboration to talk more in length about this. I can see more hands are coming now. Brother Aliu has talked, and then I will give you and let Jamal.
Assalamu alaikum. In addition to the question he asked, what if you sold the item to the person and after let's say he's paying it in 2 months, and before he paid the item, the price reduces? What do you do?
In Islam, you don't change the price. Once you conclude the contract, because you are entering into al-bay. You know, let me give you an analogy. You know how marriage is being done, ko? Sadaq, wali, shahidan, right? If you come together in a mosque and the marriage is being conducted and concluded at mahar, the sadaq, let's say how much in average in CDs? The women want to quote more CDs. The male want to reduce the CDs, right? So how much average? 5,000.
120.
5,000. So let's say 5,000. Let us be benevolent to them. 5,000. Now, this 5,000, do you know that it can be done cash or on debt? So what is the problem? Will you come later and say, the dollar has changed and now it has to be 700? Will you come and say that? No, it is the same 500 that you have to pay. So the same thing in contract, in the trading. Once you conclude, and that is what Islamic banks are doing, and some see it as disadvantage to them. If interest rate changes, Let's say somebody borrows from conventional banks at 10% interest, and he is to pay in 2 years. If interest rate changes to 15%, do you know that he has to pay 15%? Huh. But if he enters into transaction in Islamic banks, and the interest rate increases, the Islamic banks bought item for him, maybe house or car or furniture. They don't have any right to change the price. That is Islamic banks and Islamic banking system. You don't change the price based on interest. Yes, Jamal asked, but I think he is now tough. Before I give chance to sister. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Please, what was the Islamic point of view on kind of transaction where someone wants a commodity, but then you know a friend who has it, so you talk to the person about the price, and then when you agree on a certain price, you then go to the shop and then get the commodity and come and sell it to him.
So, Doc.
Just tell me, Dillanchi Malan
Doc.
Jama.
Dr. Aliu.
Dillali.
Dr. Aliu. Dr. Aliu.
Yes. Okay. So we'll wrap. Let me say there are a lot of corrections in that practice. One way of doing so is to enter into agreement with the original seller that you will be bringing customers and he will be paying you for the service you are doing to him. Or rather, he shall agree to give you at certain price anytime you have customer, and then you have the right to sell it at, but not to conclude transaction with somebody. You don't have item. You don't decide, you don't know whether it's available, and you go and sell, collect the money, ask him to sit on the chair, and you rush to a shop and get it. I know this thing, I practiced it before, but now it's wrong. Okay, because we are wrapping up. So
Assalamu alaikum. Please, we have to go for a break now. So please, if you have any question, just jot it down. We'll come back. You'll get another chance to ask your questions.
Are we to stop right
Yeah.
now? All
So we are going for a 5-minute break.
Abide by the time management. There are those who raise their hand. When we come back, inshallah, we can give them chance.
So we are going for a 5-minute break. It's now 10:48. We are coming back at what? 10:53. We are coming back at 10:53. Thank you. Mr. Rabiu this morning. The evaluation form of yesterday. Some people have not filled it. Please, I am begging you. Fill the evaluation forms. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Please, let's get settled so that the doctor can continue. Please, let's settle. Thank you. Okay, so I'll take just 2 questions. One from the ladies section and then one from the gentlemen. So I'm taking 1 question from Sarah too. Please, if you have a question, just jot it down. I'll come back to you. I will come back. So just jot your question down. And then I'm taking the question also from Mr. Course Rep. So that's just the only people who are asking a question. Any other person that has a question, please jot it down. We will come back for another round of questioning, then you can ask your question. So Sarah too, you can please ask your question.
Okay. Salam alaikum. Please, a company has a branch in, let's say, America, then a branch in Ghana. And in America, like, the minimum salary for a worker is like $1,000. But in Ghana here, the minimum salary for such work in Ghana here is 1,000 cedis. No, okay. The minimum salary in Ghana here is 1,000 cedis. So is there any fairness in this system? Or what can a Muslim manager do in this case to ensure he's being just to each of the workers?
Okay, Headmaster, please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. From the concepts that we discussed in Islamic economics and transactions, you realize that the foundation principle is to establish ethics, justice, and then maybe fairness. So in an instance, and also trying to reduce burden from the mass. So in making profits, okay, what guidelines should we follow in establishing our profit margin? For instance, I buy something for $10, and then I'm able to get a customer who is ready to buy it at $1,000. So from $10 to $1,000, and the person feels that he can buy it. And then there is nothing in the commodity that I'm hiding. It's clear he knows this is how it works. And then I am able to market it to the person at maybe $1,000. If I'm able to get a customer, what's the ruling on this? Is it acceptable or otherwise? Thank you.
Is that all? Okay, thank you. Let me start, Sister Sarah, about company differentiating the wage rate or the wages it pays from workers in the US and workers in Ghana. There are operational issues. There are regulatory issues in all these things. There are also environmental issues. Because they know the life in the US is such expensive, and for people to work for you for 1 hour, by law, you have to pay them certain amount. And if it is in Ghana, the life is relatively cheap, and the law requires you to pay minimum wage of so amount. So people will, there is nothing that we can say, because the environment are 2 different environments, to say that you must equalize. You understand?
I read somewhere about a company in America recruiting.
It has branch.
Yes.
In Ghana.
No, but those in Ghana work for that company, but the work is not for Ghana, but like outside.
Yeah.
So they are willing to pay those in Ghana the same amount they pay those in America. Yeah. But the recruiters, the middlemen who employ these people.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay. Definitely, definitely. And that is why you see, to give fatwa or to give a verdict, this kind of, you need to have the details. We don't just issue fatwa like this. In fact, there are those who qualify to issue fatwa. But we try to understand situations. Some of them, the fatwas are already in existence. So it's not a matter of giving new fatwa. It's just a matter of informing the person about the standard Islam will stand for. So definitely that will be injustice. If it is just somebody who is hiding information, or he's cornering or shortchanging the employees, right? So that's what I would say. About profit margin, let me tell you there is no limit to what one can charge, but one should be conscious about how much he charges, how much you put as your profit rate. And there's one scholar in Kano, he said you can multiply as much as you want, provided you have the market. Like just you say, you buy. Remember, time makes your item to change in value. Let's say plot of land. You buy plot of land, small amount of money. After 1 year, you can sell it 50 times. You know? So that it's not, but you have to be conscious about how much you are charging. Are you not exploiting the people? Or if you are the market leader, because you are sometimes, if you are the market leader, people follow you. So when you put the price so high, and that will be the trend, everybody will now put it so high. So as a Muslim producer, don't put it so high because you are the market leader. You are taking advantage of your maybe monopoly power. That you should not do it because you want to ensure mercy. The hadith which says, Yuhibbullahu ta'ala abdan, samhan idha ba'a, wa samhan idha ishtara, wa samhan idha qada, wa samhan idha qtada. Allah loves person who, when he sells, he makes it easy for people. When he buys, he doesn't try to make the seller to lose the profit or to incur loss. And when he gives loan, he makes it simple. And when he is to pay the loan, he becomes so easy. So these are the teaching of Islam. So I think because we have to continue. We will open for other. Are we? Or is just question? So where is it coming? So while waiting for them to put on, let us give chance to just. Jamal, I give you a chance.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Mine is on the cap on profit, the limit that you can charge profit. Is it a majority opinion, or there are some who have other views?
About no limit?
Yes. Look.
Okay, how much limit you want to charge?
I don't know.
So that's the question. I will now twist it for you to see.
Okay.
The companions of the Prophet ﷺ, they came to Medina and complained that there was inflation. They were requesting the Prophet to put maximum price, control the inflation. He now says, no, Allah controls the market. So the price is in the hand of Allah. So you cannot come and say you must put maximum amount of, unless if you determine, you establish the sellers are exploiting. Let's say during Ramadan, unfortunately, some Muslim producers, they tend to put the price of goods and services so high, like sugar. I know in Nigeria, last 2 years, couple of years, they put the price of sugar almost double. And then the government now established a committee that went around to all shops to find those who hoarded sugar. They bring it out and sell. Compulsorily, you have to sell and at the normal price. And that has made to the price of sugar to come to the normal. All right. Islamic economics concept and principle. We have a lot of things to discuss, but some of them, by the way, through discussion, we have already covered them. So that will make it easy when I come to those. Economics deals with production and consumption, as we all know. It also deals with distribution. The main central issue about economics is scarcity, like I mentioned earlier. If there is no scarcity, all things will be in abundance. So this scarcity requires you to make correct choice in Islamic perspective, good and correct choices, right? Man interacts with other human beings and nature to make these choices. We have different systems, capitalism, socialism, whatever system is built based on the system of that particular society. Capitalism is built upon the society of Europe. So their experience is what brought up capitalism. So also in the US, USSR, in the Russia, because of their socialist setting. So that is why they have different economic system. And also Islamic economic system. We have teachings from Quran, from Sunnah, and our society, social settings and social obligations, Maqasid al-Sharia, worldview, this will form the foundation of our system. So Islamic economics is part of the deen, unlike conventional economics, which separate religion from politics, religion from economics, religion from commerce. Islamic economics is not like that, it's together. And the definition given by some scholars, this is my supervisor during PhD, Professor Muhammad Aslam Hanif. He defines it as an approach to and process of interpreting and solving man's economic problems based on values, norms, laws, institutions found or derived from the sources of Sharia. So this is how he defined it. So it is an approach of solving man's economic problem. What is man's economic problem? The scarcity issue, the demand, what you need, what you want, all these things. So there are different ways. Like in conventional economics, how you resolve the issue of scarcity? By making choice, by making calculative, rational thinking, rational choice. Using rationality, cost and benefit. You only look at the material aspect, and then you decide. But in Islamic economics, in addition to material aspect, you also look at some guidelines given to you as a Muslim, such as, in fact, feeding the poor, feeding your family. So in your production or your consumption function, as economists would say, you will not only consider your own satisfaction, but the satisfaction of your family members. Do you understand? So this is an approach, isn't it? Because you are taught the importance of taking care of your family. It is your responsibility. You are not so individualistic in your lifestyle. You concern about your fellow human beings, your fellow Muslim brothers, and even fellow human beings altogether. You provide wherever necessary. You can see zakah. In some instances, even non-Muslims inclined to Islam, they are given zakat. So therefore, you can see the approach will definitely be different. So that is how Professor has put it. And I tried to also come up with a kind of also simplistic definition. I say it's a social science that studies human behavior in relation to acquiring, distribution, and utilization of resources for the fulfillment of human need based on the guidelines of the Sharia. So, because what we do in economy is acquire, distribute, acquire, utilize. So in our approach, it's not exploitation or exploring, but utilization. When you are utilizing, you are actually avoiding wastage and many things. And after all, you are following the guidelines of the Sharia. Now, let us see the principles of Islamic economics. Earlier on, I told you to underline justice and what? Benevolence. So here you will see them more clearly together with other related principles so that you know this is a family of Islamic economic principles. Not only justice and benevolence, but there are additional principles. Before we go proper into the principles in the second box, right, the second cycle, let us understand the overall, the structure of Islamic economic system. You can structure any system based on this, be it capitalism, socialism, or Islamic economic system. You can try to understand what is the philosophy of the system, what are the operational guidelines or principles, what is the objective the system wants to achieve, and does the system has any control mechanism or not? Or what is the control mechanism? Any system, you can build it on these four aspects. First, philosophy. Our philosophy is based on the philosophy of Tawheed, unity of Allah. Like we mentioned, that is why we establish the Islamic worldview of God, man, universe, and others. So these are our philosophy. On the other side, on contrary, you can say conventional economics, if you are looking for their philosophy, you can say For instance, survival of the fittest. What is survival of the fittest? The stronger one will what? Survive. And they don't care. This is normal. Stronger one will survive. And that survival of the fittest is from that theory, Darwinism theory, which is actually in conflict with Islamic position, Islamic view about man, about creation. So our philosophy is not based on survival of the fittest. It is based on the unity of creation, unity of Allah, and Allah has some names, beautiful names, and sifat, Asma'ullah wa Sifati, like we mentioned, including Ar-Razzaq, Al-Fattah. Look at the name, Al-Fattah. Once he opens the door for you, nobody in this world will close it for you. Is there anybody? Nobody. So, ya akhi, subhanallah. Allahu Akbar. Tawheed, Risala, messagehood. This is our philosophy, that Allah creates man and he sent messengers with a message to deliver to man. And the man that is going to receive the message is called Khalif. It's Khalifatullahi fil ard. He is assigned the responsibility of manning the affairs in this world. And if you refer to the verse in the where Allah says, "Inna aradana al-amanata ala samawati wal ardi wal jibal, fa'abayna an yahmilnaha wa ashfaqna minha wa hamalaha al-insan. Innahu kana zaluman jahula." In this verse, one thing I want you to underline and to notice is that Allah says he approaches the heaven and the earth and the mountain with a truss. All of them decline to accept the truss. They just decline. They cannot take it. And then the next you hear, وَحَمَلَهَا الْإِنسَانِ. Human being just embrace the truss. In the verse, was there any mention of human being? Mankind? In this verse, at least, there was no mention, but human being embrace it, saying that he can take it. Allah says, "Innahu kana zaluman jahula." Except those who deliver the truth. Except those who are knowledgeable. So now, who are those knowledgeable? Who are those who deliver the truth? That is why repeatedly you will hear in other verses, Prophet Yusuf alayhi salatu wasalam, Prophet Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, they are mentioning these qualities. When Prophet Yusuf alayhi salatu wasalam says, "Inni hafizun," what? Alim. Are we together? He says, "Inni hafizun alim," that I am, I can keep the trust, I'm trustworthy, and also I'm knowledgeable. So you can see that an exception. If you deliver the trust, if you are knowledgeable about Islam, Islamic economics, Islamic finance, then inshallah you'll be out of that verse or blame. Tazkiyah, you cannot just be Khalifa without tazkiyatun nafs. So it's another principle we have. And that is why Abdul Nasser was mentioning that the most dangerous creator is the man who forget to be Abdullah and he still wants to maintain his khilafahship. So he has to recognize his Abdullah and then Khalifatullah. That is, then in the Tazkiyah, this will be fulfilled. Then we have operational principles. Adl is number one. Justice. And justice, whether you are charging price, how much you want to charge. Try to do justice. How much is the income of the people? How much government is giving them? What about those in the businesses? What about your competitors? Are you going to worsen the price in the market by your action or inaction? So ask yourself, once you have the positive answer, then go by it. That, okay, let me not exploit these people. Let me not charge them what they cannot afford. Let me try to be fair to them. These are all qualities that are unobservable. At times, it's left you to do. Sometimes government regulates you, but sometimes it's left you actually to do the job. And Ihsan, you even charge, but because, you do the adl, But because you feel some could not meet up with their needs, could not fulfill their need, you now say, let me even, let's say, bias of my commodities that are below certain wage rate. They can buy, if they can provide evidence, they can buy at 20% discount. Do you understand? This is ihsan. It is highly encouraged. And anybody doing it is doing Islamic economics in practice. In practice, because ours is not only theory, but also practice. Accountability, because if you do justice, you pay the worker minimum wage. You do all the justice possible. Yet, you will find some cannot fulfill their needs, which means they need to be complemented with something. So that is why you have zakah, you have qard al-hasan, to give them without charging them. So this is ihsan. Qard al-hasan is called benevolent loan. And that is why you have the word benevolent. You give them interest-free. Okay, go and use. End of the month, or when you get chance, return the money without charging. And this is benevolence. Then they can be able to fulfill their needs and that of their families. Another principle is accountability, not only to fellow human beings, but to Allah first and foremost. You are accountable to Allah and then to fellow human beings. This is another operational principles. So you are the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of your company, of your organization. What comes to your mind always when it comes to accounting the treasury is Allah. That whatever you do, Allah sees you. And one day you will be accountable to Him. So that will control your action naturally. And then you will also try to be accountable to the other fellow human beings, board of directors, and people in the organization and the general public. But this is where you get huge problem also. You see a person being entrusted with the public treasury, and then he will open it with keys and hammer and everything, and he takes everything of public and take it home. Make it personal treasury, no longer public treasury. Do you understand? Is it not the problem we are facing, especially in our countries? It's the problem. It's a huge problem. If we can overcome this problem, a lot of our problems, all these scarcity issues are artificial. We can overcome it. Yes. Takaful is another principle. Guaranteeing one another. You can say Islamic insurance. That is takaful. So guaranteeing one another. In this group, in this small group, each one of us guarantee his brother that I will not allow my brother or my sister to fall down. I guarantee you. So that is the meaning of takaful. It is based on brotherhood, based on ta'awun. What is ta'awun? Helping one another. And based on tabarru'at, donation. In takaful, let's say this 40, 50 of us, everyone donates something monthly that we are guaranteeing one another. Anything happen to one of us on his life or his business or his family, from that tabarru'at, from that donation, will be taken and give him to mitigate the problems. Let's say his motorcycle has been stolen. And how can he go to his work or to school? We now contribute money and buy tech. How will he feel? So that is the brotherhood. That is takaful. So that is the Islamic economic system principle. Cooperation, wa ta'awanu 'alal birri wa taqwa wa la ta'awanu 'alal ithmi wal udwan. Cooperation in good deeds. Anything that is good, let us come together. Collaboration. If we can do this, then we are actually operationalizing Islamic economies. The objective of the system are public interests. The maqasid al-sharia are talking about, for instance. Public maslaha. The objective of the system is maslaha, not to generate high income or high economy. No, what is the maslaha of the people? The need, the real need of the people have been resolved. Look at their needs, one after another. The need for food, the need for housing, the need for clothing, the need for education, the need for health. These are the genuine needs. So start with them. They are the maslaha, and they are maslahatul amma. So this is number one. Then you have also economic growth and development as another objective of Islamic economic system. We will not have problem with growth and development, except if you define development as abandoning religion. Then we will have issue and problem with it. Unless if you define development as setting up industries and institutions that will be working based on riba, based on gambling, based on everything that is prohibited, then we will have problem with that type of development. But development which will promote building us, constructions, creation, schools, we all call for it in Islamic economics. Welfare, economic stability, these are general in any economic system. An Islamic economic system has a control system, which is al-hisbah, to checkmate the market malpractices, because always there will be market fraudulence activities. There are those who shortchange in their transactions. That is why some verses were revealed, such as Surah At-Tathfif, وَيْلٌ لِلْمُطَفِّفِينَ الَّذِينَ إِذَا اكْتَالُوا عَلَى النَّاسِ يَسْتَوْفُونَ وَإِذَا كَالُوهُمْ أَوْ وَزَنُوهُمْ يُخْسِرُونَ أَلَا يَظُنُّ أَنَّهُمْ. So this is the teaching. So it's direct teaching which requires direct application. So shortcutting the measures, shortchanging people is prohibited. And when Prophet Shu'aib told his people to avoid cutting measure also, what did they say to him? قالوا يا شعيب أصلواتك تأمرك أن نترك أو أن نفعل في أموالنا ما نشاء. So you can see they rejected that his claim that they are used to something which their forefathers were doing, and they don't want him to come with his religion, with his salah, and say they should not do what they want in their economy. In their economy. You see, underline the what? So there is al-hizbah to make sure all these market malpractices are being controlled. Nowadays, al-hizbah can take different forms. Let's say consumer protection agency. Usually, many countries, they are establishing it. Consumer protection agency, to make sure what we are buying is genuine or is authentic. It's not there is no manipulation. There is no cutting measure and what have you. Whether they are doing it, the intention might not be there, but the action might be the same. In Islamic economics, you require what? Intention, knowledge, and action. These are also, okay, another important feature is moderation in Islamic economics. Yes, moderation. So when we want to charge, as a producer, for instance, how much you want to charge? You want to charge exorbitantly, or you want to charge moderately. So it is always recommended to be moderate, because charging that exorbitant will definitely cause harms to some consumers. So you better go by the moderate approach. Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat lin-nasi ta'muruna bil ma'ruf wa tanhauna 'anil munkar. In another verse it says kuntum khayra ummatan wasatan, moderate. So let us stick to that principle of moderation in all what we are doing. So as a consumer, it's not about maximum satisfaction, as economists would call it. Maximization of what? Satisfaction. Osman, right? And maximization of what to producer? Profit. Yes. Maximization of profit. No, try to be balanced. You know that you can even charge higher, but you decide to charge a bit lower. Yeah, Allah will bless your business. Yes. But for them, they don't understand the concept of blessing. It's not there. Barakaba, it's not there in the dictionary. So we have to understand the difference and try to abide by it. And like Allah says in the Quran, لو أن, this verse, لو آمنوا واتقوا, give me the full verse. ولو أنهم آمنوا واتقوا لفتحناه عليهم بركات من السماوات والأرض من السماء. So you can see Allah will bless you because of your belief in Him. And because of your fearing Him, He will bless you. But you don't get this in conventional economies.
Sir.
Now.
Salam alaikum. Sir, please, I have a concern.
So we have an arrangement of taking question at the end, unless if it is necessary. Okay, I give you a chance, Maurice.
Assalamu alaikum. Let's please hold on to the questions. Just jot your questions down. When we are done, you get a chance for question and answer session. Thank you.
Now, you see, this scholar, Muhammad Najatullah Siddiqui, rahimahullah, he just passed away. He is among the pioneer Islamic economists. In fact, he was the first to author a book called Banking Without Interest. All those that they were confused in the 70s. How can you do banking without interest? And I think still is a common question. How will you do banking without interest? How will you pay your workers? How will the bank survive? All these questions are there. But since 1970s, 80s, Muhammad Najatullah Siddiqui, Professor Emeritus, has responded to that. And the book, I think, is still online. If I see it, I will share, or you can search it, because most of his works are available. He has a website. I met him several times, alhamdulillah. The last one was in Turkey in 2013. And even before that, when I was going for my admission for my master's in Malaysia, I didn't know where I got his email. I sent him email requesting him for guidance. And then when he came to Malaysia, because he was in Jeddah then, he sent me email that he will be delivering a seminar at my faculty. I quickly rushed and met him. So in Turkey, I met him. He was addressing me as his son. They are our guidance in terms of Islamic economics. Really, he inspired us. He did a lot. He now said, Islamic economics goals are achieving universal need fulfillment and reduction of inequality, which are not being served by conventional economics. In conventional economics, they don't pay attention to actually reducing inequality and fulfillment of needs. And he also said the hallmark of Islamic economics is justice, equity, elimination of corruption, and operation while ensuring sustainability. So these are all features you can keep on building. A lot of theory, but here we are just trying to show that conventional economics has actually failed with all the rigor and theory, elegant theories, but they failed to solve man's economic problems. Still, people are swallowing in poverty, hunger, starvation, inequality, and a lot of other problems, despite all the theories in conventional economics. So Islamic economics is trying to see how to address those from different perspectives. Sorry, I think I have, okay. That's what is called Homo economicus. This is a human being, because to the West, in Western economics, you as a consumer, you have what is you are referred as Homo economicus, somebody who is very calculative. In whatever he does, it is based on cost and benefit, material in nature. But there is Homo Islamicus, somebody who doesn't also just concern him about himself, but also others. So in his consumption function, he considers fellow human beings. He considers neighbors. He considers his family. He gives sadaqat. That is even adding to his satisfaction. He's not so individualistic, but rather he is more of altruistic. Altruism. You can take the word later and find the meaning. Altruism, A-L-T-R-U-I-S-M. Altruism, okay? So the first one they say is so selfish, it's just part of nafs al-awwama. But in Islam, we have al-awwama, we have nafs al-mutma'inna. Right? So Homo Islamicus, he has the awama, al-awwama, mutma'inna. He considers about others, not only himself. Some of these are a little more of theories. I will just skip few. Theories of, some theories are in violent conflicts with facts and realities. That is why these things have not been resolved. Poverty, unemployment, financial crisis, debt crisis, inequality, they are all increasing by the day. While we should actually be reducing them. As we are getting wiser, we are getting more knowledge, more informed, we should be reducing this to the extent that we reduce them to minimum. But unfortunately, they are increasing. So something somewhere is wrong. Fundamentally in the framework of conventional economies. So in order to amend the anomaly, even in Islamic economies, there are three groups that they have different understandings, such as those who take the radical approach, such as Professor Asad Zaman. He's a Pakistani scholar, studied in MIT, and he's a kind of mathematical economist. If he is writing mathematics anywhere in the world, you know he's a scholar in his own field. So he says that we should abandon conventional economies and start from scratch, from Quran, from Sunnah, from our sources. That approach is problematic because you cannot abandon all the knowledge developed for centuries. And this knowledge, nobody told you that actually it is all conventional. There are intercivilizational, mutual collaborations among themselves, or transfer of knowledge from one civilization to another, from Islamic civilization to Western civilization. That is how life continues. So there are those things that are good in whatever you find. And that is why you have this verse, الَّذِينَ يَسْتَمِعُونَ الْقَوْلَ وَيَتَّبِعُونَ أَحْسَنَهُ. So they listen to all kinds of stories, but they take the best part of it and they build and capitalize on that. So we should not abandon other things, other knowledge. There are moderate views which believe that, look, you can take from here and from our sources. Take from our sources, take from the ways, whatever contradict Islam, filter it, amend it, and integrate. And I think that is the approach of triple IT. And then we have modernist view, those who feel like we have to modernize Islam, or we have to bring something new to make it to follow the suite of growth and development. That's where you find scholars such as Timur Quran. He's a Turkish scholar that when you read his work, you will be surprised. What is he saying? Criticizing some Islamic economic institutions, such as Waqf, that Waqf is locking property, not allowing it to develop the society, such as inheritance. That why are you partitioning your property? Why don't make it corporate? Let it continue to grow, and everyone will have share and this and that. But that is his own perspective, and he got adequate response from Muslim economists, such as Abdul Azim Islahi of Institute of Islamic Economics, King Abdul Aziz University. Specifically, I'm I'm skipping some because I talk about them. Economic behavior of Muslims are part of and taught in fiqh books. The term Islamic economics was attributed to Al-Maududi. Okay. These are evolution of Islamic economics. In 1974, Islamic Development Bank was established, and then around that year, starting from 1975 in particular, there was a conference in Mecca where it gathered over 300 Muslim scholars and economists, and they discussed about problems in Muslim countries. They now resolved that we must have Islamic universities. We must have Islamic financial institutions. And that led to establishment of 4 Islamic universities, including Islamic University of Malaysia, Islamic University Islamabad, Pakistan, Islamic University in Uganda, Aliu, and another one, Islamic University in Niger, which, alhamdulillah, I was opportune to visit the 3. Now I'm waiting to go to the 4th one, which is Uganda. I've been to the Pakistan, and I've studied master and PhD in IIUM Malaysia. And last year I was in through IIIT, complement to the IIIT. I was able to went to Islamic University in Niger, and I saw their new beautiful campus for women. Allahu Akbar. So beautiful to that in the recent time, I don't see any campus that is as beautiful as that one. Yes, it may not be that big like Kwame Nkrumah University, but in terms of the structure and the quality of the building and everything, you have to really commend them. I think they got support from King Faisal or King Abdullah Foundation in Makkah. So this is what the evolutions, the effort coming from left, right, and center, from Muslim intellectuals, from IIIT, from the product of Islamic universities, for instance. Now you find them in many countries managing Islamic banks, Islamic economic institutions. What time do we have before I move on? What time do we have before I move on? Let me know that. Okay, good. So we are going into Islamic economic thought to see, because it's integration, we need to know before we go to methodology and the contemporary issues, we have Islamic economic thought, how it evolves. And if we got time at the end, inshallah, we may have some group discussions to discuss about some contemporary issues that are bothering us. 1 more hour before the break. Okay, good. That's Salah break and lunch.
That's soon and lunch.
Okay, good. Okay. Islamic economics is divided into its evolution, can be categorized into 6 distinct phases. Actually, this is a response also to Timur Quran, because Timur Quran made some claims that, let me say maybe it's here. Okay. He made some claims. Okay, yeah, here. He wrote a paper called The Genesis of Islamic Economics. In that paper, he made some claims that Islamic economics is a sectarian discipline, not general, not universal, and it's nothing more than looking for Muslim identity and protection. Why? Because it comes from Indian subcontinent, from some Muslim brothers, from Islamic organizations. So they are just looking for Islamic identity and protection, and also it's so sectarian, it's not universal. It's kind of strong claim anyway, to the extent that Muslim economists have to respond to him. So a rejoinder was written to him, which was very rich, and one of it was written by Abdul Azim Islahi, who tried to show the origin of Islamic economics. Because Timur Quran says
it started with Abul A'la al-Maududi, who was a Pakistani or Indian, of Indian origin. But actually, it was not correct. Even the contemporary Islamic economists, which we know is no more than 6 decades, from the time of Maududi. But even before Maududi, there are scholars who talk about it, such as Hamidullah in 1936, such as Datta, 1939, Quraishi, and these other scholars. Hifzur Rahman, who was an Arab, not from Indian subcontinent, he also talked about Islamic economics. And then in 1947, we have Sheikh Muhammad Ahmad, who also talked about Islamic economic order, which he said is something which can and ought to be practiced today by the Muslims and the Indian nations, or how they put it, by the Muslims, and should be recommend itself to non-Muslims with almost equal force. Why? Because the problems that we confront the world today in the economic sphere are the same for Muslims as for any other religious groups. So since we have the belief, or we have the evidence to show that Islamic economics can resolve the problems we are having, the problem of debt crisis, the problem of injustice in the economic matter, because you are required to provide equal opportunity, regardless of the religion. So it means Muslims and non-Muslims need this particular system, isn't it? In other words, it is a universal system, which I think we have already passed that level, because you can see how Islamic economic institutions are being embraced by the West. Islamic banking is now being practiced by the England. They have to change their laws, amend their laws to have the first Islamic Bank of England, because they believe, yes, it can stabilize the economy. During the financial crisis, all studies conducted established that the institutions that were less affected by the crisis were Islamic financial institutions. This is there available on the net. It's a research from World Bank, from IMF. In fact, they made a position paper, World Bank and IMF, that Islamic finance is more resilient to crisis and more sustainable. These are 2 qualities, more stable, 3 qualities: more resilient, more sustainable, and more stable. And these are the objectives we want to achieve, actually, to ensure economic stability, sustainability. Now we are talking about global sustainable goals, and also avoid any financial crisis. So the idea, many economic ideas actually that we attributed to modern economists, those ideas preceded those economists. The ideas attributed to Adam Smith, for instance, while we acknowledge his efforts in putting together his doctrine, the nature and wealth of nation, the nature and causes of wealth of nation, at that time, it was a very powerful book, a very powerful collection. We acknowledge that, but those ideas in the book have preceded him. Other scholars have talked about them. We will see, inshallah, those who talk about those ideas. And Smith has shifted ground from his first initial book, The Principle of Moral Doctrine. He has the first book, which was more of like preaching, trying to derive inspiration from Bibles, morality, or like ethics in economics. Later on, he now published this, The Nature and Causes of Wealth of Nation, which become more popular and which is a little shift from what he has produced. Because that one, the first one, was talking about morality, ethics, and this one talking about factors, market forces, leaving everything in the hand of market, and talking less about ethics and morality. Now, this is a summary of the phases of economic thought. The first phase, starting from 7th century. The second phase, 18th to 11th century. The third phase, 12th to 15th. Until the last one, which this scholar, Timur Quran, claimed that Islamic economy started in the 20th century. Yes, contemporary Islamic economists could be said started in 19th to 20th century, but its origin, its genesis that he claimed was not correct. Its genesis started since the time of the coming of Islam in the 7th century. So he has to be corrected, and like I say, a lot of adequate responses were given to him. The first phase, you know, this is the first phase. We have the source from Quran, the Sunnah, the economic teachings, a lot of ijtihad and qiyas. There were also key economic ideas during this time, such as that of Abu Yusuf al-Shaybani, who authored Al-Kharaj, Kitab al-Kharaj and Kitab al-Kasab, the book of taxation and the book of earnings. In the book of taxation, you can see now people are attributing canon of taxation to whom? To Adam Smith and other Western scholars, meaning principles of taxation. How do you tax people? What will be the criteria? One of it, for instance, is tax them what they can afford to pay. Make collection convenient. Collect more than you pay in the transportation cost. Do you understand? These are the canon of taxation, which was attributed to this Western scholar. But actually, before them, in the Kitab al-Kharaj, all these ideas have been discussed enough. So it's a matter of taking from somewhere without acknowledging. The same with Kitab al-Kasab, book of earning. What do you earn? Halal income. When you should go to the market, which market, how to bargain, what will be the price? How will you make sure that you get halal? And that is what Abu Yusuf addressed in his Kitab al-Kasab. So if you have access to the Arabic books, Arabic texts, refer to them, you will see wonders. Ibn Abi Dunya, you know, wrote on betterment of wealth, Islah al-Mal. Look at the beautiful names. Where the money comes from, where the wealth comes from, and how to purify it, how to make it as good as possible as it's supposed to. Al-Mawardi on good governance, Al-Ghazali on the nature and functions of money. Even Al-Ghazali has talked about nature and functions of money. So it's not something that somebody will come and say, this is how money started, blah, blah. Even in the 1st century or in the 7th century, we have this. In the second space, we have translation from Greek to Persian and into Arabic language. This gives the scholars opportunity to learn and assimilate Greek and Persian economic ideas and improve upon them. The third phase is a written translation period where Greco-Arab ideas were translated into Latin to other European languages. 12th to 15th century. I think here it is where Joseph Schumpeter, you know Joseph Schumpeter? He's an economic historian. He's an economist. He made a claim that when he was analyzing economic history throughout centuries, he found some 500 years gap in knowledge production. At that 500 years, nobody talked about demand and supply. Nobody talked about economics or functions of money. Do you understand? So this thesis of Joseph Schumpeter now was attributed to him and called it Schumpeterian gap. In the economic and Western literature, everybody knows about 500 years gap of knowledge. Unfortunately, this is a time where you got Muslim scholars analyzing and dissecting economic matters. And that was the period. And he was claiming he doesn't find anything to refer. Ibn Taymiyyah talk about the rise and fall of prices. He now say it may not necessarily be due to injustice by some people. Look at it. They may also be due to shortage of output or the import of commodities in demand. If the demand for a commodity increases and the supply of what is demanded declines, the prices rises. This is by Ibn Taymiyyah. And then somebody will come and say, it does not find any economist talking about. At that time, Muslim scholars are authorities in their own right. You can find a scholar, he is good in fiqh, good in mu'amalat, in economic analysis, in governance, and other areas. So they are all encompassing. Very few specialize. Even Ar-Razi, who is referred as the renowned mathematician, he has the fiqh. Ar-Razi is a mathematician, chemist, right? From chemistry, they all know about Islam and also they know about sciences. So, but then again, these scholars say there is knowledge gap. Ibn Taymiyyah discussed even the concept of just price. Just price. Brother Subru Muhyiddin, right? Just price. What is just? Adil. A price full of justice. That when you are pricing, try to price well so that there is justice in it. So that he termed it just price. They are not looking for what is called equilibrium price. Earlier on I discussed about equilibrium, and I say hardly is unattainable because of the conditions mostly are not fulfilled. Right? The conditions are not fulfilled. Sometimes when we make assumptions in economics, they tend to be unrealistic. Somebody, I was told that there were arguments between three persons, three knowledgeable people. One is a physicist, another one, what is his profession? And then another one is economist. And then the physicist was busy, mathematician. Mathematician was trying to calculate, how can we reach to the sky, certain level? So the mathematician was calculating the angles and how to come up with the analysis that if we follow this, we can arrive at. And then the physicist was trying to measure also using some pendulums and instruments that if you throw it and how. And then when it comes to economics, he said, let us assume we have ladder that we will. How can you assume there is ladder to easily? There is no ladder. So these are sometimes, unfortunately, we make unrealistic assumptions. And then later we relax the assumption and then continue our analysis. So let us stick to what is more practical and more realistic. The fourth phase, this may be called dormant phase, which continued for almost 3 centuries. It was referred as peak of Muslim intellectual scholars such as Ibn Khaldun. When Ibn Khaldun was analyzing his book or analyzing societies, you have to listen. In his Muqaddimah, Al-Muqaddamah to Ibn Khaldun, which is supposed to be just introduction to the volumes of books he wanted to author, he started with the Muqaddimah. And that introduction became the whole work. Yes, it dominates. There are other books he published, but the Muqaddimah remained the most authoritative, the introductory part. So try to be Ibn Khaldun. When you begin from the Muqaddimah, you already finished the work. So powerful that no any sociologist will analyze civilizations in societies without making reference to the formula or the work of Ibn Khaldun. He may and he may not acknowledge, but the analysis, the powerful analysis, is actually from this scholar. he was able to describe the Umran. I'm sure Professor Isa Maishanu has done justice to the civilizations, rise and fall of civilizations. So that is what actually Ibn Khaldun did to analyze the causes of rise and the causes of failure. He was the first to introduce cause and effect into the study of history. Until now, it is being used in the study of history. If he asks one question, that in a society, is it a sign of development to have more hospitals or a sign of retrogression? Is it a sign of progression to have more doctors or more hospitals than less, or less is better? What will be the sign of progress? It's a tricky question. More or less? Women say more. More is better. Because when you have more hospitals, it means a lot of people are not healthy. Eh? It's a sign of sickness. Yes, that a lot of people are sick in the society, not healthy. But less may mean, but depend on time and circumstances. When he was doing the analysis, the rural community, the urban and suburban, he has done justice to all of them. At that time, perhaps the people are healthy, so seeing hospitals being open, hospital for ear treatment, hospital for eye treatment, hospital for this and that, probably is a sign of sickness coming into the society. Hospital of HIV patients, right? These are all signs that, but maybe nowadays, we may not want to make that claim. With the change of time and circumstances, we need to see more because we know already there is more patients that nobody is taking care of them. So perhaps the need for health sector is high. Okay, 3 great scholars in different parts of the world engaged. Shah Waliullah in the Indian subcontinent. There's one interesting in this point. Around the same period, we got 3 independent scholars that emerged in their own continent, each one working, advancing scholarship, and also advancing the cause of Islam. Shah Waliullah in the Indian subcontinent, Ibn Abdul Wahab in the Arabian Peninsula, and Osman bin Fodio in the West Africa. They live almost the same time. For Ibn Fodio, his practical demonstration of economic ideas was visible in fair price. Fair price, so he also talked about fair price. Market mechanism, right? The demand and supply. Price control, of course, when there is need. Muhtasib, that is the person who checkmates market malpractices, irregularities, economic functions, zakat and waqf, and role of government in economic life. The 5th phase can be called awakening phase. It is characterized by political circumstances providing new opportunity of convergence, which culminated into the reverse of Islamic economics. Muhammad Abdu, Tantawi, we are all concerned about their society and their people. When they went to Europe, they saw development, and they came back to their respective countries that, look, we have to do something. So that was around 1905, and this period, which is the 5th phase, actually, 19th and early 20th century. During the 19th century, the Arab masses and people from Indian subcontinent got fast exposure to European through and most of practice which opened their eyes. It was characterized by intellectual awakening, economic awakening, and other aspects of life. advocacy of value-based economic uplift was a top agenda. Like Tantawi discussed about productive and unproductive labor, foreign trade, competition. Muhammad Abdu talked about poverty, abolition of bonded labor, Bauta, I hope you know Bauta, bonded labor. He talks about that, lack of effective demand, among others. Al-Kawakibi, in his work, Qura, he observes that if Muslims live really as Muslims, they will be safe from poverty, they will live an organized, common sharing way of life, the kind of which is desired by most civilized countries of Europe, but who still do not know how to achieve it. So even in the Europe, this is desired. But how to achieve it is where the problem is. But in Islam and Islamic economies, we have the full guidance on how to achieve that. Recently, one fund manager, the richest fund manager, Dahiru, his name, he made a claim, a statement, that if zakah is practiced, it will be the 2.5%, it will be able to solve all the global economic inequality. And his statement has been shared globally, especially in the Islamic Economic Forum and other groups of Muslims. The sixth phase, the modern development of Islamic economies, it witnessed three types of awakening, all right, which has the struggle between capitalism and socialism. Thus, Muslim economists found middle ground between the two extremes. At the sixth phase, that is where you have the Russian and the American, or capitalism, we are fighting one another. Right from the Cold War and even the physical war, all this happened. So Islamic economists is trying to find middle ground, whereby it tries to balance between what capitalism says as their economic principles and ideas, and what socialism says about their economic principles and ideas. And all the features we talk about in Islamic economics are applicable, such as moderation, such as justice, such as prohibition of riba, such as payment of zakah. These are all economic features of Islamic economies. How did I reach here? Okay. So there were a lot of works during this time. Oh, sorry. There is one scholar in Europe, Professor Rodney Wilson, who was a Catholic by religion. He's a Christian, and he is an expert in Islamic finance. Yes, you cannot count 20, at least 20, without mentioning him. Yes, Rodney Wilson. He is promoting Islamic finance, really. Now he says the main impediments to the growth of Islamic banking in North Africa have been political, as it has been wrongly associated with Islamist political parties, notably the Muslim Brotherhood. And this scholar, one time I was there with my supervisor during masters. He asked him, Wilson, both of them are elderly people. I think my supervisor at masters, now he is at his 90s or 80 something. And then Rodney, I'm sure he is not less than 75. So a decade back, we had a conference at International Islamic University. So Professor Zubair Hassan raised hand. He asked Rodney, Wilson, why are you so much interested in this Islamic economy, Islamic finance? He said, because of the profitability in the system. It's profitable and more stable. All the features established by the IMF and World Bank earlier on was mentioned by Professor Rodney Wilson. You Google him, you will see his books on Islamic finance. Now, can we take some few questions? so that I can, Malam Abdul, can I get water on this before I enter into methodology? Because since we are moving.
Prof.
Yes.
No, did you say you want water?
Yeah. Can we get just 2 questions or 3? Emirates. Now, Jamal.
Assalamu alaikum. The name is.
Who write their questions are valid. Later when it is open, you can. But just now it's a small window before I take my water.
Please, that's not my name. That's not my six, actually.
Is it Jamal? It's not your name?
This is Jamal.
So what is your name? Why you are sitting on this?
I'm Abdel Nasser, actually. All right, so my question focuses on interest and then loan.
Interest and?
Loan. So you find yourself working in an institute where it is mandatory that they take portion of your salary and keep it until you go to retirement, say maybe after 40 years or 50 years. And then you are in their need of money. But then you can only access that money through loan. And then that money, when you take loan, they'll add interest to it. What do you do in this instance? And then the second part of the question is, you would want to go into insurance policy, but then it also comes with interest. As a Muslim, what do you do?
Okay. You know, some of these issues are regulatory. What you are talking about mostly fall under pensions and under insurance policy. Now, in pension, you cannot take your money. You have to be saving something aside. They are doing it actually to protect your interests. The time you will retire, you will be tired. You cannot have the same energy as you were having before. You cannot work hard. You cannot create new things because your lifetime you have spent it in doing the job now. So it is when you have the strength and power, they are helping you to save some money by law. All right? And that money, since most of the countries, they are not following Islamic principles of finance, they will just invest it in the conventional finance. Because the document or the system is just imposed. We are just copying from somewhere. So whatever is brought to us is what we follow. And it also told you that, look, if you invest now, let's say you invest 10,000 CDs, later on in the next 20 years, you will get over maybe 100 CDs. So that is how it shows us, and we just accept because we don't have any option. So in that situation, it's something beyond your control. You cannot use that money. And if you want, I cannot give you fatwa, I avoid fatwa, but if you have, mostly people do not exhaust the options they have. Must you borrow on interest from the banks? Or you can borrow from family, or from friends, or from other sources? Or can you sell something which you are not using now? Later on you can get it back and things like that. So there are some windows which we don't exhaust, and then we are just quick to jump into, or even the loan we want to borrow is not for essential goods, but it's for something beautiful just for us. Flashy cars, if you are employed as a bank manager or a kind of staff of the bank, you are quick to get a big car, and then you borrow on interest. The insurance, let's say in countries where there is no Islamic insurance, you have no option. By law, you are to insure your car, at least third party. So you have to. But you know you are not doing it, intentionally or deliberately. It's just because if you are caught without insuring your car, you are going to be fined. And I think it's not good to allow yourself to be subjected to this kind of thing. So you have no option. It's under the rules. Some scholars say you can just subscribe. But once there is opportunity for Islamic insurance, so you have to migrate.
Okay.
And that is what we are not willing most of the time. We got Islamic banks. Yes, we are not willing to migrate to Islamic bank. We just want to maintain, our normal thing. Okay, the second one before I move on. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to ask of an harmonious market or a market which is
Harmonious market?
Yes.
Which one is harmonious market?
Where everything is equal. If the price in the market is A, everyone should be A.
Equilibrium?
Yes.
Okay.
So what if I'm in a market and I'm not getting customers? I want to bring down my price just to get customers. And another question is, what is the rule of value of money and interest? Time value of money and interest. How do we juxtapose the two? Because we are in an era where someone will tell you that I've given you 10 cedis today or 10 naira today. And you are giving me the money 1 year time. The value of that money 1 year won't be the value that at the time I'm giving you the money. So how does it play? Because some people are using it to justify interest. So we don't know the position.
So on what basis are you being given the money in the first place? Is it a loan or is it investment? On what basis?
Maybe, as he said, he needs money. Then he comes to me. Then I give him the money. And he's paying in the next 5 years.
So loan? So it's a loan. Okay. You see, let me start with the second question. It is because of this conventional mindset we have, this time value of money. This thing is prohibited in Islam and Islamic finance. Lending money on interest, it is prohibited. There is no way to begin to tell, because of time value of money. If you are looking for the time value of money, look at the time value of asset which money buys. Go and buy item, keep it, and then it will appreciate. Will it appreciate itself or it is appreciate with time? It is with time if you buy asset. But if it is money, now tell me, if you keep 100 CDs in your, maybe in your wardrobe for 10 years, will it appreciate? Will it change value? It will remain 100. But if you buy something, let's say small, precious metal, or if the money is worth to buy gold, you'll see it will appreciate. So because it is based on commodity, which can attract value. But money itself, it doesn't have that value that will be compensated later on because of time. So that is one thing I want you to understand. But price can appreciate. Price of commodity, like the example we gave, if you are selling it today, the price lower. But if you are selling it today and getting money, your price could be lower. If you are selling it today and getting the money later, it is the item that you consider the price, not the money itself.
Follow up. So what if I'm giving him the money and I tell him that because of 5 years, I want to equate the money to maybe an asset, then give him the money so that tomorrow when he's paying, he bases on the asset and pays.
No. Okay. Because money begets money is haram. Money begets money is haram. Even if it is single 1 CD addition on it. If you give 1 CD, it can never increase to 1.1 CD. It has to come back as you have given. But if you sell, then that is where you can get higher value. You understand? So this is prohibited. We should not waste time on it.
My second question.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you didn't answer the second question.
Time. What's the question?
About the harmonious market.
Harmonious market. The one where the price, you want lower price.
Yes.
Because of just you want to get customers.
Yes.
You see, if you are going to harm the market, the suppliers, it is also prohibited. If you are deliberately going to cause chaos or distortion in the market. But if you know that everybody can sell it at that price, it's just that people, they want to get maximum or highest price, they are selling it, then please, no problem in doing so. We have this example now even when I left. We have fuel scarcity. Most of the filling station there is no fuel. Even if you go there, it's fuel, they already put the price so high. But there are some few that they sell it at the normal price. So you don't come and say, why are you selling it at lower price? It's my own, and I'm selling it at lower price, and everybody is happy. Do you understand? So, Sister Ramat.
Please, what if the person who wants the loan tells you that when bringing back the money, I'll add this on top of it? Okay.
Let me give you answer to this. What is disturbing you? More answer. Fundamentally, it is prohibited to add, to pre-agree that I'm going to add you 10%. It is prohibited, and no scholar will give you fatwa will allow that to happen because it's already prohibited. On the day of the last sermon of the Prophet ﷺ, he warned us that all interest is prohibited. All forms of interest are prohibited. And he now says the first one I cancel is that of my uncle, Abbas, because he used to give to travelers or traders, lend money to them, and they bring back the money with interest. Then he now say you just take walakum ru'usu amwalikum. La tudhlamuna wa la tudhlamun. La tadhlimuna wa la tudhlamun. Take your capital only. Don't take any interest. Now, in Islam, it is encouraged on the other side, from the borrower's side. If you borrow money, let's say 100 cedis, and then when you come to repay the money, you are encouraged to consider giving something on top of that 100 CD. Let's say just give 10 CDs or 5 CDs as it's called hiba, gift. So what you are giving is not interest because there was no contract. It was not contractual agreement. It is exclusive, kind of unilateral agreement. You are the one alone that you decide to give 10 CDs on top of what you borrow. Or you can give 5 CDs, and that is what Islamic banks are doing. If you keep money with them, because they will not give you interest, you don't even agree, you don't enter into contract that keep your money with me, I'll give you 5%. That is haram, which is obtainable in conventional banks. In Islamic banks, they will take the money and they will use it. You will sign that they will use the money, but in Qard al-Hasan, interest-free loan. But if they want to return your money, they decide to give you some hiba, gift, which is permissible. Is it clear? So perhaps the same thing with you. You should be conscious that the time you collect the money, now 1 year has passed. And so many things have changed. And this person will not ask you, since it is haram also, but when you are returning, please top up a little. You'll be happy. Do you understand? So this is a teaching of Islam. So we haven't come to, let me just continue. But Fatima, since you are the last, I will give chance.
Assalamu alaikum.
Prof, Doc, please, before she comes in, we have about 10 minutes more to go for break. So I would suggest that you take the questions now, so that when we come back from break, instead of question and answer, then we go straight into the lecture.
So let us take the questions now. Okay. We can take as many as possible, maybe 5 questions.
Yes, please.
And then we go for break. When we come back for break, we can continue with the methodology, which I think is a totally new. So let us start with 2 of them, and then we come to you. Sister Fatima, what is your question? And I will take the questions together and then address them. Maybe first batch, if the time allows, I can go second batch. Now.
Okay, so as a result of the appreciation of the dollar against other currencies, especially with the underdeveloped countries, you would find people trying to get dollar, especially when it comes down. Then maybe at the time it appreciates even the more, they get to know that they are going to get more money. So do we place that, or do we term that as hoarding or value assets acquisition or appreciation?
Okay, I will respond to that.
Assets.
Okay, I will respond to that. Next question, Sister
Please, like in trade, if someone is going to sell something, If the person buys it maybe at like at 30, and the person wants
Like
to sell
what?
it. If the person wants to sell something in trade, and then the person buys it at the market price 30 and wants to sell it maybe 40, but because the person knows that if someone wants to come and buy, the person wants to bargain with her or him, so he wants to say 50, so that if they bargain, it will reach the same price. But so some buyers, because we have that notion that they will normally increase those prices, they want to, but some people too, they will just genuinely give you their original price, but still you want to bargain. So is that one? Which one? I'm confused. Whether you should bargain with them or you should just give them the price that you want you to buy.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Yes, brother. Mention your name.
Assalamu alaikum.
Because you are Jamal and you put the thing there. Jamal, go.
I'm Jamal. Okay, I wanted to know if give you an interest, do you return it back to the bank or
loan or okay, they give you interest and whether you want to return
do you
it back.
return it back to the bank?
Okay.
And if you know they are engaging in interest, do you stop engaging or having interaction with the bank in total?
Okay, noted. Any other question?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay, so I wanted more emphasis or clarification of Islamic banking. I don't know if you go into it, but if you are not going to go into it.
Classification?
No, insights on
Okay,
Islamic banking.
Okay. Yeah, we have a module not so deep, and that's why I'm volunteering to later on perhaps take you through into a little more of Islamic banking. But we'll see, inshallah, inside on Islamic banking. Any other, or we stop here? Yes.
There's a question.
No.
Look, on this in the bar, I don't know whether the Islamic banking.
No.
Where you give money to the customer, and he's encouraged to come, and when he's paying back, he should add something small, and he doesn't add. He brings it. He's not able to add anything. And can that also be used against him in his future?
When he adds?
No.
When he is returning the money?
When he's returning, he doesn't add.
He doesn't add?
Yes.
Okay.
In terms of ethics, can that be used by the institution, perhaps, to decline his future
engagement with
request?
them?
Yes.
Okay. Noted.
Prof. Yeah.
Okay, Zakaria, and then Sir Muhammad Tijaniko.
No.
Shawala. How do you pronounce?
Yeah, Swala.
Swala. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
No.
Yeah, please, what I want to find out is that sometimes our mothers in the market, they are not farmers, but they are traders. And in some instances, they go to the farmers to buy some of their produce, let's say, for example, soybeans, and come to stock them or store them or hide them with them. So that when prices, for example, prices of soybeans rises, they bring them out to sell. Is it an appropriate act?
Okay. So last one.
Prof, please, I want
we
to
come
know.
back around, inshallah.
Yeah, I want to know the difference between dividend and interest.
And?
Dividend and interest.
Okay, dividend and interest. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So let me attempt to answer these questions. Some of them are straight to the point. Sister Fatima talks about buying and selling of dollars, especially at the time of fluctuations, right? So because it's a different currency, so it's permitted, you have the right to buy, but it also depends on the intention. Are you doing it for speculative purpose so that to buy as much as possible, hoard it, and make the price of it to go so high, and then you now come and make huge profit? This will be different if you are just buying for maybe to protect the value of your money and to make sure you don't lose in this turbulence period, because nobody wants to lose. So the intention matters, all right? Underline the word intention. Anybody doing it for speculative purpose, then he is questionable and perhaps he may not be accepted by the Islamic viewpoint. But so in other words, I know if maybe you just want to protect your wealth, you can buy few hundreds of dollars to keep to protect your value of money, and I think many people are doing so, and I don't think there is any Sharia issue in that. But if the Sharia issue will arise when you are buying, accumulating, making it so scarce in the market, difficult for those, even those who want to travel and buy goods from abroad, they don't have dollar to buy, to go and buy. So you are really starving the economy. So it will be part of hoarding, actually, in the system. Then Aisha talks about setting the price high, so that because you know the behaviors of buyers, when they come to buy, they will always beat you down, put you down at the disadvantaged position, lower your price. So I would say, initially there is no harm, no prohibition in setting the price high, and then you bargain. That transaction is called musawama. Musawama, whereby you don't disclose how much you bought, what are your transportation costs, what is the total cost that it has now with you, that item. So this is called, when the person comes, you just tell him, let's say 100 CDs. But actually, it costs you 80 CDs, and you are willing to sell it at 85, 90, 95. But you tell him 100 CD, knowing the behavior of the buyers. He may buy at 100 CD. Is there any prohibition in this? وَأَحَلَّ اللَّهُ الْبَيْعَ وَحَرَّمَ الرِّبَى. Some people, they have the attitude of even willing to buy at higher price from the sellers, especially at low level, when they saw the sellers are maybe people at SMEs, micro and small enterprise, so they want to encourage them. So there is no harm. So also when he asks for discount, maybe you should consider him and reduce it to him. And if he asks you what is the last price that you can sell, then you should be able to tell him, I cannot sell this item lower than 85 CDs. You understand? So that is what it's required, because you will be among the honest traders. And the honest traders, you know, on the day of judgment, they are together with what? With the prophet, the messengers of Allah. They will enter paradise. So because they are of your honesty. Interest rate, you know, you ask for, is it returning interest rate, Jamal? Returning it, okay, yeah. When you find yourself in a transaction which accumulates interest, and now the question is, what do you do? So scholars have said that that transaction you enter still is prohibited, but since this has happened, that interest, you take it and give it as charity with the intention of seeking forgiveness from Allah, not with the intention of doing sadaqah, which attracts reward. So that is one way of solving. And some are saying, don't leave the money with the bank, because they will use it to promote the interest-based economy, right? Rather, you take it and give it to those who need it, and then for you, you are seeking forgiveness from Allah in addition to the istighfar you are doing by dealing with the interest-based institution. And the brother asked for more insight about Islamic banks. I think it's a lecture on itself, but we have another, maybe in the next presentation, inshallah, we shall talk. But Islamic banks mainly use these products. Murabaha. Murabaha is you buy item. When you go to Islamic banks as a customer, you open account, current or saving or whatever, you are now their potential customer. If you need anything, you know we don't eat money, do we? We don't eat money. So it's not money that you need. What do you need? So they want to address your needs. Then you say, okay, I need food items in my home. All right? Go to the shop where they are selling food items. What do you want? Of how much? Of 50 CDs? Of what amount? Go and get pro forma invoice. That will show their address, their account details, and let us deal with them directly and buy this item with our name. When we buy it, we own it as bank, and then we sell it to you as a customer. Do you understand? So the bank will now own it and then sell it to you at profit, at markup. If when you went to the vendor, the total price is at 50 CDs. But when you give the receipt to the bank and they made the effort, they made be some delivery, they have some 5 CDs for transportation. They will add 5 CDs and they will add their own markup, maybe 10% profit. Now because they are not giving you money, they are selling item to you. Based on the price of that item, they are calculating and knowing what percentage they want to charge. Of that item, 10% of 50 CD, how much? 5, ko? 5. So they add 5, maybe their transportation costs 5. So they will sell it to you at 60 CDs and deliver item to you. And then because you don't have money instantly, you will pay installmentally to them until you finish. Is that clear? This is one major product they use. 80%, I can assure you. The rest include hiring, let's say renting a place for you, what is called ijara, Islamic leasing. They can give you a rental, place to rent it for you or pay on your behalf. And then there is a limited application of Modaraba. You need cash, you need capital. They give you that capital and go and invest, come and declare the profit, and you share among the two of you based on pre-agreed ratio. Maybe 50-50, 60-40, 30-70. So this is in summary before we come to, all right, talk. Because I've been warned for the time, you will not talk until when we come back if we get another chance. Karim talked about those that are not given, they don't give the profit or the hiba, gift. When you lend money to them, when they are returning, they return equal amount. No problem. You just accept it. It is just encouraged. So no problem if they don't give you any addition. And don't use that to, refuse to give them advance further loan in the future. If there is any charge, any expenses that you incur when you are giving them loan, that expenses you may ask them to pay exact amount. Do you understand? This is clear. We know it in the Sharia. Finally, the question between what is it Zakaria? Zakaria, you asked this question, Ko? What was your question?
I was asking about when people go to buy farm produce to hide them or keep them.
Okay, yes. When farmers go and buy, it's not holding per se. Do they add value or they don't? When they go to the farm, buy it, come and keep it. Do they add some value?
No.
No, they add. They add value. Even keeping it to avoid spoiling is a value addition. Let's say tomato, they will preserve it till the time. So they have the right. Except if they are keeping it when the price is going up and they refuse to bring it out, then that will be considered as hoarding. And then that is why we say it's haram. But going and buying is encouraged. It's part of ecosystem in Islamic economic system. Maybe later, when we come to the contemporary issues, we'll talk about Sharia, the difference between interest and dividend. Dividend is like profit. Interest is given money, and dividend comes from the overall investment. It may be from halal interest, or from, halal profit, or from interest which is prohibited. At the end, you buy one share, they say, okay, you have 1% or 2% dividend based on your share. So that is one thing. It may be halal or may be having element of haram, depending on the underlying business of the company. But interest is clear, it's prohibited. We don't need to, even combine the two. So I think I will stop here because of time. Inshallah, when we come back.
Doc, I want to ask one question.
Yes.
It's about price discrimination, where as a seller you sell your goods or service to a particular person at a particular price, and then that same good or service you sell it to another person at a different price. So let's say, for example, I'm a seller, and then Fatih comes to buy. So I know Fatih, I know that she's wealthy, so I decide to sell it to her at a high price. And on the other hand, Mr. B comes, and I know Mr. B is not that well-to-do. So that same commodity, I sell it to him at a much cheaper price. So is it allowed?
It's allowed.
It's allowed.
It's allowed. Just imagine a medical doctor who is operating, who is into surgery and all these things. Always there will be patients that are willing to pay whatever amount he wants to charge them to undergo into that surgery, isn't it? And always there will be patients with similar disease. They cannot even pay a single CD to undergo into that surgery. So he can decide to operate those who they do not have income free of charge. He can decide to do it free or charge them something very limited to cover his cost of generation, power, and buying some instrument. So there is no problem in that. Price discrimination. That's why Islam is more realistic than conventional economists. Wallahu a'lam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Doc. So we will take a 1.5 hour break. It's now 12:30 approximately. So we come back at 12:38, no problem. That's why I said approximately. So it's work fine. We are going to break at 12:40. So we come back at 2. Okay? We come back at 2. The lunch is not yet in, so let's go and pray. I spoke with her. She said they are expecting them in the next 10 minutes. So let's pray first. Hopefully, by the time that we finish praying, lunch will be in, then we'll go for our lunch. So please, we are coming back at, what time? 2 o'clock on the dot. Please come back. Mr. Subul, come back. Please take your phones. Mr. Rabiu has sent me the statistics. We have 22 males. Just 10 have filled the form. We have 17 females. Also, just 10 have filled the form. So we have 18 people who have refused to fill the form. You see, you make me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. Please, let's fill the forms. Please take your phones and let's fill the forms. Those who have not done it, please, I'm begging you. I'm not doing you shakara, I am begging. Please.
You are not in here too. How many of us have you filled the forms?
Which one? I always do it before I leave here.
So how, Imam, have you filled the assessments?
I always do them before I leave.
Have you filled yours?
What?
The assessment?
Yesterday.
Yes. Oh, yes, I'm coming to engage you. Come, please come. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Please, we would like to continue with our series of informal sessions. And then the last time we were discussing on options or program options for end of year un-Islamic activities, where we laid the background that we have a lot of the Muslim youth now actively involved in the organization of end-of-year non-Islamic programs like 31st night, December, Christmas Eve activities, intensive participation in the celebration of Jesus' birthday. Not the Jesus you have here, but I mean Jesus Christ. And then some other activities, the non-halalized dinners and others. Non-halalized. Unhalalic, right? So please, the last comment I made was we imagining maybe hundreds of similar winter schools in Ghana, trying to keep us busy on something that will be very khairatic and barakacious, inshallah. Yes, tawhidic paradigms, right? Inshallah. Something maqasidic, inshallah. So please, let's hear from you. If you have any suggestion or any thoughts you could share with us regarding finding a solution, a sustainable solution for that matter, for the Muslim youth, inshallah, you can alert me so that I call you to speak to us. The last time I realized a lot of us had several inputs, but for want of time, we truncated the discussion. So please, if you have any inputs, you could alert me so that I give you the chance to speak. Bilkis, are you here? Do you have something to share with us? Whose name? Sister Marijana. You didn't hear the question? Okay. So the last time we were discussing that there is a problem in our community, a real problem in the community where we have the Muslim youth actively involved in organization of non-Islamic end-of-year programs. 31st nights, the dinners, the crossovers, 24th, 25th, Boxing Day activities, and then the programs, you know, the musicians, Shatawale and Co., and all those stuffs. And you realize that a lot of our Muslim youth, if not actively involved in the organization, but they are strongly represented by number, okay? And then this is something that we need to address, you know, as leaders of tomorrow. So we're trying to propose
Yes, we are trying to propose solutions to that. So share your thoughts with us, inshallah. Yes, she has
Okay, Assalamu
Wa
alaikum.
alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay, within my area, Chief Imam's residence, they organize this Quranic recitation, and afterwards they do dawah. So a lot of the youth gathered there, and so I would suggest in the various community, we get people who organize this Quranic recitation, and after that, we get dawah. Or, you know, a lot of the youth, they like this entertainment thing. So you can also organize this poetry drama thing, Islamically, in the Islamic way. Yes.
Okay, let me find out. I'll come to inshallah. The program that they organize, is it a daily activity or it runs through a particular time period?
Okay, so this one is organized on 31st.
31st?
Night. Yes. That is what?
The whole day or just in the evening?
In the evening.
Okay.
To prevent the youth from going to those haram places and a whole lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it sustainable?
Yes, of course, it is.
How sustainable? I don't see it sustainable. I have my inputs, but I want to hear from you. How sustainable is it?
Okay, so I think they've started it for like 5 years now. I've been there for this is my 3rd year there. So my first year when I go, there wasn't much people there. But this year, the number was massive.
The number was massive?
Yes.
Mashallah. Thank you. Yes. Alam Zakaria.
Assalamu alaikum. What I want to say about this issue is that, you know, last time when we discussed this, there were suggestions on how we can do to curb this. Others suggested that maybe we could use the families, parents being responsible and guiding their children, teaching them about Islam so that they will not go into this. But looking at this from that angle, you realize that that suggestion could probably help the upcoming generation, the younger ones, not to do that. But the real problem here is that people are already doing it. So how do we get those people? So my suggestion is that, you know, da'wah could be used, but how? You know, most cases, when our imam have sermons or they organize da'wah or lectures, the people who come to listen, they are those who are not doing it. Most people who are doing those parties and other stuffs, they don't come to listen. They really don't come to listen. The few who are a little bit better, let me in quotes, they are those who come to listen. But the real targets, those that we want to take out of that situation, they don't have time for da'wah. They're not listening. They don't have time for imams. They know, they are thinking that the imams are going to say things that will not please them. So my suggestion here is that we could still use da'wah, but in which way? Let's strategize. Let's identify the few people who are the lead in these activities. If you identify them, then the various imams in our communities could either invite them or meet them, find a way of meeting them to sensitize them. It's possible that some of these people don't know what they are doing, or others might have neglected the fact that they are Muslims and shouldn't be doing that. So if you meet these people one-on-one, perhaps we could sensitize them. You know how it feels when someone meets you in person to talk to you about serious issues. You take them very serious. So I believe if we strategize our da'wah by meeting those, targeting the leaders in these activities, and educate them or remind them, we could solve the problem. And finally, another thing I want to suggest is that programs like this, you know, last time people were saying that, assuming you tell somebody not to go for those New Year nights or what do they call them, the person has already has bought his or her tickets and stuff. The person not listening to you. So what I want to suggest in that regard too is that programs like this, like I think one of our brothers reminded us that you realize that as we were here, we even forgot it was New Year. We almost forgot that we have entered New Year because we were so busy with our activities here. So if we could also get programs like this or similar ones like this that could engage people maybe like a 10 days or even more. That could engage them from the ending of the year to a number of days early in the next year, in the new year.
Mashallah.
It could probably help the situation.
Mashallah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for thanking us. We are very grateful. This is Marijana. You see, a lot of people might attend the 31st Quranic gathering and, get the sakina, the blessings, the mercy. Alhamdulillah, the numbers should be there. But this period is actually one that has several problems related to it. And if you select a day out, you might not solve the problem. You might even be, let's say, merging two problems. Initially, we have a problem of they participating in full-time non-Islamic activities. This one comes in and is taking more of a joke than seriousness.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Please, so the scheduled meeting you were supposed to have with Khadija will be taken over by Aisha. So later in the day, instead of Khadija, it will be done by Aisha. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think so, but the information will be shared to us. So now, like our brother suggested, a program that can engage us sufficiently throughout the whole period. Okay, that is what we are looking at. And even prior to that, I've realized that from some little statistics and observation, okay, it's a project that I'm working on currently. And we started about 4 or 5 years back, okay? And there were some proposed Islamic models that had loopholes. And then this one was not a critique, it was serious criticism. And then they had to bring it to a stop. And now we are trying to structure a model that will be sustainable and can stand the test of time, okay? And then we need ideas from ourselves to see how best we can steer the affairs. Any other submission from a brother or a sister? Bosco, any input for us? Bosco, hey, sorry, you are in a conversation. Sorry. Ali Hindu, where is she? Oh, you are with Bosco. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't see. Oh, but I didn't see. That's how I don't know. Okay, so now, maybe to share these ideas with brothers and sisters, you see, a program like this winter school that you are currently intensively engaged in, okay, it's such that it takes you or shields you from the normal way of life for a particular time period so that you might, first of all, it's ibadah. You engage yourself in serious intellectual discourse or discourses. Then secondly, it's once you are out of that normal environment, the tendency of you engaging in some or maybe coming across some of these activities becomes so less. But however, we can't have about thousands of such winter schools only in Ghana. We are not the only country with problems, right? Yes. So in our own, little ways to curb the issue, what do we put on board? And Quran recitation, was it Musabaka or something? Musabaka? It's just normal recitation. Okay. So an idea came to mind that, yes, talk. You didn't really understand. She said in summary that Chief Imam, National Chief Imam, His Eminence, are they recording? So that it's recorded. Okay. All right. Come again. The mic? Don't worry, we are not afraid. We have nothing to hide. Inshallah. So the Office of the National Chief Imam has a program that they do every 31st, okay? It's like a Quran gathering, right? So, okay, good. Then Muslims come together and then it takes them away from some of the 31st night activities, okay? Is it during the day or the night? The night, okay, night as well. So now I'm positive that if not all of us, but a lot of us might be directly or indirectly involved in a couple of teaching and learning of Quran activities at our various madaris, the madrasa we have in the house. And then we might as well be involved in some aspects of the planning and organization. So an idea came about a month back where we also tried the approach of a Quran program, but to make it in a way that can help us solve the problem. So strategically, we could bring up something like an end-of-year Quran program. That won't only take a day, but maybe it can span from 19th of January to the 19th of December to the 1st of January, where it will be more of a camp like this, and then there will be a series of activities on Quran recitation and then learning programs from the 19th until the 1st of January. A registered program with a series of invited guests on the subject matter, and it could, the final activities will be climaxed on the 1st of January. That is one thing that we are trying to propose. And currently, I know of the Upper West Regional GIMSA. They organize this end-of-year program called AMLAC. The idea is they camp Muslim youths, especially from between senior high and then university students at a particular senior high school. Normally, they use what senior high school, right? They use what senior high school. It's a camping, so, and more of a workshop for only ladies. And then they do the camping for about 10 days to 12 days, and then they try to sensitize them on feminine Islamic activities, okay, relating to the Tahara, some Tawheed and the others. Also in the same vein, there was a proposal that now a lot of us who would want to do the wazi within town, the problem we face is that we try, but it's not sustainable. Either you organize a wazi, get the scholars to come, mount a stage, and your audience already have, some other activities. Already they've bought tickets for other programs and the likes. So you organize a program expecting to get about 500 Muslim youths, and then you have about 50 or less. So that program actually would defeat the, the essence of what you actually want to do. So now, the concept of community outreaches also came to mind. So we could have sorts of mini Dawa caravans where we can do outreaches to nearby communities or even within the community, and then make it span for that period of time. So when you wake up in the morning, you are already scheduled on a couple of communities and you are in a group. You have a message to present on, and if possible, you can have a scholar to lead your team to a couple of communities. And if you are lucky to have them getting some facilities like good massages and then maybe some space for visitors, you could spend some of the nights there and continue the program until it ends. There was a concept too that was proposed by some brother. I think that one was a concept, yes, a concept that my malam told me about. He said that normally in the Middle East and especially Saudi Arabia, they have some programs, some unique programs for Quran memorization. That he studied, he did Islamic studies at Jamiatul Islamiyya, and he specialized at Quran, how to do the recitation, the qira'at, and then the qira'at, and then the sorry. So he specialized at that, the reciting the Quran in various riwayas and qira'ats. So he was like, there are some instances where himself and Sheikh Ali al-Hudhayfi, the famous Qari that we all know of, they supervised recitations of some students at some special workshops. How do they structure the workshop? So they would have maybe within a year, they divide the year into 4. And then we have 12 months, right? Even the Islamic calendar is 12. Gregorian is what, 12. The Ashantis have 9 months. We learned yesterday, right? But Allah says, "Inna iddata ash-shuhuri inda Allahi 12 shahran fi kitabillah." Fine. Well, yes, that's the urf. We are not denying that, yes, but we are coming back to what we know and believe now. So they divide the year into 4. The first quarter, second quarter, and third quarter. So maybe within the first quarter, they would organize a program that will span for 15 days or maybe 10 days. And it's going to be purely a hifz session. So maybe they would say that, okay, for this particular program, we are going to do hifz of Quran from Juz 1 to Juz 15. So whoever that is coming to enroll onto the program would know that, okay, if I'm coming to learn from, memorize from Juz 1 to Juz 15, it means that minimum, these are the number of pages I have to memorize a day. And then they have a masjid, designated for the workshop. And then they have timetables, they have their participants, and then everything is well planned. So when you enroll on the program, you have a time you recite your malam a day, the number of pages, the number of mistakes that you make, and then how it will affect your revision when you go back. Maybe if you come and you make 3 mistakes, they will tell you to go and then repeat it this number of times. Right? So someone comes into the program, and he was telling me that this part of our world is like we are not serious with Quran. He has seen students there who come and start the memorization of Quran from Juz 1, and on the 20th or 15th day, they are done with memorization from cover to cover. And he was telling me how Allah has blessed people with quwwatul hifz, strength of memory. Someone can sit after Fajr to Dhuhr. The person is able to memorize about 5 ajiza. 1 juz is about how many pages? 20 pages, so 10 papers, right? So 10 times 5, 50 pages, 50 papers, good. And then a page has about 15 lines, right? Okay, so from the standard, yes, 15 lines. So you can imagine the number of, and then a line would have approximately how many words? 7 to 8, 7 to 10, right? It depends. Good. So you can see the volume of Quran someone could memorize within this short period. And then how it's structured is that, you see, on a normal day, let me take this program for instance. If someone were to tell you that you come and then sit for a lecture from 8 to 6 and even want to go beyond 6, because you are not even, satisfied with the content. You feel you should get more. Consistently for the next 10 days, it will look very undoable. But when you come into this system, maybe a day 1, day 2, day 3, because everyone is doing it, it becomes a norm. And that is how it happens there too. They come in, and then within a couple of days, the person is able to memorize this amount of Quran, right? So this is also another proposal that came up in our quest to plan for the year. So now currently what I'm doing is working with some brothers so that we can get a strategic yet sustainable plan for the Muslim youth, those that, let me say, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Stage 1, those that are at the lower level, going to the madrasa, the morning, afternoon, evening. Stage 2, those that senior high and the university have stolen them from the madrasa. A lot of the times when our brothers and sisters get to senior high school, most often than not, they quit going to the madrasa, and then they become big, right? Yes, they become big. That's the reality. Some of us are victims. That's what you are saying. Okay, well, now you are not a victim. You are still a victim. Okay, you are small. Okay, inshallah. And then when you come to the university, except for now that I know about Mobile Quran, which currently has 3 branches, right? 3 branches, right? Now, so I don't know of any structured madrasa at the tertiary level. They might be, but I don't know of. Legon has? Okay. I won't forget. Yes. Okay, yes. You understand. Yeah. So, tertiary and then the senior high school is stage 2. And then the third category we are considering are those that have been stolen by professional demands. Okay? So like some of us, okay? So you go to work from 8 to 6 or 8 to 5, and then even what you are paid is not enough. You have to do side job. You stay at the office after work and close around 9 to 10. And then you get to the house 10, 11. You have to finish some assignments before 12, 1, 2, 3, especially those doing online courses and the pressure. They know how it's like, right? Inshallah. You have to finish assignments, meet deadlines, and the like. The next morning, after Fajr, you have to beat traffic. If you're an Accra breed, you understand. Right? By 5, you have to hit road. Else, traffic will take all your time. So this is how cyclical your life would be for all the 360 days of the year. So it also brings another problem. So now we are trying to see how best we can plan strategically in a year to give allowances to fill up the gap that we are missing out, especially when it comes to giving time to our Islamic education, one. And secondly, trying to take us away from the norms that are un-Islamic, okay? And then there are some vacations, vacations that come on once in a while on the calendar. We have some Easter breaks. We have end of year breaks like this Christmas period that just passed by. There are some other days too that come together. So it means that we have to get a sustainable annual plan so that in a year, you know that these are maybe the set of activities that we could organize to, get Muslim professionals, Muslim intellectuals, students of knowledge, students at the university, and then second cycle institutions, and the likes. And those even the kids, that's the major headache. The last time a program was organized in Wa, I've forgotten the name of the rapper. He's a musician. So they had a program at the Wa Sports Stadium, and it was terrible. Percentage-wise, from what the people on ground told us, because some of us did not go there, right? Percentage-wise, the kids outnumbered the adults. So 25 years and below, up to even ages of 9 and 10, okay, they had seriously, gathered there. And then out of that number, the Muslims were many. Okay, the Muslims were many. And this is something that we should all be worried about. We have our kids in the house, our sisters, brothers and sisters at home. At the early age of 6, 5, 7, 8, 10, there isn't any music that the person can't rattle. There isn't any music. At that point, the psychologists will let you understand that the mind is sharp, and then you learn more by memorizing than understanding, right? It's just a very sharp magnet. So they memorize everything, and then they easily adapt. So when there is a weekend aure that has to do with music, like anything that now has to do with music in our society, when you go, the Muslims are there, unfortunately. And then just the kids, because they don't know what it's about, and then we don't have any guidelines to, put them on track. So that is the problem that we are currently trying to get a sustainable solutions to. So maybe if someone is listening to us online, you could constructively articulate your inputs at the comment section. We would appreciate that, inshallah. And then I'm equally interacting with intellectuals with so much brain power and then interest to respond. Yes, so I hope we get good responses and then see how we can collaborate to cripple this canker. Mr. Jamal. No, it's coming this way. Alaikum salam. I also Jamal. Okay, Mr. Jamal. Yes, alaikum salam.
Tell we the guys, and much particularly the ladies, that if you are here and you are married, you should try and push your wife to hold onto the Islamic knowledge and a bit of secular. And if you are a lady here, you should also psych yourself to also take up the responsibility of having Islamic knowledge. Because the first person who teaches the child before the child sees the world is the woman. Because when a woman, it is proven that when a woman is pregnant and she starts talking to the child listens and hears. And psychologists have proven that when a child comes into the world, the first voice he knows is his mother's voice. So, and most, especially, the child spends more time with the mother than the father, because more often than not, the man is not at home. He's always at work. And the child is always with his mother. Regardless of the fact that she's a career woman or not, the child is with her. So there's a need for her to also imbibe the habit of the Quran. Because there's a documentary I watched of a boy who is now 10 years. And he has memorized the Quran from cover to cover. Completely. And what he says is that he learns it from his mother and nobody else. How did he learn it from his mother? He said whenever he wakes up, whenever he's with his mother, she always recites the Quran. And at the age of 2 to at the age of 5, 6 years, he has already completed the Quran. And he developed the love because his mother always read the Quran. So he asked himself, this woman always read the Quran. Why? So let me just follow the trend. Then he started learning it. Then, alhamdulillah, he has completed the Quran. The only guide was that she takes him to, there's a time that he gets to go to a scholar, a person who is much versed with the Quran, to learn some tajweed and other things, to strengthen his hifz. And that is it. So if the ladies are here, and at least small, you get somewhere, inshallah. Thank you.
Zuhair Mohammed. From here, I'll come to
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. As for me, I would want to borrow ideas.
Borrow ideas?
Yes, borrow
Mashallah.
ideas. Right, so I think 3 days ago, or the first day, we had one of these our sessions.
Yes.
Sister Khadija mentioned that, especially for women,
Yes.
they're getting like women's sittings and periodic women's sittings to learn about their deen.
Okay.
I think that idea makes sense, and especially the fact that you also mentioned that what your Malam told you, the program they organize. See, doing things in group like that is usually easier for people to move along.
Okay.
I mean, some of us have benefits of some of these group sittings. I mean, among friends, you have sittings like this, and I mean, you get to learn things that probably you can't learn on your own. So just look at how, so then the problem with these sittings was, so for ours, for instance, the problem you had was when one team member travels, it becomes difficult for us. So we didn't really, and there's one team member that we are sure that after every 3 months, he will probably be in Nigeria or be in Liberia. So we thought of doing it over the internet. But, I mean, the nature of his work, and you know how your space is like. I mean, the engineering space, you don't have so much time like that. So that's always been the problem. Otherwise, we can have all the beautiful ideas, but how can you hold it for long? And besides, if a key member leaves the structure, it's not able to continue. Usually the mistake I also feel we do is we build our structures around individuals. We don't build the structures on their own, such that when an individual, for instance, let's say IIIT, the people manning, I'm sure the structure is created such that if a key member of the team, may Allah forbid, but a key member of the team is no longer, the team will still move on. I mean, they wouldn't say because a team member is not there, so it will, yeah.
That brings us to one other important thing that came to mind before you articulate your inputs. You see, growing up from the very early ages, we didn't cultivate the habit of reading, like normal reading, whether Islamic stuff, stories, books, and the likes. It's very difficult. We read on purpose. Either there is an exam or there is something forcing us to read. But normally, on a normal day, when everything seems to be very cool for you, there's nothing pushes you to pick something and read. And then that is one of the issues that we are currently battling with, okay, especially with the youth. So we are trying to see how we can integrate that in the local structures right from the beginning. So the kids that, I heard of this, is it book reading club in a Success Book. Success Reading Club. Success Book Club. You are a member? Good. Yeah. Good. Okay. I know of a friend who used to talk about books. And he says that he's in Accra. And then almost every month he tell me that they are going for a book review or something, a chapter review or something. Is it at Legon? Is it closer to Legon? Okay. So now at our local settings, I think we have to integrate that into the curriculum. Even if we have to limit the content that they should read, okay? And then even memorize. Like my sheikh would say, at the early stage, do a lot of memorization and then reading, because that is the foundation when you begin to grow. Because you have to do a lot of referrals, go and check some references and the stuffs. If you already have them, that's the time that you can, you know, build yourself better. So the reading habits, I believe you have a lot of mothers, fathers, a lot of professional teachers. A lot of professional teachers. And I think it's something that we should think of. Yes, Jamal. From Jamal, I'll come to. Oh, I'm sorry. No worry.
Alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Per the problems of our society in the light of our youthful ones, I think we will have a long way to go, because we have several constraints that hinders the progress. So I was asking myself yesterday that if we are here for Iiit program and they've managed to harness young minds and we are here deliberating, thinking, that's a solution someone has thought of, and yours is not to pay anything, yours is to come and learn. The question I ask myself is, what next after we are done? Are we going to be tracked? Are we going to be monitored? For next year or this year, December, they'll be having a breed of new students. So what about the old students? And if this opportunity has been given to our elders, some of our elders, and this opportunity has been given to some of our youth, and this opportunity has been given to some of our youth, and we are not utilizing it as effectively as possible, then what is the way forward? We can also start a program, but it will end up like the way this program might maybe end up. So what I would say is that the little resource we have and the little workshop we do, the little programs we do, if we are able to stick to that and we are able to keep track on our graduates after every year. So let's say Iiit started in 2017. How many people are still with that ideology? How many people are still with the system? How many people are still with them? What is their progress? Are they capable already for an advanced study in this same course? If we are not able to answer this question, any other solution that will bring probably will be a very good solution, but its sustainability wouldn't be achieved. We have a lot of organizations all around, and we all know after we are done with this Iiit, everybody is going back to work, and we know how work is. It will shock you that maybe one or two people can even remember and go back to their slice. That it will just be off. And probably there's no follow-up, there's no checks. So maybe we'll be part of the master page, and we know how online business is. You can keep messages to 10,000 without even reading. When you open it, you just scroll it, and it's all gone. So, exactly. So for me, this is what I'm thinking. If the little resource we have, we can get youth and groom them. And let's give ourselves 5 years. These 37 students we have here, and even if we don't run any Iiit next year, but these 37 students we have, we are able to groom them and advance for the next 5 years. I think we will be capable of even organizing our own Iiit without even going in for resource personnel outside the country. Because most of the resource personnel that we are having are from Nigeria.
Where are our scholars? Are they part of the system? Are we sidelining them? And we'll go back and go and meet them in the mosques. Maybe they will preach and will be more emotional and sympathetic to what they preach, then we forget what we've even learned. Because those are what, these people are those we hear always. And if you hear for 350 days, one malam, and you come for 10 days and come and hear different malams preach to you on different ideologies, what is the effect? So I think that per our annual movement, if we could groom, even if we are not yet at the scholarship level, but we are grooming them, moving, monitor their progress as we are moving. And I think we will do better than, sorry to say, what we are doing now. Because we have a long way to go, especially Ghana. We have a long way to go. And if we are going to move like this, sorry to say, it's like we are wasting resource, either human resource or financial resource. Because I know that the food we eat is not small. To organize a program like this with our money, I think Ghana will never have this program for the next 50 years if we are left to organize this program. So that's my contribution. To bring in a new ideology again and to bring in a new structure to run a program, I think we are just piling up blocks without putting cement into them. So the moment someone leans against it, it all falls. But if we have one structure with solid cement building up, we'll get a solid ground. And little but surely, we'll get there, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum. So please, in addition to what Brother Jamal said, I think I agree with him. You know, with the issue of urging your women to seek knowledge in the deen and also in the conventional aspect, I think it's a clarion call for her. Because I have been with Muslim ladies wing in the various universities in Ghana because of my position. And one thing I've realized is that women, we are easily influenced by the environment we find ourselves in. You will see a niqabi or a hijabi going to the university, and then based on the kind of roommates she found herself in, her deen would gradually be depreciating. Please, I hope you get me. So please, when you take your sisters, your daughters to the university, make sure you check up on them. And also with the imams, especially the Jamsa imams, do not, no, I'm not attacking them. It's a message I'm sending across. They shouldn't leave the ladies' wing alone. Women, we need checks and balances. If you leave us, we can go beyond the boundaries set by Allah. That is why I'm not comfortable sitting. Right now, I have in my hands the dates where all the freshers are reporting to school. Because I have to work actively with the imams, plus the wukoms, all in the universities in Ghana, across Ghana, to make sure that when they first report to school, maybe the first or the second week, we are able to organize them, talk to them about why they are in school, whilst imbibing Tawheed in it. So I'm very happy I'm here to learn more about integration of knowledge. I think I will better streamline my approach in such a way that I can talk to them more about what IIIT is teaching me here. So please, it's a clarion call for every one of us, not only to your wife. If you are in a university and then you see your Muslim sister going astray, find a nice way to correct it. Because if a woman is corrupted, just like I said the last time, an entire generation is going to be corrupted. So that is the little I have to say. And alhamdulillah, if we are able to model our sisters in the university in an Islamic manner, they will then reach out to those in the senior high schools and then in the junior high schools. Because now JIMSA has a plan of reaching out to those in the basic schools as well. Because I remember during the BC last year, we visited about 40 schools in Ghana, and alhamdulillah, they were so motivated to see university women, nurses in hijab, and they were kind of motivated. So please, for those of our sisters in the universities, when they get there, don't leave them. Make sure that you keep checking up on them and then be supporting us, as I always say. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
is an informal session. Now, this is an informal session. Salaam alaikum. Salaam alaikum. Malam Manaf, I just have a comment. You understand me? A follow-up comment to what Brother Jamal said. In fact, I was discussing this same issue with Sister Fatih before I heard Brother Jamal mention the same issues we were discussing. I think the comment is very, very important. Your comments, what you mentioned, are very, very important. Because it's one thing to go through a training. It's another thing to, for the training to pass through you. Passing through a training is different from the training passing through you. And what we need is for the training to pass through us so we can make the impact that the organization wants to achieve. And so the challenge has been maintaining, the energy after the training. That has always been a challenge. And so for some of us, what we did at, in our individual capacities was to read wide, try to read the books that was shared, because the training is just 10 days, and we are shared with material. So to read wide and to understand the concept very well, to master the concept before you try to do any type of implementation. And it was at an individual level. And also we have some of our advisors, like Dr. Zagun, who feels that if you really want to make an impact, and you have an interest for academics, then you should go into a PhD. Your target within the short to medium term is to try to get a PhD at an institution that that has wherein when we are mentioned, the PhD has weight. So when you go into the academia, then you can at least impact on your students. So that is also another side to it. Now, what next? So IIIT has another organization, IKI, Institute of Knowledge Integration. Myself and Sister Fatima and Brother Abdullah are involved. So it's an online program you do. It's the same modules that we've gone through, but at an advanced level. And it's online. So you go through it. It's for three semesters. So we are looking at 9 months. 9 months. So if you add the holidays, you are looking at, let's say, 12 months if you add the holidays. So if you go through it, currently I've done 2 semesters. In fact, I have assignments to submit. If I'm able to pass the assignment, to submit and pass the assignment, then I might have 1 more semester. Sister Fatima has, if she's able to pass, she has 2 more semesters to go. And so that is also another way to, to keep what we've learned active. Another thing to do is to join the IIUM, International Islamic University Malaysia. They have online courses that they do. I've taken some of the courses, and I think they are very, very important. So as you think on what you really want to do for those who have academic ambitions, these are things you can do at an individual level to engage yourself. But as I said, the comments are very, very important. And for want of time, I would like to stop here. Inshallah, as we engage and as we discuss, I'm sure one solution from one person will not be enough. We will need your perspectives as well going forward. So thank you. I think that was a very important comment. Okay. Our resource person is in, so I will hand over to Brother Majid to take over his duties.
Doc, welcome back. So we are welcome back from our commercial break. I'm coming. Yes. We are back from our commercial break. We are going to have a very long something. So I would hand over to our resource person for the day to continue. Please, if you have any question you want to ask, jot it down. Please don't interrupt him when he's delivering. Once he's done with his delivery, then we'll have a round for you to ask any question if you want to ask. Please, I hope it's clear. Thank you very much. Doc, please. You can continue.
Yeah, welcome back after the break. Inshallah, we shall continue on methodologies. So we are left with 2 to 3 important sections. Each one is very important. Methodology is not only for Islamic economics. Actually, in it, you will also learn how you can adopt in your respective discipline. Whether you're in economics or in sociology or political science, or even in some other sciences, you can learn the approach used by Muslim economists in coming up with their own model and solving the problems. We learned about epistemology, which since we have established that there are different epistemologies, Islamic epistemology and Western epistemology. Islamic epistemology recognizes the sources of, Quranic sources and the tradition of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So it recognizes revelation, while conventional it does not. So we are using Islamic epistemology in our own approach. Now, of course, since we say Islamic economics, certainly the foundation of which must be Sharia. And Sharia, as a matter of repetition, means a guidance which comes through revelations, and the sources of Sharia are Quran, Hadith, Ijma, and Qiyas, as we all know. The technical meaning of Sharia is a path to trade for guidance in this world. It comprises commands, prohibitions, values that God addressed to man for achieving success. That is Sharia, which I mentioned. Most of it is akhlaq and mu'amalat. And a little part of it is about capital punishment. For instance, a thief that steals, and once evidences are established, then the Sharia gives guidelines on what to do. But so you can see those capital punishments are very limited. You can count them. And they are meant to actually protect maqasid al-Sharia. Because if you look at the one who kills another person, actually he is violating maqasid al-Sharia, isn't it? Because Sharia comes to what? To protect nafs, life. So someone come and take life. So Sharia says his life also has to be taken. So it's to protect that maqasid. And also someone who steals, what is he doing? He's actually violating the maqasid. Because Sharia is there to protect al-mal. So you can continue listing all the capital punishment, you can connect them with one of the maqasid al-Sharia. The same thing with things like zina, for instance. It is violation of marriage institution. So that is the capital punishment, which is limited in terms of the percentage. Now, the components of Sharia, I believe you might have seen something similar in Mala Abdullahi's presentation. Sharia has these 3 components: Tawheed, which is belief in Allah, and under it, there is belief in ownership of resources. Like we already established the names of Allah and His sifat. One of His names is Ar-Razzaq. Okay, so resources belongs to Him. So it's all a part of Tawheed. Fiqh is also another second component, which consists of rule and guidelines and mu'amalat. And then you have akhlaq, which is ethics and morality, which include attributes such as honesty, kindness, mercy, and which are all needed for society to function properly. If you remove the last part, we will have big problem, as we are having now. Many people lack the akhlaq, the ethics, the kindness, the sincerity, the honesty. They are all lacking. So that is why we are suffering actually, because this component is negated. So we have to bring them into economic functions. Let them function properly. That look, in our economics, there is ethics, there is morality. Do not commit anything that is not sincere. Try to be kind to all people, generosity and what have you. So we also have the categorization of Sharia based on this, as we all know: wajib, mandu, mubah, makruh, and haram. Sharia in general, it guides and limits action of man. Because if I allow man, he will continue misbehaving. But Sharia guides him and limits his actions. And then if he maintains that, then you can see him on the right path. And that's why you continue requesting Allah to keep you balanced and to keep you on the right path. You can see when recite Al-Fatiha, Hidina Surat al-Mustaqim. Always you keep on repeating, Hidina Surat al-Mustaqim, Surat al-Ladhina an'amta alayhim, till the end of the verse. However, the Sharia needs to be interpreted. Despite all this, there is need for interpretation and application on case by case. The product of interpreting Sharia is called fiqh. And this fiqh is a literal meaning of which is understanding. It is the knowledge of practical Sharia laws, which is derived from particulars of supporting evidence. It is sourced from human efforts and also a product of human aql. That is why you have different types of fiqh. Let's say fiqh al-Maliki, fiqh al-Shafi'i. The scholars that exerted effort and developed the fiqh, they are basing it on understanding of, let's say, Imam Malik, or understanding of Imam Shafi'i, or the scholars of Shafi'i, understanding of Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal. So then you have different types of fiqh or school of thought, which are all correct, because at the end, when you take each one, you will see they are producing the rulings based on their circumstances and their time. That is why you will find differences among themselves. And sometimes based on what reaches them in terms of the sources of Sharia. Some they have full information about a particular thing. Some maybe something has not reached them. So that is how they build. And despite that, you will find the differences to be a source of mercy to Muslims, to the Ummah. Because if there is only one approach or one fiqh on all matters, the societies will suffer. If you come, you ask for a fatwa on a particular issue, and the Mufti told you this is the only option you have, then either you do it or you violate, isn't it? But perhaps if he knows your circumstances, he knows the details of why you come with a problem or you find yourself in that particular problem, he will look into other sources of Sharia and see if you have an exit, whereby what you will do will still be within the spectrum of Sharia, will be still considered as part of Sharia, based on understanding of, let's say, another madhab, not the dominant madhab in your own locality. And I think that is why Islamic finance has growing. Because Islamic finance is not based on a particular fiqh, let's say fiqh Maliki or fiqh Isha. It is benefiting from all school of thought. It is benefiting from all of them. Scholars, contemporary scholars, when an issue is brought to them, they don't restrict themselves to only one madhab, but rather they look into all madhahib and see if there is a way out of that problem. To give you an example, in conventional finance, you have only one product, which is, what is the product you have in conventional banks? Cash? It's not called cash. It has its name. Capital is maybe, sorry? It's not clear. Or currency, no. It's still, the product is loan, credit. That is the one and the only product in conventional banks. They don't have a second product. All the relations they have is creditor and debtor. They just give money and it's left to you to buy whatever you want. So now, if somebody needs some money for urgent needs, and he comes to Islamic banks, and actually it is money that he needs at that particular situation. Maybe the products they are selling, let's say for emergency, for medical treatment, it involves traveling. It involves things that cannot be easily acquired in the market. So that when they acquire it, they will now sell it to him. What will solve his problem at that time, perhaps, is the cash. Give him, then he will begin to spend on this visa, acquiring, moving, for buying ticket, going and paying for medical bills, blah, blah, until the end, until he gets what he wants. Now, if there is no option, perhaps there is one product which some madhahib accept it, others don't. And Islamic banks apply it. This is called tawarruk. Yes, tawarruk. Tawarruk is a situation whereby, let's say, actually you need the cash, as I established. But since Islamic banks don't deal with the cash, okay, now what will happen is that you can agree to buy this phone from the bank. But at the end, as soon as you get it, you will also sell it and get your cash. Do you understand? Is it clear? Am I communicating? You buy from the Islamic banks because they don't give money on interest. They can help you to buy this for you. So, but since you need cash at that time, maybe it's darura. So you can go and buy this from Islamic banks. As soon as you buy it, you can, in collaboration with the Islamic bank, you will get it sold at lower price and get your cash. So let's say you buy it at 500 cedis. So Islamic bank, it arranges for the purchase. And then immediately it also arranges for selling it at 450 cedis. Cool? And then you sell it, you agree to receive lower amount, receive cash. And then you now come and start paying Islamic banks gradually. Because initially you don't have money, that is why you come, isn't it? You don't have the cash, that is why you come. So now you need to pay Islamic banks how much? 500. So, but you collected how much? 450. So this product is called tawarruk. It's a kind of triparty arrangement whereby you have the financial institution coordinating, buying and selling on behalf of the customer. And the customer, at the end, he will just get cash, not the product as we established in the case of murabaha. In murabaha, This phone, when you buy it from Islamic bank, you take it and use it. Simple. So it's a two-way arrangement, or three-way because it involves vendor. But in this case, in the organized tawarruk, it is 4 parties even. The Islamic bank that is arranging, the vendor, which Islamic banks bought the item from him, an agent who is going to assist to sell the product again in the market, and then the customer who is the initial, the initiator of the transaction. Is it clear? So this is tawarruk. So tawarruk in some madhahib is not allowed. In others, they accommodate. In Maliki, they accepted traditional tawarruk. There are 2 types of tawarruk, organized and traditional. Traditional, they say, is okay. Because, for instance, if you are the one who went to the bank, get this mobile phone, bought it from them 500, immediately you rush to the market, to the vendor, another buyer, you sell it at 400 or 450, it's your own, isn't it? It is your own asset. Nobody will now say why you are, because you need the cash. But you can see in this scenario, you take ownership, you went and sell it yourself. But in the first one I mentioned, probably you do not see this phone. Everything is arranged. Is it clear? All the lunch that we have taken is making us, It's heavy lunch, go? So. Now what I'm saying is that this fiqh differs. There are different types, but Islamic finance, they try to leverage on all fiqh or school of thought so that to allow, based on darura. So now based on darura, they say you can use this organized tawarruk. That if there is real need, then the issue of not allowing it does not arise because this is darura and it's not riba directly. It still involves buying and selling. And then it's just that ownership has not been taken place as it's supposed to be. So now they say based on darura, a situation of necessity, instead of you going to the conventional bank and borrow cash and pay interest, this one is better. So akhafu dararain. Is it clear? Now, in Islamic economics, what scholars do, you have the Sharia. So to come up with some rulings on certain phenomena, it requires ijtihad. It requires what? Ijtihad. And this ijtihad is done by scholars of fiqh and usul al-fiqh. Or it requires knowledge of fiqh and usul al-fiqh. It requires knowledge of usul al-fiqh in particular. And then the end result, the product they will come up with, is now considered as fiqh. So this is usually the process, a kind of simplified version. Now, this ijtihad, okay, this is objective of Sharia. I think we have talked about it. Let me go. The ijtihad are of 3 types. There may be existing ijtihad that we want to leverage on by different scholars. Maybe they have established certain ijtihad. We may leverage on it. There may be a requirement, or it may require you to modify the existing ijtihad. So modification, that is the second type. And another one is making new ijtihad, new opinions that has never been found before. So in all these 3, it may require you to apply some steps, which we shall see in Islamic economics, or even in Islamic methodological approach. You know, establishing the objective, the hypothesis, reviewing the literature, referring to Quran, referring to Sunnah, referring to other sources, and then come up with the finding, collecting the data. We shall see the detail. All what we want to do at the end is to come up with a view. Just now we want to hear a lot of views. What is the view? What is the Islamic position about particular thing, a new phenomena, new technology, cryptocurrency, digital currency, investment of so many types, to the extent that some of us, we just find ourselves into something which is like gambling, and then we want to hear Sharia view about it. I think that is wrong. We should first don't enter. We should first find out the Sharia view before we join. When we know the Sharia view before we join, then only we can make informed decision. Not you join, and then later on you come trying to explain so that the scholar will understand your, your view. And the end you want to hear saying, it's allowed. That is not the way. So in doing so, let me go to this, I think it's even more, this one is the same thing with the previous text. These are the stages we follow in establishing a view, a position, or a model. Sometimes it can be the ijtihad. You may consider it as ijtihad, actually. Trying to go to primary sources, trying to compare with conventional, trying to ask scholars what is the view of Islam about a particular phenomena, and then collecting the data and arriving at a conclusion. Of course, you may not say it is fatwa at the end, but at least you will establish a path within which consumers or people could make choice, or government can drive policy from that particular thing. What are the stages? Number one is to establish the subject matter, determine what is the subject matter. Let's say inequality is the subject matter, the rampant inequality in Muslim society, or even other society. But let us limit it to Muslim society, because that is where we anticipate, we envisage that your model will function what? More appropriately. Because they are Muslims, they can easily incline by that approach, and you may see the positive result you wanted to see. So let's say the subject matter is inequality, rampant inequality, or poverty level, high level of poverty in Muslims community. So now you try to establish, still under number one, what would be Islamic economic vision about inequality? Will Islam or Islamic economics, if implemented with all its mechanisms, if they are put into practice, what do you see will happen in the society? That is the vision. Are we together? Yeah. So when you establish that, okay, in Islam we have halal earnings, we have supporting one another, we have, infaq, we have zakah, we have all the positive measures that I mentioned earlier, you put them here. You go back and get all the sources, as we shall see in some stages, and then you, at least preliminary, you can establish the vision that, let's say, there will be no income or no extreme income inequality in Islamic economic system. That is your vision. That if zakah and other Islamic economic instruments are put in place, there will be no extreme inequality. Why we didn't say there will be no inequality? Why?
When zakah is being practiced, the distribution is from the rich to the poor.
Yeah.
So at least the poor will get to rise up to a point.
But we are talking about why we didn't say there will be no inequality. Why we didn't say that? We just said there will be no extreme inequality, meaning to say we tolerate some levels of inequality. And just need a quick answer.
Okay, so definitely we can't be equal. We are all different.
You see?
It's inevitable.
It's inevitable. In Islamic economy, see the Surah Tabara. تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا. If you continue, you will see that we are not equal. Allah has made some rich among us, some are poor, just to test us. And in the hadith, and also some verses, it says ذَلِكَ فَضْلِ اللَّهِ يُؤْتِيهِ. So we can never be equal. That is why in our Islamic economic vision, we will not say there will be no inequality. You understand the wisdom? So we can say there will be no extreme. But extreme, we don't accommodate it in Islamic economics. Extreme, whereby the rich are rich, extremely rich, and the poor are extremely poor. That is not accommodated and acceptable in Islamic economics. Now, when we establish this vision, we refer to the Quran, we refer to the Sunnah. We find all the verses that are talking about economic matters, about distribution of resources, about inequality, if any. We refer to hadith that talks about life of Sahaba, okay, how they live, how they overcome their economic challenges. Look at the situation during Umar bin Khattab, how he uses zakat to alleviate poverty, even Umar ibn Abdul Aziz. So we take all the sources in our second stage. In the third stage, we refer to the work of scholars and Islamic economics. This is why we refer to the work of, let's say, Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Taymiyyah. What do they say about all these things? And that's the work of scholars and Islamic economists. Even contemporary scholars, such as Muhammad Najatullah Siddiqui, such as Khurshid Ahmad, such as Munzir Kahaf. These are the leading experts in the field. What do they say about distribution in Islamic economies? So we refer to their works and benefit from their literature they have left. We now move to the next stage, number 4. We refer to contemporary economics and finance. So here is where we go and benefit from the conventional knowledge. The work of even the World Bank, they have some measures, how to measure inequality. We now look into that measure to see whether we can adopt that or modify that. They use what is called Gini coefficient, whereby the numbers start from 0 to 1. When you have 1 as a coefficient, 1, it means one person, or it means one person has accumulated everything and leaving the rest of the society with 0. And when you have 0, that means nobody has having any difference. So that is the coefficient. So we refer to that and benefit from the literature and different instruments they use to overcome inequality. If anything that does not violate Sharia, we take it and adopt it, possible. And then we move to the next stage, which is establishing our hypothesis. Now we can have a hypothesis which could be similar to the Islamic economic vision, which can say, hypothesis, how do we establish hypothesis? You can say, in positive term, there will be extreme inequality in an Islamic economic system. This will be your hypothesis, what is called null hypothesis. There will be extreme inequality in Islamic economic system. Another one, you say, there will be no, the alternative, there will be no extreme. At the end, you wanted to, reject the first one so that you can establish there will be no extreme inequality in Islamic economic system. Do you understand? Good. So that is hypothesis 5, or stage 5. The next stage is to actually test the hypothesis and reach the conclusion. That is, you collect the data, you analyze the data, and you state the result, establish the finding. So here is where you also have to go to the field collect data from some selected samples, depending on where you are. You want to do in Ghana, even in Ghana, in Kumasi only, try to see what is the, even in Kumasi, if you choose to limit your study to Zango area, or any other area, you have the right to do so, depending on what sampling technique you are using. Are you using simple random sampling technique, or you are using convenience sampling technique, or purposive sampling technique? Purposive could mean you want to target where there is high level of inequality. Do you understand? So they become your target. So you apply purposive, and even when you go to do the purposive, because if you want a large number, you can still apply another level of convenience sampling. Whoever comes your way, you try to, or you collaborate with some institutions, institutions, banks, financial institutions, universities, to get your data. So this is how you do the testing, collecting the data, and then you come and test different software, or even taking percentages, and see what will be the result. The result can show you that, yes, the hypothesis, there will be no extreme inequality in Islamic economic system. The findings from your data can tell you yes or no. You can always have this. So now what do you do, assuming your findings says there is extreme inequality in Islamic economic system? What do you do? What do you do? Your finding shows that there will be extreme inequality in Islamic economic system. What will you do? Okay. Said?
From your findings, you have a proposal of a solution.
What is the solution? Yes. Or you propose a solution?
Per your finding, and what you arrived at, then you may have a proposed solution to that problem.
Solution. So will you reject or will you accept the hypothesis now? Before you go to propose the solution. Solution is recommendation you are making.
Yes.
Before that, will you reject or accept just as you found?
I will accept it.
Knowing that fully that your hypothesis is built on some foundations.
Foundations, yes.
And shaky foundation. Do you understand the argument? No. The argument, we have sources, including the primary sources, secondary sources, and maybe before you go on and accept, you should go and cross-check from step 1 to step 5. Maybe you have omitted an important verse or a hadith. For instance, you may, if let's say you are restricting your study with the institution of zakah alone, that among the instruments you are using, you see it is zakat that will be able to alleviate that inequality. That is your main concern. But now when you reach the level, you find that, yes, still there will be extreme inequality. Now the question is that, are you sure zakah alone is being taxed to provide solution of inequality, extreme inequality? Maybe no. Why we have other sources such as waqaf, sadaqah, infaq, takaful, and many others. So probably there is an omission in your own Islamic economic vision or in your establishing of hypothesis. So you have to cross-check to make sure there is no omission or commission. Assuming you have done so for the second time, you cross-check, you still find there is no. Another problem could be your samples. Maybe the samples, maybe they don't even understand. Perhaps you do it in English, the questionnaire, and everything you put is in English, and the people are dominantly using different language. So you may have problem of getting the correct answer. They were thinking that if they tick number 1, it shows their agreement, not knowing that ticking number 1 is showing disagreement. So you have to cross-check to make sure all there is no statistical error, which is significant. Like this kind of major error, somebody want to tick 5 and he tick 1. Definitely you'll see negative result. So you have to cross-check to make sure there is no such. Maybe you translate the questionnaire and go back to the field. Or maybe the sample size is small. Because in social science, all these things is about proportion. How long it takes them to answer the question, and what are the details of the question. So you have to, maybe the sample, it has to be proportionate to the questions. Some say for every 10 questions, you need 100 respondents. Do you understand? For every 10 questions on your sample questionnaire, you need 100 respondents. So it means if you have 10 questions or 15 questions, and then you get 80 respondents, so if your result misbehave, so know where the problem lies. So these are all methodological errors that could happen. So you have to try to overcome that methodological error before you reach your final statement or final conclusion. Once you do so, you try to overcome all what you can, and still you find the result showing that there will be extreme inequality in an Islamic economic system. Now, what you do, you can accept it, but with condition. Or rather, statistically, yes, the result has shown that, but you have to go and explain. Maybe the Muslim leaders are not knowledgeable about all these institutions you are talking about. They don't know it, they don't apply it. Maybe the rich Muslims, they are not really caring about the poor. So you have to find from the literature, the same literature survey you have done, whereby if you take the statement of Ali radiallahu anhu, who said that somebody who, sleep with his stomach full and his neighbor is hungry, he doesn't have faith, right? Adequate iman. So you have to go and check that maybe these are some of the reasons. People are having weak iman. Then you now recommend for strengthening the iman. What can you do? For the government to know about the importance of this policy, of this alternative, if they can employ, like Dahiru has said, when I mentioned earlier, that zakah, if implemented properly, will be sufficient to alleviate the poverty. This is a non-believer, a non-Muslim who is saying that. So let people know. He is saying it because he is dealing with numbers. He can see all the funds and investment before him. So he can be able to make some estimates that, these funds, if the wealth of Muslims, if they are removing 2.5% of it and paying, how much do we need to alleviate the poverty and inequality in Muslim country or in the globe? He can be able to establish empirically. So that is actually the exercises we are doing in coming up with some model, building model, let's say model of consumer behavior, how a Muslim consumer will behave when it comes to a particular issue in economics. Consumption, he will not consume haram, for instance. Now haram means not only haram food, but also haram what? Income. You know one thing, Muslims are more conscious in avoiding haram food than what? Haram income. So why? So these are questions to ponder. The haram income one gets, he's going to come and use it to buy what? Halal food. So we have to know the thing and abide by the Sharia, the guidelines. Avoid the haram income. Go and get halal income. Don't put haram income into your stomach. Just like the hadith says, is somebody who is traveling, and he is raising his hand, asking Allah, Ya Rab, wa mat'amuhu haramu, wa mashrabuhu haramu, wa gudiya bil harami, fa anna yustajabu lahu. Mat'amu haramu, mashrabuhu haramu, and everything. So how can he be responded to? How can his prayer be answered? So we should know even conditions of answering prayer, that is eating halal or abiding by provision of Sharia when it's come to halal income, earnings. So these are the stages. Later, if you have questions, you can ask. Of course, these are just elaboration. What's the problem? So you need to establish the problem, like the Islamic economic vision, relevant variables, establish them. What are the assumptions? Intuitively, the relationship of the variables, refer to the primary sources of Sharia. Anytime you move from one stage to another, you need to possibly modify the vision itself, because you are more enriched now, more informed. When you establish the Islamic economic vision or the problem, perhaps you come across little literature, small amount of literature. Now, as you move on into studying the Quran, like let's say, how do you call it? Like translation which is based on topics. You know, some Mufassirun, they are taking subject matter. Let's say income, halal income. And they will now bring all the verses that talk about earning halals or taking halal income in their tafsir. Tafsir al-Mawdu'i is called. Tafsir al-Mawdu'i. So you refer to this kind of tafsir al-Mawdu'i, then you can get verses that are relevant to your subject matter. Is it poverty? Is it distribution? Is it consumption of halal food? And what have you? You can modify at each stage, like I say. And when you refer to the work of scholars, you also modify. When you refer to the contemporary, you also modify until you reach the establishment of hypothesis. If empirical tests verify, do not falsify yet. The hypotheses, they are accepted, and if repeatedly observed, they become ultimately the building blocks of theory. Yes. So do not be quick in jumping at conclusion, but repeat, and once it is established, you can say, you can build your theory based on that. If empirical tests do not support the hypothesis, all aspects of steps 1 to 6 are to be rechecked. If this review manages to solve the divergence, then the problem is solved, like I mentioned. If after this review there is still a divergence between the tentative theory and the practice observed, then we will ask why. What is the difference from what ought to be? What is differs from what ought to be? You don't expect Muslims to consume alcohol, isn't it? But when you conduct a research, you found some Muslims taking alcohol, subhanallah. So now, will you come and say, it is their choice? No, now, this is what is obtainable. Some Muslims take this. So you have to now recommend for them to do what's supposed to be done. So you will recommend for amending the practice so that they avoid and they follow the Sharia in totality. Okay. This is another module which is almost second to the last part, which I believe will also take a large chunk of time, but I think I will continue. What is the arrangement in terms of Q&A? At the end, or what do we do? Because otherwise, if I allow you, maybe you may forget, or you are sleeping, or whatever.
Prophet, what did you say? What did you say?
Yeah?
I didn't hear what you said.
Okay. No, I was asking, can we take some questions?
If you want, why not?
Yeah. So because we are going totally into, different areas, the contemporary Islamic economics and finance, which at the end, I have some assignment or a kind of group discussions to give. But before we go proper, now I am asking, based on the previous slides, the previous presentation, if there's any question on building model, on Islamic economics methodology, you have 2-3 minutes to ask. so that I can respond to it before I move on to the new topic. Yes, please. You have the floor.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Please, so on the Islamic banking, you made mention that if someone wants an item or something, the bank doesn't give him money directly, but then they buy the thing for him, and then you would have to sell it. You would have to sell it and then get the cash. And then there was a reduction in the money. So I was looking at it from the perspective of the Western banking too, that they will give you the money and then you add a loan, they will add loans, interest to it. So I don't see any, what's the uniqueness of the Islamic banking? Because here the money is reduced, but here you are asked to add an addition. So what's the uniqueness of the Islamic banking from the Western banking?
Next question. Any other? Or you have only one? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, so we talked about the capitalism. Yes, where the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Okay, so in this case, can we say that capitalism is not allowed or is not permissible in Islam?
No. So the question whether capitalism is allowed or not allowed. Okay, anyone? Last one? Did you raise your hand? No. Okay. So regarding the question you asked, there is difference. The first difference is that this is money with money in conventional bank. They give you money and they charge you. But in the second one, it's transaction. You buy item and you go and sell it at lower price. The bank only assisted you in selling it. Do you understand? There is still even if it is this book, once it enters in before exchange takes place, then the riba drops. The riba will not enter. But then again, remember I mentioned this is happening and is allowed under Darura. But other than that, once you buy, the bank buys this item to you, you should just take it. And take it, you can go to the market and sell it your own because it's your own property. Nobody will now ask you what do you do with it. You can decide to give it as a gift. You can decide to sell it at lower price. Or if you get another buyer, you can sell it to him at what? Higher price. So it is your own product. So this is a major difference. And also remember, Islamic banks, we are all human. They are financial intermediation, just like conventional banks. And this is what we need. We need money. Money taken from the rich component, from surplus unit to the deficit unit. So when they come at the center, they will now take it to give to those deficit unit. But in giving that money, there are halal ways, there is haram way. The haram one is taking money and giving to people on interest. The halal way is taking money and investing in people or giving them for investment and share the profit, and they generate return and you share the returns. Or you take it and buy something for them and you generate profit from dealing with them. So this is how the Islamic banks do. And they remember the verse in Surah Al-Baqarah where the non-believers, they say, Innamal bay'u mithul riba. And then Allah responded, wa ahallallahu al-bay'a wa harrama riba. So principally, Allah prohibits riba and He permits trading. So since this is trading, so you should accept it as a principle which is allowed in Sharia. It's just like somebody will say, you say, you know, having sexual relationship with a woman, why you also have sexual relationship with your wives? Do you understand? This is your wife, legitimate marriage. But this one, if there is no marriage, then it is what? Haram. So we should have this at the foundation in our mind before we actually say they are the same, or before we criticize, before we say they are not following Sharia. Whether capitalism is Islamic or not Islamic, you see, what I try or what we are doing is to give you the principles. Definitely nobody will come and say and tell you capitalism is haram. I never heard about it. Even some scholars that, there is one scholar, I think Zubair Hassan, he's also showing jokingly that capitalism or Islamic economics is equal to capitalism plus zakah minus riba. That if you take capitalism and you inject zakah into the system and you remove interest from the system, then you will have Islamic economic system. But this is always so simplistic a definition, honestly. It's just to give you an idea that, okay, it's not everything, because al-asli fil ashya al-ibah. The origin of all things is permissibility, except which Sharia says no to it. So the capitalists, they are involving in trading, buying and selling, production. But the way they do it, there might be some areas where it is not permitted, such as exploitation, such as taking riba, dealing with conventional way. So all you need to do is to remove those things, prohibited elements from the system, then you will have Islamic economic system. Do you understand? Thank you. Okay, sister. Saratu.
Assalamu alaikum. Please, you made mention of the fact that sometimes halal money can be used to do haram things. So there was this instance where someone recommended a man in a community. He was in need. He was needy. In fact, they were living from hand to mouth. So this other man recommended him to a man who wanted to give out zakat. So he was giving the zakat, but he ended up going to add another wife. So in this case, marriage is
allowed. It's permissible.
Marriage is permissible in Islam.
And
so
then
in this case, what the man did, will you categorize it as haram or makruh, or how will you?
Of course, you cannot say haram.
Yeah, it's not haram. So I want
just
to.
because he married the second wife?
But they were living from hand to mouth. He didn't have the means.
No, not at all. It's his own. It is his own. It is his own right. It is his own money. So if out of misbehaving, he go and ask second wife, that should not be that. He shouldn't do that. But you cannot say he does haram. They say that I haram is halal what he did, but you know there is what ought to be, what he should be, but he didn't do that. But marriage in itself, you cannot say, I can understand your concern. Okay, brother Karim.
No, mine is, in conventional finance, when you give the money.
Before Karim says, it might be the wife is the one who gives him zakah, and he goes and takes the second wife. What will you say? You now quarrel with him. He has to bring you back your zakah. You already give it as dowry. So I have to be patient. So it's a matter of knowing how to manage your man so that he will follow, he will do what is the right thing. Yes, Brother Karim.
Yes, I was saying that in conventional, finance, whilst you are assessing the capacity of somebody to give a loan to, or some of the issues that concerns them is getting back the money. No. And they put in measures to ensure that if the person doesn't come to pay, like collateral, like guarantor, and other things. In conventional, in Islamic finance, I don't know how are these things handled in case the person refuses or is not willing. No. They say it's not willing to pay back.
Yes.
How do you?
Yes, you see, mostly nowadays we are living in the same regulatory environment. And remember the maqasid al-sharia, protection of al-mal. So nobody has told you that you should not take collateral if you are giving out your money. Even at interpersonal level, when you are dealing in your personal transaction, you select whom to give loan, even if it is Qard al-Hasan, isn't it? It's not every time you advance money to every person that comes to you. No, you look at the person. Or this he can repay me by. He is trustworthy. So anybody that is not trustworthy, will you give him your money? So that is it. You are actually doing maqasid. So the same principle will be applied in Islamic bank. Nobody say all this taking collateral is from conventional. It is inter-civilizational things. Go and read in Sahih al-Bukhari. Daman, taking collateral is allowed. There is hadith on that. You are advancing loan to someone and say, okay, actually I will give you, but what can you give me as a guarantee that you are going to return back my money? And say, okay, I will give you my property at so place. It's allowed. The difference is that in conventional, once you default, then number one, interest will start to accumulate. Yes, you default. The day you default, there will be charges, and it will keep on rising until the interest becomes higher than the capital. But in Islamic finance, you cannot charge interest. But even in Islamic finance, it is permitted to charge. I will tell you when I come to the standards, IOP 1991, these are standards regulating Islamic banks. They come up with standard that you can charge penalty for defaulting. It's not interest, it's not riba. So when you charge that penalty, just to protect, to close the door of, destabilizing the system, that penalty, you have to send it to charity. You cannot claim it as part of your income as it will happen in the conventional finance, whereby interest now it's part of their income and they will declare dividend at the end. Yes, finally, if no, then I will move on to the next. Yes, Bashir ko Hashir. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Mine too has to do with the calls we make and credit we use in making the call. There is a system here where sometimes when you do not have a credit on your phone and you want to make a call, the network gives you the chance to borrow credit and then make call later on, you pay with interest. So is that one also classified as riba or not?
Okay. Let me go straight. This question is very common, even in Nigeria, that you borrow the credit and then when you are paying, you will pay more. You borrow, I don't know, 10 CDs, but when you are paying, or the data, they will give you the airtime, they will give you for 80 cents, or how do you call it? Yes. So less than the amount you will end up paying. That is not riba, because it is service. It is service you are buying from them. And just like the deferred sale, which you agree to sell your commodity on credit at higher price. So they are also selling their service at what? Higher price. And you agree to buy that service, and there is commodity or service in between, so that makes it not riba. Because already in between, there is service which you are going to enjoy, or product which you are going to consume, which makes it not riba. Do you understand? So that is the position. But initially, many scholars, or some scholars, have issued fatwa, this is riba, this is prohibited. But later on, they got proper information and how it happens, and then some of them corrected that, no, if this is a case, it is not riba, but it's rather a sales transaction which you agree to enter. Wrap up of this one, or?
No, this session.
Yeah?
This session.
The whole day?
No, the session.
The session.
Yes, please.
And then what will be after that?
They go and pray Asr. After Asr, they come back. We continue till you finish.
Okay, okay. So we'll wrap up, and but before we wrap up, finally, I say, make it brief.
Assalamu alaikum. Please, this is the only question I am accepting.
Yes, you will know. Nobody will ask.
Yes.
Salaam alaikum. Please, with regards to the SIMs to MTN, for instance, like when you mobile money, when you leave your money there for some time, they also give interest. And then there is a code for you. Like if you don't want the interest, you can dial that code and then they will stop giving you the interest. But yes,
Gives the interest.
mobile money. MTN,
Mobile money.
yes.
Okay.
And then there is a code for it. Like if you don't want the interest to be coming to you, you can dial that code and the interest will not be coming to you. But someone was saying that it's better for the interest to come to you so that maybe you give it to charity than it going to somewhere else. Maybe you don't know what they are going to use their money for. So now I don't know whether you should dial the code and the interest will stop coming to you, or you should just leave it. So that if the interest comes to you, you can just give it away to charity. Or which
Okay.
one is better?
So this is assignment number 1. If you come back after my presentation, we'll discuss. She will tell us when we form the group. This group will talk about the details of this, and we'll use the principles we learned today and come up and tell us your own understanding and your verdict. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Please, Madam Aisha would come and engage you for just 10 minutes and we'll go and pray. Because you see, tomorrow is your friend is saying. Tomorrow is Thursday. And you know your presentation is on Friday. So this engagement must happen today. So that you just hear what she has to say for just 10 minutes. And then we'll go and pray and we'll come back for the rest of the session. So I'm going to come here now, please. Relax for me. Please, let's pay attention. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. So, inshallah, on Friday, we'll be doing some presentations. And I hope everybody is aware, right? Okay. So we are aware. The mode of presentation. Time for each participant is 30 minutes for the presentation and 3 minutes for questions and answers. Sorry, 10 minutes for presentation, 3 minutes for question and answers. So the purpose of the presentation is for participants to come up with researchable topics from an Islamic perspective with guidance from lecturers delivered over the period. So your presentation should be integration. I mean, in that form. It shouldn't just be something you've learned in school, what you learned here with a blend of the school Okay, so secular, conventional. You blend the two, integration. Now, the mode of presentation is PowerPoint. The outline of slides, 1, topic. 2, outline of presentation. 3, introduction. 4, research problem. 5, research questions. 6, objectives. 7, methodology. 8, expected outcome of study. 9, references. Come again. I should start again.
Assalamu alaikum. It has been posted on your platform, okay, so you can go back and refer, so you'll get it. It's there already.
So if you have any issue with the mode of presentation, you can meet any of the LOCs, and then we discuss it. If you have issue with your, choosing your topic or anything, you can just come for any advice so that you start your research. Thank you very much.
Specifically, me, if you come to me, my head is dead. So if you need help, I will advise you go to Imam Abdullah. He's very good in that. And me, if you approach me there, so approach Imam Abdullah. He's good in that.
And I want to add up something. You guys are all good. So, I know you'll kill it. I trust you guys. So make us proud, okay? Make us proud.
Assalamu alaikum. Please, so we are about to begin the last session of the day. So let's give him our full attention, please. Thank you. Okay, Doc.
All right, thank you. Can I have the slides back? Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I tried to bring the contemporary issues and also talk about Islamic banking and finance in this section. Although during our discussions of the previous modules or previous slides, actually we have talked on Islamic banking, yet we'll try to fill the gaps, at least to show you the evolution of Islamic banking and finance. It started from Egypt, from a small experiment by what is called Midgar Islamic Social Investment or Islamic Social Investment Bank in 1962. This is like a Islamic microfinance that was started at that time, and then it gave the Muslims and Muslim countries and researchers an idea on how you can practice a bank without interest. They started based on Murabaha, Mudaraba, and then later on there was challenge, which is political in the case of Egypt. They could not continue. But that was the beginning. All right? At the same time, in Malaysia in 1963, there was another experiment, which is called Tabung Hajj Malaysia. Tabung Hajj is like you say, Hajj saving scheme. Hajj saving scheme. One researcher, one professor conducted a study that we Muslims in Malaysia, each and every one of us want to perform Hajj. And usually people will just they will find it difficult to accumulate the amount they require to go to Hajj. He now come up with an idea that let us form a savings group or savings scheme whereby you will be saving an amount small, until that amount becomes high or sufficient for you to perform Hajj. And when you save that amount, it is going to be invested. And the amount, the saving itself will generate returns, which is profit, not interest. And once it will grow, it grows, it is growing with your money, and before you know it, you get an amount sufficient to perform Hajj. So now, a Malaysian, a newborn, once he is born, his parents could open an account for him in Tabung Hajj Malaysia. Start saving small amount for Hajj. The time he will reach his 30th birthday, he just received a call. Al-Hajj, are you ready? You are due for Hajj. It's your turn now. All right? But actually, because of the large number also, usually you may be due for Hajj, but still you have to wait for your queue, because others have already put their money before you. So it may take you another years, 2 years, maybe up to 50 years before you go. But at least many Malaysians pilgrims, they go to Hajj based on this Hajj saving scheme. To the extent that this Hajj saving scheme become a model globally, that many countries are borrowing this idea. Countries like Indonesia, they started. Even Nigeria, if you notice, okay, we have what is called also Hajj savings scheme, operated by Jaiz Bank, the pioneer bank in Nigeria. So it's a model which many countries are emulating. In the case of Tabung Hajj, it became a mega financial institution, mega Islamic financial institution with subsidiaries that it can do all the financial services, including banking, insurance, mutual fund, savings, and whatever banks and other financial institutions are doing through the Tabung Hajj framework, you will find they have a subsidiary which is doing the same thing. And it is the only institution that was given such license to operate banking, to operate takaful, to operate fund management, pension, and other funds based on Sharia guidelines. So it is a huge institution which is giving many impact, and to the extent now it controls large amount of plantation in Malaysia. It has investment in various sectors in information and communication technology. Then we got Islamic Development Bank in 1974 and started operation in 1975. Around that time, I told you about the meeting of Muslim scholars in Mecca, where they established the need to come up with Islamic universities and also Islamic banks in Muslim countries. So the development, it continues, one triggers another. Then in 1984, we got Islamic Bank of Malaysia, or what is called Bank Islam. In 1984, they come up with a law that established Islamic Bank in Malaysia. Before that, they don't have, even though they have Tabung Hajj. Tabung Hajj is for Muslims, only those intended pilgrimages. But Islamic banks can be operated by Muslims and non-Muslims. So in 1984, they have this. In Africa also, what I didn't put, in Sudan, the first takaful started in 1979. We know takaful, right? Islamic insurance. The first organized Islamic insurance started in Sudan in 1979. It's another development which is part of the ecosystem. And then in 1991, we have accounting and auditing organization for Islamic financial institutions called IOFI, Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions. This is a big booster for Islamic finance because it is an organization based in Bahrain that is meant to standardize the practice and operations of Islamic banks. If you say you are following Islamic bank or you want to establish Islamic banks, so they will give you the guidelines. They come up with standards that, look, if you want to do murabaha, these are the standards, A, B, C, D. If you don't follow them, probably you are doing something else. Of course, they recognize and appreciate local Sharia scholars. Local Sharia scholars, mostly, we rely upon our scholars to give us fatwa. But this is an international organization which is specialized on Islamic finance, issuing fatwa, coming up with standards. They are inviting all the scholars that you know, regardless of their Islamic thought. Let's say the madhahib, Maliki, Shafi'i, Hanbali, and the rest. So they are just bringing them based on their expertise. Once you are knowledgeable on fiqh al-mu'amalat, they can invite you and discuss on a particular matter. And of course, there are other organizations, such as Islamic Fiqh Academy, based in Jeddah. Islamic Fiqh Academy. They are also issuing fatwa. I think Islamic Fiqh Academy was the first to say conventional insurance is haram. Somebody was asking this whether it's legitimate or not legitimate. You have to differentiate between what is permissible from Sharia and what is permissible by the law. If what is permissible by the Sharia is also permissible by the law, then excellent. But you can find something by the law is accepted, the law of the country, but from Sharia viewpoint, it's not accepted. So it is yours to make an effort to see if you can come up with an alternative way of doing that particular thing. So we have those developments, and I think the list is many. This is not exhaustive, but I think they are the key developments. Islamic Bank of Faisal Islamic Bank, among others. And then in the case of Nigeria, we got to have the first Islamic bank full-fledged in 2012. Now a decade ago. And just now we are still celebrating 10-year anniversary of the first Islamic bank after so many years of attempt. Before this, of course, there were Habib Bank, and there were some Islamic financial institutions, even though they were not be given full license as they have been given now. And we also have Zakat and Waqf, among other contemporary issues that we are talking about. Now, if you are talking about Islamic banks, before you go further, try to understand these concepts. Try to understand riba. Try to understand gharar. Try to understand maisir. And also, speculation is among the prohibited elements. So you can see the prohibited elements, you can count them. Of course, entrepreneurship, correct the word entrepreneurship, there is E, entrepreneurship there, is not among the prohibited element, prohibited element, but rather it is a positive one, which if interest is prohibited, so you have the option of going entrepreneurial. The capital owner can provide capital to the agent or to the mudarib, and then he will go and invest, generate profit, and they come and share the profit with the capital owner, Rabbul Mal and Mudarib. That is the essence of putting that one. So understanding this riba, generally or broadly speaking, there are two types of riba. There is riba which is called riba al-Quran. That is riba which is mentioned in the Quran. So all riba mentioned in the Quran, it is also called riba al-Dain, riba or loan or debt. You borrow some money, and then when you are paying, one pays with interest. So that is called riba al-Dain, or riba al-Quran, or even riba al-Jahiliyyah. These three names is all attributed to this kind of riba. Riba al-Jahiliyyah, riba al-Quran, because it was mentioned in the Quran, not in the Sunnah. We'll come to see. That means there is another riba which is mentioned by the Sunnah. So riba al-Quran is the one that you see, if you read Surah Al-Baqarah, you'll see the narrations. Okay? You see the narrations. It is condemned to the extent that it is the only sin that Allah has declared war against the sinner. فَإِلَّمْ تَأَذَنُوا فَإِلَّمْ تَفْعَلُوا فَأَذَنُوا بِحَرْبٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. So Allah has declared war against anybody who continues to deal with riba. So it should be avoided in totality. There is also riba, what is called riba al-sunnah, or riba al-bay', riba in exchange. When you are exchanging items or things or money, then that riba enters. The second name of this riba in exchange, or riba al-bay', riba al-bayu', it is called riba al-sunnah, because it is mentioned in the sunnah, in the hadith. For instance, one of the hadiths that mention it prohibits, it says that you should not exchange gold, or it gives guideline on exchange, gold with gold, silver with silver, debt with debt. About 6 items mentioned. And the hadith says, if they differ in value, sell your own, which is spiro, in the market, and use the money to buy the lower quality. Do you understand? Let's say, no? Yeah? You need elaboration? Okay. You see, if you are exchanging gold with gold, let's say gold of Dubai, And gold of which type of gold? What are the two types you want to mention? Ladies. Huh? Saudi. And which one? Dubai gold. So you have Saudi gold and Dubai gold. But in terms of measurement, let's say gram. It's measured on gram. Now, a Saudi gold, 1 gram of Saudi gold, by Sharia stand, should be exchanged with 1 gram of Dubai gold. Which one is more precious, more valuable? Which one is more expensive? Saudi gold. Now, if you say I carry Saudi gold, for me to exchange 1 gram of Saudi gold with Dubai gold, so you need to give me 1.2 Dubai gram gold, then I will give you 1 gram gold of Saudi. So if you do so, then you are involved in riba. That fadl, riba fadl, excess is prohibited. And it is a riba biyu, it is a riba sunnah also. But rather, Sharia requires you to ensure equality, that you have to ensure equality. Since it is gold, the same genes, the same type, it has to be equal. So 2 conditions are required. 1, equality. 2, spot. It has to be exchanged now. You give me, I give you. Yadan biyadin. Ko? That's the hadith says. Yadan biyadin. So give me 1 gram, I give you 1 gram. If we agree to exchange. But if you insist that I have to add something, then if I add, then it's riba. This is hadith. Now, the other one, it can be these 2 conditions can be relaxed if the commodity are different types. Let's say naira with dollar or CD with dollar. When you are exchanging, you are buying dollars, so do not say, I give you 1 CD, you give me $1. Cool? That is not, it's unfair. Since the commodities are different, the money, the currency are different, then you have to bargain and agree on the rate. At which rate shall we exchange? Once you establish the rate, so then only 1 condition is required. Which one now? Spot condition. Because the equality condition is no longer needed, but what is needed is exchanging on the spot. Do not say, give me the dollar, I will go home and bring the CDs to you. If you do so, riba has entered. Do you understand? Do you see the wisdom? Somebody may ask, to where is the riba? If just I say, give me the gold, the dollar, I go home and bring the CDs. Riba will easily enter. Look at how information is flowing. The exchange rate, how it is changing between CDs and dollars every second. If you are watching the news, financial market news, every second is changing. So that change, if you take my own, you didn't give me your own. So the difference, the time you have taken before you give me back, you may be a loser or I may be a loser. Rather, leave me with your my money. When you come with your own money, then we can exchange the value. Because the time you want to take to give me back my money, the value might have changed already. And that difference is also riba. Is it clear? It's deep inside, but we have to try to understand. Now, this is all part of riba. And these are the broad categorization. There is no time to, but then at least this will inspire you to understand or to find more about riba and its description and how to avoid it. But try to know that there is these 2 conditions. Sometimes 2 conditions are needed, sometimes 1 condition is needed. When there is no condition, so maybe there is commodity in between. So you can freely trade in terms of how much you exchange and in terms of delivery. This could be in the case of normal commodities. Now let us move to gharar. Gharar means excessive uncertainty, which happens usually on price. You don't know what is the price. You are buying this mobile phone from the vendor, and you take it. He say, oh, just take it. How much? He say, just take it. We'll discuss. You understand? This is major garar. Because there are major garar, there is minor garar. Major garar enters into the price of the commodity, the description of the commodity, the availability of the commodity, and delivery of the commodity. How much sure this commodity is going to be delivered. So when you buy online, and it's your first time experience buying online, you are not sure whether if you buy, you pay your money, whether it's going to be delivered. So you have to be careful. Possibly it may not be delivered. You'll be waiting. So you have to put mechanism to make sure there is delivery that will take place. So that is gharar, is another or second prohibited element in Islamic finance. And before I move on, an example, a clear example in our economy is insurance. When you buy insurance policy, when you cover your car, what are you buying? Yes, what are you buying? Eh? Is that a policy? What value? Your money has value, right? You are exchanging it for what? Eh? For sticker. Oh my God, interesting. You are exchanging it for sticker. You want to say something? What are you paying for?
For security.
Premium.
For security.
How much the security? Will that security be guaranteed? So what are you? So there is no guarantee. So you are just throwing your money away. That is another issue. Try to understand. From Sharia viewpoint, what is it? This is what you find. It is described as such, and it is prohibited even in the Quran. So now we can come later on and discuss about the law of the land. And earlier on, I have already talked about it, that what can you do? It's a requirement. So you can do under the Darura. But once an alternative is provided, such as Islamic insurance, then you have no more, the Darura is dropped now. At Darura too? If it is no longer Darura, then you have to migrate to the one which is now Sharia compliant. So actually what you are buying is uncertain. You are not sure whether the car will have an accident or fire or anything. You are just paying premium for nothing. It may and it may not. And if it does not happen, your money is gone. But in Islamic insurance, even if there is nothing happen, initially the arrangement is that based on donation, tabarru'at. So you agree to donate like I described. You put in a pool that anything happen to any member on his car, on his business, we agree to take from that and mitigate. But if you don't claim at the end, your money is still there. It is invested, and the profit it generates, it is going to be shared with you because you are the owner of the money. But in the conventional insurance, who owns the money? The shareholders, the companies. And you will come and start struggling about claim. You make a claim, they say you have not reported on time, or you have not read column A, section A of the agreement. So these are actually ways of, and now they are even opening windows to have Islamic options, so that those who prefer by choice Islamic insurance, they will now take it and use it, and still it is profitable to the companies and businesses. Maisir, clear, if you look at the fiqh books, contemporary fiqh books, or classical, the example they give about gharar is like sale of fish in the water. Yes, so you look at them, sale of fish in the water, sale of bird in the sky. the bird in the sky, but because you know how to hunt very well, you tell the person, you see that bird, I'll bring it down now. 10 cedis, pay me. So if he pays you before he gets it, then gara, that is by all gara. So which is prohibited by the Sharia. So also if you are buying anything without knowing the price, without knowing the description of the item, without knowing the quantity or quality, the delivery, the availability, just somebody says, what do you want? I want this type of material. Okay, this is a price. You just give him or her money. You don't know whether the item is available. Then it's the tendency of buy al-gharar to enter. I know there is question on this, but later we'll. Maisir, gambling, of course, is clear cut, but unfortunately nowadays you will have all this type of gambling, even in Muslim communities. We have Bet Niger in Nigeria, and some Muslims practice it. I don't know what we have here in Ghana. Same. So, a lot. So all these things, and people will tell you they have jobs to do, they are employed. What are you employed with? وَمَطْعَمُهُ حَرَامٌ وَمَشْرَبُهُ حَرَامٌ وَغُذِيَ بِالْحَرَامِ فَأَنَّى يُسْتَجَابُ لَهُ. That will be very problematic in your life. So it's prohibited, and other prohibited elements include speculation. Yes, you are buying just to increase the price. So you have to control. It's prohibited. And also sale of prohibited elements, such as sale of alcohol, sale of fork, and other things which are clearly prohibited by the Sharia. So these are activity-based prohibition. We all know about this. And then entrepreneurship is another principle which encourages halal production and halal consumption. So now we can move on to see, these are effects of riba. I will limit it because I already put it here. What are the effects? In riba, there is element of injustice in financing productive activities. You know, before you give loan to an investor, you charge him high interest rate. Okay, so there is element of injustice in productive activities. It leads to exploitation of financing consumption. Somebody who needs money for consumption, you tell him that he has to pay you interest. In the first place, he doesn't have money even for consumption. But now you are exploiting his needs to get riba. So this is second effect. It exploits the society. It is inconsistent with Islamic's perspective on debt. In Islam, for debt, you have to give it based on Qard al-Hasan. The verses, there are many verses. Man dhalladhi yuqridullaha qardan hasanan fayudha'ifahu adha'afan kathira. It has negative effect of credit society to the extent that you will find the society, everybody is indebted. You borrow here, you borrow there, you take a loan, car loan, house loan, chair loan, pen loan, then you come and close loan. All this, ya akhi. Why? You are putting yourself in this cage. You are caging yourself. Negative effect on production. It reduces the level of production. It has negative effect on distribution. Islam emphasizes on equitable distribution. Riba discourages that because it is actually bringing resources from bottom to the top, while sadaqah and zakah is bringing resources from top to where? To down. So it is trickling down. It is relieving the society through zakah and sadaqah and waqf. But interest, there is no rahama. It's just you don't have, still it is taken from you and moving to somewhere, and it's creating pyramid whereby the top 10% will control 90% of resources. It also transfers real asset to the lenders. You borrow, you default, your asset will now be sold, and then who is going to buy the asset? The capitalists, the owners of the money. So it transfers your house from you that you don't have or you have little to the one who is rich. So transferring of real asset through this means there are many consequences of riba. Riba is very destructive. Avoiding it is the best at individual and at societal level. Only if we know. Quickly, I have some slides on zakah, which is sometimes we don't get opportunity to talk about it, but it's number 3 pillar of Islam. It's the 3rd pillar of Islam. It's important. It's beyond imagination. We cannot talk about Islamic economics without talking about zakah. It is at the middle. It balances between the 2 ibadat. You have shahada, you have salah at the first 2, and then at the last 2 you have hajj, you have what? Fasting. Fasting and hajj. So these 4 are mainly ibadat. In the middle, at the center, is mainly mu'amalat. It is ibadah at the same time mu'amala. So it is at the middle. So that is why some scholars say it is the iqtisadul Islam. It is at the center of Islamic economics. In Surah Al-Baqarah, Surah Al-Tawbah, verse 60, Allah has made it obligatory to take from rich category of Muslims and transfer it to the poor and needy. It is central in all studies in Islamic economics. There is varying degree of its role in the contemporary Muslim society. During Umar bin Abdul Aziz and Umar bin Khattab, it played significant role in reducing poverty in the society. Generally pointing out its obligation, Allah says, and be steadfast in prayer, give zakah. About 28 times, Allah has combined salah and zakah. So it has such significance. And there are many verses about zakah. But the impact of which include wealth circulation, which is one of the objectives of Islamic economics. It ensures wealth circulation. It ensures cleansing the heart. Because no matter how, if a person gives out zakah, it removes some dirty, it cleanses the heart from stinginess. Right? So this is another advantages of zakah. It brings social cohesion. Because if the rich are paying zakat to the poor, you can see that there is good relationship, good mutual coexistence between the 2 groups. It also fights corruption. Because if you know that you are paying zakah, then you should try to get your income to be halal. Not taken from public treasury and to come and start paying zakah. Inna Allah ta'ala tayyibun la yaqbalu illa tayyiban. So it cleans the heart, it fights corruption, it increases savings and investment. From economic viewpoint, if you collect zakah and you give to the poor, it will increase their savings. It will also increase their investment. And later on, it will have the long-term effect or multiplier effect in the economy. It brings employment or increased employment generation in the society. It is estimated that, I think in 2016, a total zakah, global zakah, could be up to between $600 billion to $1 trillion if it is mobilized. And if you can mobilize this amount, it's going to be a savior of so many problems that we are having in the Muslim societies. The resource shortfall to get rid of hunger, poverty, good health, inequality, and water can be used in societal development goals, sustainable development goals that we are talking about. Now, this is an important, interesting statistics just to share with you. This is based on the study by Islamic Development Bank, Jeddah, which I participated in the context of African continent. We studied about 7 African countries, including South Africa, Nigeria, Sudan, and other countries. Now, what we found in the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th, you can see in Nigeria at that time, around 2015, what is required to alleviate poverty in the society in Nigeria was 1.47% of Nigeria's GDP, gross domestic product, total monetary value of goods and services that is produced in that particular year in the country. You require only 1.47% to alleviate the suffering of $1.25 per day of the poor in the society. This is a World Bank standard using $1.25 per day. If you earn less than $1.25 per day at that time, then you are considered as poor. Yes. But now the measure has changed. It's around $2.9 or $3 per day, because this study was 2015. So when we measure, it was calculated that it requires 1.47 of GDP. But at that time, an estimate we made on zakah, we have about 3 levels. The middle one was 1.8% of GDP. That if we can mobilize zakah in Nigeria alone from the Muslims, we can get up to the middle position. And the middle, why the middle? Because there are different pikihu positions. Some scholars say there is no zakah on perishables. There is no zakah on salaries. Do you understand? So if you take their position, which is considered as a conservative view, for instance, it's just generally called that no zakah on this, no zakah on that. So you stick to that, you can see how much percentage of zakah you can realize. But if you take the other extreme view, liberal view, the liberal view, I think this is liberal view, 2.08, which says there will be zakah on some items. If you are doing it for commercial purpose, those perishable, let's say watermelon. In the past, people are producing it just for consumption. But nowadays, people are producing watermelon, selling it in millions. So should zakah on the watermelon or zakah on the money, the income from the sale of watermelon? So some scholars will say, at least you can take zakah from the income, because the income, the money is the trade, money for trade. So you can take zakah. So this is a liberal view, and they will tell you there will be zakah on salary and what have you. So that is why you have some differences on how much percentage you can generate. Even that 600 billion that we mentioned to 1 trillion, it is because of this divergence. Do you understand? Thank you. So that is in Nigeria. I don't know in Ghana if we make the estimate how much it will be if Muslims in Ghana. No, we have very good statistics on zakah collection in Ghana. Sister Azara, the chief executive officer, we are having a forum on West African Zakat Forum where we discuss about zakah potentials, and we attend conferences in Nigeria, in Indonesia, Malaysia, and the rest. So we know what is happening, at least in the context. I need to even call Sister Azara to tell her I'm in Ghana. Now, inshallah, ta'ala. In South Africa, in other words, zakah is sufficient to alleviate the poverty in many countries that we study. And similar study was conducted in Malaysia, Indonesia, and also in Middle East. About 4 regions: Africa, Asia, Middle East, and Europe. I didn't bring Europe. Here it is Bosnia and Herzegovina, Tajikistan, Russian Federation. They have all potential of getting good amount of zakah. So this is all part of Islamic economic system, that for us to see the fruits of Islamic economies, we should not just rely on Islamic banking. Do you understand? Yes, we have to allow other instruments to work. Maybe in some cases, it is those instruments that will be able to address our problems, not the banking, because the banking is commercial. There is what is called tijari and ijtimai. Tijari is commercial. Those who have money, those who want to invest in halal way, they are the ones that are going into Islamic capital market, Islamic banks, investment in this and that. But those that maybe they need money to survive, they need just food, they need health, they need basic things. Maybe it is social, ijtima'i, such as zakah, sadaqah, waqaf, infaq, and the rest. So we need to balance and understand the comprehensive nature of Islamic economics. There is waqaf also. I will skip it a little bit because I want to go to waqaf. They are going hand in hand with zakah. It also has huge potentials. You now can make a waqaf for yourself or for your family, for your parents, if you have money. You donate something and it will generate income. And that income will be used for the purpose of creation that waqaf. Let's say you have a shop in a market. You now say, this shop, whatever it generates in terms of rent, should be used for feeding the poor family, or should be used for educating my family members. And you can identify which category of family members. Of course, we don't want you to restrict it to your son and children, but we want to see your relatives. And that is called family waqaf. It's also very important. So we are saying this so that you know the comprehensive nature of Islamic economics, and perhaps you can apply it when you are giving. In fact, there is a hadith, one of the companions of the Prophet ﷺ, who says that none of us that has money except he has done waqaf. In other words, this hadith is implying that almost all companions have done waqaf in one form or another. Starting from Umar radiallahu anhu, who approached the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and told him that he has a farmland, an orchard, that what should the Prophet advise him to do. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam recommended him to leave it as waqaf. That this waqaf, nobody will inherit it. Nobody will sell it. Whatever it generates, it will be used maybe for feeding the poor, or pilgrimage, or whatever purpose you have identified, or giving scholarships to students. So this is waqaf. Now, these are some of the unresolved issues which along the line we have discussed some of them, but we have another 10 to 15 minutes to talk about them and generate some input from you. Okay? For that reason, I'll just briefly highlight them. For instance, Bitcoin, whether it's Sharia compliant or not. To start with, some say Bitcoin does not fulfill the conditions of being money. It is not money per se. Why? Because itself, or let me start with those who say it is permissible because al-asl fil ashya al-ibah. The origin of all things is permissibility. So for them, it is permissible, except if you can identify what is permissible in it, then they can give response or say it is not permitted. Others say it is because it is prohibited because of speculation. When you buy Bitcoin, what are you doing? What are you using with it? Are you using it to buy food? Are you using it to buy clothes or some other things needed? What do you use to? Majority of people buying it, they are buying it for speculative purpose. Correct or not? Speculative purpose. Now, so some scholars take this position that because the purpose is speculation, it is not permitted. This is view of some scholars. And I have a paper which inshallah I shall share with Imam to share with you on permissibility of this kind of thing. Therefore, they say based on that it is not allowed. Natural gold money, natural money, therefore, they say it should have value in itself. When you have online money, mobile money, or gold, or cryptocurrency, what value does it have in itself? Unless if it is gold coin. Is Bitcoin made with some precious metal? No, who has ever seen Bitcoin? So a lot of things. Okay, you see it online because it's online. Anyway, these are unresolved issues. We haven't issued, personally, there are good things to know about and to learn more about it, to explore. But there are a lot of gray areas that until we resolve them, we cannot move on and say it is permitted and we allow everybody to enter. So the qima, it doesn't have intrinsic value, which is muqawama, which is a condition to call something money. You know? Of course, you can also argue that our currency that we are using, what qima does it have? Cool? We already moved from gold-based money to currency or fiat money, what is referred as fiat money. So our naira and CDs does not carry any intrinsic value, does it? You cannot, because you have money, you cannot put it in your neck. Like gold. Women can wear gold. In itself, it has intrinsic value, but not fiat money. So based on that, some scholars say is the same thing. But most scholars have allowed for fiat money because of the need and changing time and circumstances. Some say, okay, so because of that, the same need, you should also allow Bitcoin or other digital money because of the same reason. Before you say, yeah, let us conclude. But these are the views we are bringing so that you can see yourself. These are principles that scholars use so that you can weigh. And you can personally take a position. I have my personal view, which is you may decide to disagree based on other positions. But I will bring you my evidence on whatever I say. Now you talk about this digital money. Think about zakat. Some they don't pay zakat. How much do you pay on zakat? If you are putting all your investment online and everything, when are you going to pay zakat? How much is zakat? These are issues, contemporary issues, unresolved issues. So bear in mind, if you are interested in this, go ahead, no problem, but make sure you are searching for the appropriate position at every stage. Now, assuming it is halal, legitimate, now there are issues attached to it. Payment of zakah included. If that money reaches zakah, so make sure you pay. If it is established as money and you are dealing not in speculative area, okay, you will now pay zakah. And also remember, this money ultimately does not belong to you, even if it is electronic money. Resources belong to Allah. And it passes from one generation to another. If one passes away, whatever he has, can he claim it again? No. So now, some of us that have huge investment in digital currency, and we keep our password to ourselves alone. When we are leaving this place, to whom are we leaving the wealth with? What will happen to our family members? And what have you? So these are some issues that we should put at the background. Maybe it's your second assignment when we come for discussion. You will go on to answer the issues I'm carrying. This pi corrected is without H, pi, P-I in the bracket. Digital currency such as pi, P-I, bitcoins, cryptocurrency, online marketing. All right, what is the position of online marketing? A lot of women nowadays from their homes. You don't? Aja, Aisha, Sarat? A lot of women now do online marketing from their home. They don't have any capital, but they take from someone and transfer, and okay, do you like, okay, choose this, and then at the end they conclude and get the money. And then they go and buy at lower price. Anyway, so these are some of the issues which I want us to discuss later on, or you can ask questions on that so that together we'll come up with a position. Middleman. I think I have talk about that. That's why I said during my presentation, I have addressed some. This higher purchase maybe is not a major issue because there is Islamic leasing always, so no need to worry about it. Currency exchange, when you are exchanging money, I also give the hadith, which talks about the conditions. When you are buying dollars or when you are selling CDs, what are the conditions? 2 conditions are needed. So I think this also, unless if you have any issue, we can. In Nigeria, we have one issue. I don't know whether it reaches Ghana. POS. What is, do you know it? I think you, since you was in Nigeria, you must know POS. Oh, POS is a situation where you need cash. Instead of going to the bank, there are some agents of the bank. You just go and give them your card. They have small machine. They will give you, let's say you need 10,000 naira. They will give you that 10,000 naira and they'll charge you 100 naira. So what is the position? Is it haram? Is it riba? So, so these are some issues. Brothers and sisters, I will conclude and then we can open for question and answer and we can have some group discussions. And that is the end of the presentation. Yeah, I want to give you, hopefully, work of time. Then you can go and address the issue of assignment that I heard the organizers are talking about. Islamic economics is based on worldview, different from, is based on Islamic worldview, different from conventional worldview. It is not just a fiqh-restricted discipline, right? It's like trying to provide options within the halal. Because in economics, what matters is the choice made by the consumer. All right? So what choice is the best within the Sharia spectrum? There are different phases of the development of Islamic economics as we have highlighted before it matures and become what is called Islamic economics. Knowing that conventional economics is over 300 years compared to Islamic economics, contemporary one. Contemporary Islamic economics and finance is just 5 decades. So it's growing. But if you go back to the history, the roots right from 7th century as we established. So Islamic banks, they are trying to compete with an established system that has been in application for over 300 years. So you can see the struggle in it. That is why sometimes we have to give chance to the Islamic banks to flourish. Otherwise, we will, condemn it just by our own mere misunderstanding. If I tell you now, some Islamic banks are facing double taxation, you will now appreciate the reason why there may be some charges they will make. Double taxation, you say you want to buy and sell. So when you buy from the vendor as an Islamic bank, then tax will be put on the commodity. And when you sell to the customer, another tax will be charged. Compared to conventional bank, which when it gives loans, only when it gets the returns on interest, then on the gross interest or gross profit, when tax will be applied. So this is the situation, a regulatory, unfavorable regulatory environment they are facing. But if you remove those unfavorable environment, in fact with them, see how the Islamic banks are thriving, even with the regulatory impediments. So we need to understand all these issues. The methodology we talk about, which is integrated methodology in Islamic economics, is not just positive per se, empirical, but it tends to be pragmatic, bring from the Quran, from the Sunnah, and then also apply the scientific procedure, and at the end, you come and conclude based on the both understanding, the scientific and also the sources that you rely upon. Now I can open for question and answers before I give you a chance to, maybe, I don't know, maybe question and answers will suffice, but you have to give appropriate response to some of the queries. Yes, sister was the first to raise her hand. Yes, go ahead.
Salaam
So we
alaikum.
check one. Let me check the first three. 1, 2, 3. Let me check the first three. I will come back to you and then to him. Yes.
Salaam alaikum. Prof, please, with the issue of waqf, that is endowment, right?
Waqf.
Yes. What body is responsible for taking care of them? Because I know people in my community who left endowments, maybe buildings for these schools, and then years later, years after their death, the people that were supposed to take charge of didn't do what was expected of them. So in this situation, just in case I want to leave an endowment,
No.
what do you think I should put in place to ensure that I get a full reward, since it's a form of sadaqah jariyah?
Okay. Thank you very much, Sister Adizatu. This is an excellent question, which is practicable, which we are battling with, trying to solve the problem. She asks about sustainability of waqf. If you do waqf, will it be sustainable for how long? And exactly, it's a practical problem. Even in the Islamic history, there were a time when 1/3 of the land in Syria and Turkey were waqf. And then later on, either through confiscation by the government or through mismanagement by the waqf administrators, you no longer find those assets as waqf. So the same thing in our localities. You say you do waqf of your house for guests or for students. Years after you pass away, somebody will occupy the house with his family. And perhaps you will end up claiming it. So she's asking how to do waqf, who is responsible. So number one, make sure you register your waqf with the authority. In particular, get your legal documents right. Depending on the countries of laws of the country, but many countries, they have at least provision for making trusts. If they don't call it waqf, they may have provision of making trust. So in case you are in your country, there is no such. In Nigeria, for instance, we have waqf being mentioned in our constitution. So now when you are doing waqf, make sure you take it to authority to get the law signed. And if there is in our state, in Kano, for instance, we have an institution called Zakat and Hubsi Commission, Zakat and Waqf Commission. So you can go and surrender the documents to that. And then you get evidences in your family members that I have done waqf fi sabilillah. And you can get all the people concerned to sign that yes, they are no, your children, for instance, or you don't need to get them signed, but make it a legal lawyer will advise you appropriately on how to go about it. An example I will give you before I move on. We had a family waqf whereby we built, is a land. Then we now say, okay, we'll build it. But if we build it, nobody among the members will come and claim it anytime. But each member has the right, if there is need to be there, to stay, he can stay. Do you understand? Then we put it, we write, we sign. All of us sign. And this is called family waqf. So you can do the same. Sometimes we don't even take it to authority, but make it clear and let everybody sign. But the best one is to take it to authority so that for a long time it will sustain. The next question. Because two have raised their hand. I think you all. Okay. Yes. Now.
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khairan for the impact. May Allah increase your knowledge. Amen. So I have 3 questions actually.
So quick one.
All right. The first one is if you have a commercial vehicle and then it's working for you, would there be a zakat on it? And then what are the conditions? And then second one is the garar. So the garar.
Garar.
Yeah. So if you go to, say, a mechanic, and then he's supposed to repair your car for you, but then you ask for the service charge, and he didn't give you the service charge. He said, okay, let me finish before I give you the service charge. Is that also classified as ingara? And then the third one is that, like the question I asked initially, that they take parts of your salary and then keep it until you go on retirement. But then in this case, they ask you that if you want to buy a property, say a laptop, a car, anything, they can use that money to buy it for you. What's the Islamic perspective on that too?
So they use that money that you have been saving to buy what you want?
Yeah.
And then how do you repay?
They will deduct it from your salary.
And is there any charge? Do they give you the cash and add something on it?
They wouldn't give you the physical cash, but then they will buy it, say if it's 5,000, they'll buy it for you and then they'll add something on that 5,000.
So if you agree, it is transaction of buying and selling. So what is the problem?
I'm asking, what is the Islamic?
Yeah, because I already gave you the principle.
Okay.
Once there is a commodity in between, it's not money that exchange hands. They buy commodity, forget about this money, it belongs to you. You have subscribed to that arrangement. Let's say in cooperative society. We have cooperative society where members be saving monthly, and then when they need something, they will come and we buy for them. It is their own money. We generate profit from that money. And then at the end of the year, we share the dividend with them. Brother Tijani, we share the dividend with them at the end of the year. We generate profit. Whatever we generate, we come and share with all members. So there is no problem in that. Okay, before I come, yes.
Assalamu alaikum. I think I must be much grateful for this opportunity to ask this question. I was reading one hadith in the Sunan of Abi Dawud, which was actually authenticated by Imam al-Tabari, where he made mention of the fact that Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam mentioned that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made bay'ul ina prohibited. But actually, I didn't understand the phrase very well. And then possibly if there is an opportunity for you to explain it to us, inshallah.
Okay, thank you. I'll explain. So that is the 3 questions we have taken. Let me come for the second round, then you can be given chance. On the first question, I think I have addressed it. These are 2. And the second one on vehicle, whether there is zakah on vehicle, or commercial vehicle. So depend. If for that you don't pay the car, but from the money you generate, the rent you are earning, when you put it together, either alone or together with other money you have, other savings, if the amount reaches nisab, then scholars say you have to pay zakah. But at itself, it's an asset which is generating money for you. So you don't begin to sell it and to generate zakah and pay. Do you understand? Like equipment, you have a factory, machines that are giving, you are producing goods and services, you don't need to start selling them or calculating zakah on them annually. No, from the production they are giving you, the revenue, that is what you will put together at the end of the year, plus your savings, other savings, or other sources. If the net reaches minimum, the nisab, then you have to remove 2.5% or 1/40. That is the position of scholar. On the garar, myself, I'm battling with this kind of thing. You give your car to a mechanic. You ask him to repair ABC for you. You now ask him, so how much you are going to charge me? Say, no problem, go. We'll discuss later. You try your best. So sometimes there will be quarrel about the charge. But actually what Sharia requires is to know exactly what's going to charge you. In case he doesn't know, and you agree, he doesn't know what has spoiled, he has to buy, that he himself, he doesn't have the knowledge. So you have to agree on one another that, look, whatever you want to charge, you want to change, let me know before you change it. If I agree, then you go ahead. If I don't agree, so please. And then at the end, the normal charge, perhaps from society to society, we know how much normal charge is. So, but then we should try as much as possible to mitigate this kind of uncertainty. Perhaps it can be considered as, it can be major or minor gara, depending on the extent you try to mitigate that particular uncertainty. Do you understand? It may be major, but if you mitigate, it can be reduced to minor gara. And then you talk about Bay al-Dain, Bay al-Ina, Brother Ayub ko? Bay al-Ina, yes, there is hadith which prohibits Bay al-Ina and which says that if you enter into Bay al-Ina, fantazur sa'a. So that means Qiyamah is fast approaching. So you should avoid Bay al-Ina. So now what is Bay al-Ina? Bay al-Ina, scholars say, is you buy something and sell it back immediately. You buy something from Mr. A, you buy it, let's say at 100 cedis, okay, and then you sell it back to him at 90 cedis. Your objective is to get cash. So when you buy this at 100 cedis, you don't have money actually, but you agree to buy. So he sell it to you, now it belongs to you, but you haven't paid him. You are indebted with him. So now you can sell it to him at 90 CD, and then he will give you cash, 90 CDs, and then you will now begin to pay him 100 CD on installment. Do you understand? Buy al-Ina. You buy and sell back. It's prohibited. That is number one, understanding. Anything you buy and sell immediately. Like initially I told you about tawarruk. Tawarruk is tri-party, 3 parties at least. You buy from, you are a customer, you need a certain product. You go to the bank, Islamic bank, they buy it from vendor and give it to you. You now take it and go to the vendor and sell it and get your money. Or rather, the Islamic bank assists you to sell it to the vendor. This is like a cycle. But in Bay al-Ina, it's direct. You buy from the bank. Let's say Islamic bank. Anyway, bank, not Islamic. If it is Islamic, it should avoid Bay al-Ina. You buy laptop from them on credit, and then you sell it back to them and get cash. And then you begin to pay back. Every month you pay certain amount. Is it clear now? So it's 2-party agreement where you buy product and then sell back immediately. So that is by al-Ina. I hope it's clear. Yes, okay, second round. We have how many? We have 20 minutes.
So are you done with your, please, I don't know if you are done with your presentation.
We are at Q&A, and I will have some questions for them.
Okay, no problem. Then proceed.
Yes, sister. We have one, the first one, second, the third one. We come back if we have time, sister, later.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, so it's about the online marketing where ladies buy things, and maybe you are a customer and you bought a product from your fellow sister, and she was like, you proposed that you pay it on installments, like bit by bit. And during your presentation, you said if you buy something, like if you engage in transaction, you must pay the person at the spot. So does it mean that this kind of transaction?
It depends on the spot, on the commodity and other things. I'm talking about the currency exchange. I give 2 conditions, and I also say maybe it can be other commodities, but you might buy on loan. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm asking if that one is also permissible or is not allowed.
Okay. Noted. Go ahead. Next. Who is number 2? You have spoken a lot, so give them a chance. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Doctor, it's two questions actually, please.
Okay.
The first question gets to...
Assalamu alaikum. Please, I would allow you to ask just one question.
Please, they are so tricky, I beg you, please. By then, the first question is about to do with Wakaf and the Hiba agreement. Hiba agreement and then Wakaf, what are the difference and which one is precise? Instead of going for Wakaf, you just decide to be on Hiba agreement, or you still, which one is appropriate and what is the difference?
Okay, noted.
And then the second...
You still want to go, you want to violate the MC's
He said I can give
okay,
it a
go
try.
ahead.
I think looking back, what I understand according to the Islamic banking and finance, I think I can see that it is operating based on Sharia and the Quran. So basically looking at it means they have two basic principles in the Islamic banking and finance or banking. That is the sharing of profits and loss between the entrepreneur and the financier. No. And then the other side is the prohibiting payment of interest and then collecting of interest. No. And also stretch to prohibiting them from investing in illegal, non-Sharia activities. So how then do they make their income or profit?
Okay, how do they make income?
Yes,
right.
exactly. Thank you.
So next one, the last one. Whom did I give this, brother?
Prof, yes. My question is, I want to know the stance of Shufa and then the difference between Wakaf and then Shufa.
Shufa?
Yeah.
Which one? Did I mention Shufa?
No, but it seems like Shufa and Wakaf, they are all the same.
Are you referring to Hiba? You said Hiba, but this Shufa, I want him to mention where does he get it? And what is the meaning if you come across about this Shufa?
Like someone dies and leave property. There are some portion that they have to leave it. Or maybe the property was shared. And someone wanted to sell his own property. And it has been said that it's called shufwa or something like that. It goes with the wakaf. So I'm confused here.
Okay. So I will come back to you. So these are the three questions, three respondents, participants. The first one, online marketing. You see, online marketing, all the guidelines we have given will remain the same. But since this is contemporary reality, scholars have said that you can use online, you can do online marketing based on Bay as-Salam. Bay as-Salam is you don't have the item per se, you don't own it, but based on description, okay, and based on agreement between you, the seller, and the buyer, he agrees to buy, and you agree to supply that particular thing which you have described, which in case you don't get from where you want to buy, you can go to another shop or another place and get it. Do you understand? What you are going to do in Salam, in online marketing, the item must be replaceable. That you should be able to get it in case, like in Salam is a system whereby a farmer sells his harvest some product before he harvests it. He sells it already and gets his cash. And then after harvesting, he comes and delivers, let's say, rice, a certain type of rice, the quantity, the quality is all known. And the date he is going to deliver are also known. They make agreement between him and the buyer. And then he collects his full cash at that time. And this is called forward sell. Forward sell. He sells it in advance. So online marketing, you can use forward sell on some of the items. But some, you have to check. If you cannot get them anywhere, they are so unique. So don't attempt to use Salam in your own online marketing. This is one way. The second way, you can use online marketing to be as an agent of the original seller. That he agrees that you are his marketer. Sell it. If you sell certain amount, you have certain percentage of the profit. So this is way out of on this online marketing. But some of the items and the way we do it, it needs to be corrected, because sometimes the agar, you don't describe the item or you give partial description. Only when you deliver, the person will start quarreling that this is not what I bought. Or one creates some fictitious, some pictures which is not the correct feature of that thing. It looks beautiful, and then you advertise, and then when it is brought, somebody ordered food online. When he saw the food online, so delicious, or really you want to test this food. But when it is brought, the quantity, and also the things on it, you wanted to throw it away. So these are the things that we have to, on case by case. I don't want to give general position, but on case by case, you try to find out and use these principles on what you are doing. If still you are having some queries, we can open the discussion even after this. And I said I'm volunteering for any further class, inshallah, online. Now, the question on waqf and hiba, I think is clear. Hiba is gift, is unilateral. So also waqf is unilateral. If you do waqf, you give it yourself. I mean, you unilaterally, you are donating your own property for the sake of Allah. You are surrendering it now to Allah. Then your family will not inherit it. Nobody will sell it. You now dedicate it maybe for orphans, for scholarships, for health, for anything you want, provided that thing is within the permissible things in the Sharia. So that is waqf, and is referred as sadaqatul jariyah. It's an Islamic endowment. But hiba is gift. It's one time. When you give gift, and then the person consume it, I think that is all. So we should be clear about this. He asks, how do Islamic banks generate income or profit? I think it's also clear from all our today's discussions. They invest the money in Sharia-compliant investment. And also, they charge also fee for service they offer. When you are transferring money from your bank, maybe it's not Islamic bank, or from one bank to another bank, always there are what? Charges. So they generate also income from that. But mostly, they are investing in Sharia compliant. They are trading, since the main principle in Islamic finance is trading. وَحَلَّ اللَّهُ الْبَيْعَ وَحَرَّمَ الرِّبَى. So that trading is what they capitalize to generate profit, and is giving them the required return to continue operating. So the last chance I will give, first, second, third, fourth, and then we close. Fifth, each one 1 minute. Sister. Is this sister? Okay. Fatima.
Alaikum. Mine is with regards to second-hand goods when they are being brought.
Second-hand books?
Yeah, goods, products, okay. Televisions, and all, especially with regards to the gadgets. No. So you cannot test it there. So can we clarify? Can we classify it as buy ul gharar? Because you are not going to test an uncertainty. Maybe it might not work. You have to pay and go home, and you are now coming to check it.
Excellent. Thank you. Next.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to find out about commissioner workers. Workers who are working for a company, but they are not taking salary.
You want to?
Find out about commissioner workers. Okay. People who work based on commission.
Okay.
They are not paid any salary.
All right.
They depend solely on their commission.
So you want to find, is it halal?
Yes. And
working on commission?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
All right, so mine it's about, there's a concept here called swapping. So I have a mobile phone. Swapping. I have a mobile phone, maybe an iPhone 7 Plus. Then I want an iPhone X. I would add some sum of money to this iPhone 7 Plus. Then I'll get the X. Is this transaction permissible?
Permissible. Okay.
I'm asking based on the explanation, the way I understood the riba will bear.
No.
That's on that condition.
Next, fourth.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Question is about the agent of housing.
No.
When you meet a housing agent and you tell the person you need a house to rent or buy, before you go there, he'll take some working allowance. When you get there after you are comfortable with the house, the amount you pay, he has a percentage in it. With this question, I want to know or ask about the pyramid business. The pyramid business.
So this is the second part of the question? Or
Yes, please. The second part of the question, yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, I think that's the... Did I give you a chance? The fifth one? Yes.
Doc.
Yes. Okay. So I have been warned. So let us stick to it. Second-hand business. Yes, it's a very good question. Actually, most of this could be garar, buy all garar. Especially if you say this laptop, you saw it in the market or they are bringing it as second-hand. You don't know whether it is functioning or it's not. You don't know the quality, whether it's scratched or whatever. They said just 500 CDs and you pay. So this is by Alagara. You should avoid it. Unless, if for instance, you are buying this based on kilograms, that let it be weighted. You are now buying those features, but you are buying it in terms of scrap, like in terms of as a scrap. Then that will be different. In fact, the same thing with second-hand clothes. I don't know in Ghana how do second-hand clothes coming from Europe to ours. And when you go and buy in dealer, say the whole dealer is this amount. But inside you don't know what you buy. Sometimes you get money inside the dealer. Sometimes very good quality clothes. Sometimes very bad, like you have to throw them away. So also there are elements of garar in this, but it needs further discussion actually. Commission, yes, of course, commission, it has basis in Islam. The Prophet Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, when he does the work, he did the work for the king, he collected commission, ujra, right? So we have basis for that, and I think it's the same thing with house agent. You are looking for house to stay. You really don't know where to get it. But an agent is well informed about all houses, beautiful houses and their locations. And he told you, this is the arrangement we have. In as much as there is no violation, he's offering service to you. If you agree, go ahead. If you don't agree, shikena. You go and find it yourself. So unless if you are talking about charging excessively or cheating, he got the house at the rent of, let's say, 1,000 CDs, and he come and tell you 1,200 CDs. So that what he's adding to you is haram. Rather, he should give you at 1,000, but then he should take his commission either from you or from the owner of the house. The question of swapping, yes, because the item is not ribawi commodity. Ribawi is usually things which is eatable, essential commodities. So you can find swapping in car, vehicles, phones is common. What they do usually is a trading. They value your own, and they value their own, and they see the difference. So what you require now is to give the difference. You understand? So scholars say there is no riba in it. But if, let's say, it is rice, quality foreign rice and local rice, and you begin to swap, like I gave example of gold, Dubai, and Saudi, if you swap with interest, with increase, that increase is riba. Pyramid business, I think it will be on case-by-case basis. Most of the pyramid business, they do not have any real products. They are just selling something which is unknown to you and to others. They will just ask you to bring other people under you to subscribe. What are they? When you pay some money, what is it for? And then they will promise you every week you will get this amount. And that itself, guaranteeing that amount is riba. Because all you put is money. You don't get any products. So any addition on that, guaranteeing it is riba. And there is also a garar on what you are buying, you don't know. So you can analyze all this contemporary business based on riba, based on garar, based on speculation. So brothers and sisters, this is a very vast area. I hope I have succeeded in inspiring you and in sensitizing us to look for more knowledge and to seek for more knowledge on this halal way of doing business and finance. And we continue, inshallah, to interact as the time permits or the opportunity is given. So, brother, is there any announcement or what should I do after this?
We are done for the day. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank
you very much. There's group work, but before we go into that, please pick your phone, fill your evaluation form, and send me a screenshot right now. No, if you are done, do it again and send me a screenshot right now. I want do it again. Don't worry, do it again. Don't worry. If you have done already, do it again, and I want to see the screenshot. DM it to me right now, please. Either we do that or we don't live here. Please, please. Okay, please. Let's do it. So far, Suburu and then Adiza have sent their own. So when you send your own, and I'll call your name, Sadiq has also sent his own. Okay, Saeed has sent his own. Zuhair has come. I have not seen yours, please. I'm on my WhatsApp. Abdul Qadir's own is in. The ladies, the men are beating you. I'm not seeing anything. I should have been doing this from the very first day. Please, I'm waiting. The things are not flowing. Fatih, I'm not seeing yours. Come again.
Maybe the phone is 3G.
Okay, Ishaq's own is in. That's Ishaq Morrison. Mr. Morrison, thank you. Oh, yes, I'll do that. Okay, but please, 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 just do it, okay? This one, I am begging you. For the city, do it for the sake of Allah. Me, I know me. Don't do it for my sake. Do it for the sake of Allah. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So for the slides, okay. Tomorrow, inshallah, group, Ali will be starting. So you are doing slide 1 to 22. And then Abu Bakr would follow 23 to 44. And then Omar would follow 45 to 66. And finally, Uthman would follow 67 to 89. Again, Ali is starting, slide 1 to 22. Abu Bakr follows, 23 to 44. And then Umar, 45 to 66. And finally, Uthman, 67 to 89.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, Brother Majid, for moderating the sessions. May Allah reward you abundantly. And I also like to, okay, I won't give the vote of thanks. I will invite Imam Jesus. Okay, Imam Isa, to give the vote of thanks on behalf of the participants, on behalf of the LOC, on behalf of Imam Saeed Mukhtar. So, Brother Isa, vote
Assalamu
of thanks.
alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All too soon, we've come to another end of a wonderful section. Our resource person, we say Jazakumullahu khairan for the impact, and then may Allah reward you and then keep you for the Ummah. And on behalf of the LOC, And then we, the participants, too, we say thank you once again. And then we want to say thank you to all the participants too as well. Jazakallah khairan.
Thank you very much. Allah Akbar. Atakbir. Thank you, Brother Isa. So, Dr. Aliu, we would like to, at this point, present a certificate of appreciation to you on behalf of the LOC. Brother Majid will do that. Professor Nail, okay, so we will invite Professor Nail to present a certificate of appreciation to you on our behalf, on Imam Saeed's behalf, on Professor Bashir's behalf.
Did you hear what Doc said?
Atakbir.
I'm sorry. If you've not heard. Don't worry, if you want to just see me, I'll tell you.
Imam Abdullah, give us the questions. Okay, go. Group picture. Move. After closing prayer. So please, let's go for our normal group pictures.
T-shirt, mashallah. Okay, that's good picture. Yeah, just inshallah. Professor.
I want a session in Kenya.
He also comes in.
Mashallah.